into our second ever mock draft mega stream. I am Frank Sandel, joined by Scott White and Chris Towers here on Thursday, March 12th. Here is the plan for the day. We are live streaming for the next 7 hours or so. We have 4 drafts lined up.
It's going to be like 8.5 hours at least.
You think so?
You are being way too good. The NFBC draft starts at 8:30, right?
8 o'clock to 10:30. So 7
okay,
hours.
maybe.
We have 4 different drafts lined up today with great guests. Our first draft will be a 12-team Roto on CBS with Vlad Sedler. Second draft coming at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. 12-team head-to-head categories on Yahoo with Joe Orrico. Our third draft at 6:30 p.m. 12-team head-to-head points on ESPN with Ariel Cohen. And then our final draft, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Later tonight, Roto Wire Online Championship over at the NFBC. That is a 12-team Roto. It's also part of an overall competition. And we are sharing that team. So it's going to be madness. Scott, Chris, and I trying to decide on every pick. Should be fun. Are you guys ready? It's going to be a long day, a fun day.
I'm ready. Let's do it. I'm ready for the mind meld that happens later, because that is, with sleepers, breakouts, bust 2.0, we all got closer to each other. We all started repeating names. So I think, I think we'll come to a consensus in that.
No, we got to find some things to disagree about. All right. I'm sure of it.
All right. Without further ado, let's bring in our first guest of the day. And he is the man behind fantasy baseball at FTN. He is the host of their FTN Fantasy Baseball podcast. Also a writer over at Fangraphs and a great high stakes player. Welcome to the show, Vlad Sedler. What's going on, Vlad?
Gentlemen, what a pleasure. It's great to see you all in one place together and sitting here with you, not live, obviously, or not in person, but to be drafting. And I'm really looking forward to it.
Yes, make sure to give him a follow on X at RotoGut. The gut. Where does the gut come from, Vlad?
I mean, if we really want to go back, it goes back to 88 when I was a 9-year-old and I called the Kirk Gibson shot before it happened in the World Series.
Oh, here we go.
I know, it was just a feeling. And then, with rotisserie and playing, I felt like I always kind of used my instinct. Of course, as we know, that also is backed with research, so it's not all gut.
So the gut goes back to before you were born, Frank. I think that's what we just learned.
that is true. How about that? Not to age anybody on this podcast, but here we are. All right, the first draft, we are up and running. Again, this is a 12-team Roto, standard 5x5 categories. You know the deal. It's batting average, runs, home runs, RBI, and steals. On the pitching side, we have ERA, whip, strikeout, wins, and saves. And it's not a great sign that our first pick is taking 45 seconds. So let's keep this thing moving. We've got a lot of drafts to get to today. Vlad, you are on the clock with pick number 2, and you're a Dodgers fan. So this is perfect.
It works out either way. I feel like you can't lose at pick 2. You get Judge or you get Ohtani and be a happy person.
All right. So again, Judge and Ohtani, first 2 picks. I am picking third. I did randomize this, so I'm not cheating my way to the third pick. Whatever you want to think is happening here. I will go ahead and take Bobby Witt Jr., cover all the bases there, batting average, home runs, steals, and lock up my shortstop.
Vlad, you're sitting at second. 1, would you rather pick second than first? And 2, would you take Ohtani over Judge if you had that choice?
So a slight preference by the very slightest amount and nothing to do with fandom for Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
And just a preference there. And, I would be happy with 2 because I do like playing a little bit of draft chicken with the person that is at the end, almost trying to figure out who they're going to take. So you can, take the, kind of push that guy another 2 picks.
All right, catching people up on picks here. After I took Bobby Witt, we got Jose Ramirez, Ronald Acuna, and then at number 6, Chris, you selected Juan Soto. It kind of feels like it started out as a consensus top 5, and it has kind of evolved into a consensus top 6 now that includes Ronald Acuna, and I'm sure you were hoping to get him at 6.
I'm the rare person who has Ronald Acuna ahead of Juan Soto. I know that kind of makes me an outlier, but it's just continuing. I don't know if you guys have been watching the World Baseball Classic. He had 2 more steals in the opening round of 4 games. I believe that gives him, let me do the math in my head, 16 stolen bases in 24 games dating back to the start of the Venezuelan Winter League. Obviously, look, this is varying levels of competition, but we've said it all spring. If Ronald Acuna wasn't going to run, he wouldn't be running in the World Baseball Classic and spring training and the Venezuelan Winter League. I think we're going to see a big return to 30-plus steals for Ronald Acuna at least.
All right, after Juan Soto, Corbin Carroll at 7, and then Kyle Tucker at 8. So we have got some encouraging news here on Corbin Carroll, who made his spring debut yesterday on Wednesday, coming back from the hamate bone injury here. Scott is on the clock. We'll get to that in a second. But Vlad, how do you feel about Corbin Carroll coming back from this hamate bone injury? Good news that he's back. We still have to make sure he's right and the power is there. But do you think he deserves to climb back into the first round now that he's back in spring training?
Yeah, this is where he's going to be going now that he's back and so soon, and so long there are no issues, and I don't think he's going to be smashing home runs. So obviously, that will bring him right back into the first round immediately. But he felt to 15, 20, somewhere around there. So you'll probably see him pop back up somewhere around 8 to 12 over the next week.
All right, Scott, you are up at pick number 10. What do we have?
Yeah, I'm going to take Tarek Skubal. I'm going to take the first pitcher. I don't mind taking any of the big 3 pitchers in a Roto League this year because I think the advantage they present, more so than first round or even second round pitchers in years past, the advantage they present is so significant. And because the person at 12 then, okay, so right after I took Tarek Skubal, Julio Rodriguez, Fernando Tatis Jr., Caminero, real quick.
You got the chance.
Garrett Caminero. Yeah, this is going to be another one of those drafts where I double up at pitcher.
Pocket aces.
Yeah.
All right.
So it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often that the person who takes one of the big 3 in round 1 then has another opportunity in round 2. But I've tried it before, and I don't mind the way it turns out. You obviously can take it easy at pitcher after this point. You have such an advantage in ERA, whip, and strikeouts, all the pitching categories really, that you don't have to hit that position so hard in the middle. You don't have to get the duplicates that you normally have to take by investing in riskier, less certain pitchers. So it's overall, I would say the strategy is riskier because obviously pitchers are inherently risky. So if you're beginning your draft with 2 of them, if either one of them falters, well, it's going to be hard to make up for that. But the optimal build for this is still going to be pretty good because of just how much you're able to ignore pitching moving forward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, A, how your offense turns out, and B, when do you take your SP3? At what point in the draft? After Scott selected Paul Skeens, we got Gunnar Henderson, Jazz Chisholm, Cal Raleigh, and Chris, you selected Jackson Churio to go along with Juan Soto.
Yeah, getting a nice power, speed, batting average balance with him and Juan Soto to start my draft is pretty good. I did consider, obviously, if Cal Raleigh had been there, that would have been a decision to make, but he went 1 pick before me. I've talked a lot about just while I think Kyle Schwarber's ranking is fine, I'm a little hesitant to actually make the pick to lock up my util spot. Especially, I mean, in this draft, obviously we're not drafting bench spots. In a real league, we would. That does complicate things because you have a little more flexibility to pick util-only players for your bench, or, you know, if you've already picked your shortstop and your middle infielder and I don't know, Trevor Story falls to like 130 or something. It does make it difficult to get through your draft without that utility spot open. But I did consider Schwarber and obviously Raleigh and even Kurtz there, but I went with Jackson Churio.
After Vlad Jr., we got Trey Turner. I selected Kyle Schwarber to go along with Bobby Witt Jr. because I already had that speed. I have that base, so and
batting average as well.
So happy to pair a big power bat with him. And Vlad, you selected Pete Alonso ahead of Nick Kurtz. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, just somebody that I trust a lot more. I think the Baltimore Orioles offense is going to be a cheat code. I think they're going to be, like the 4th team in history to hit 300 plus bombs collectively. And Pete's going to be a big part of that. And, just love him part of that lineup. In my valuations, I have him just a little bit ahead. And listen, Nick Kurtz is great. The rookie season was phenomenal, but still some concerns with the strikeout rate, again, hitting against lefties. So I'll take the more, I guess, solidified, for me, value in Alonso.
A big part of this is you're bullish on the Orioles lineup. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of upside there. It's just a take I haven't heard before, so it's interesting.
I will say it's the struggles, it's the lefty stuff that really worries me about Nick Kurtz, because look, he should improve, right? He's young. Apparently today is his 23rd birthday. Congratulations to Nick Kurtz as we talk down on him. That's what we got you for your birthday. But he had a 423 expected WOBA with a 94.5 mile per hour average exit velocity against righties. That's really good. Against lefties, 261 x WOBA, 88.6 mile per hour average exit velocity, 37% whiff rate. He was really pretty bad against lefties last season in a way that, look, he's not going to lose playing time, but if you're wondering how Nick Kurtz could be a disappointment, that would seem to be one avenue for it.
That said, I think Frank's still thrilled to take him at 27, third round pick. I think this is the first draft I've seen where Nick Kurtz has gone in round 3. I
got him 25th in TGFBI. Obviously, that's a 15-team league, so it wasn't round 3, but that's one where it's like, I don't like him as the 18th pick, but 25, 27, if it happens, I love that. Yeah, like that's easier to stomach.
Yeah, so at the turn, there was Ketel Marte, and then into round 3, Yordan Alvarez, Francisco Lindor went to Vlad. I selected Nick Kurtz, then Manny Machado, Pete Crow Armstrong. Chris, you are on the clock. I will just quickly talk about this pick. Like, I have Nick Kurtz as a bust, but at pick 27, it does make for a weird build. I've got 2 big power bats with Kurtz and Schwarber. Some of that batting average insulated in there with Bobby Witt, but I think it's something I'm going to have to go back to paying attention to, is that batting average. But lots of power, good speed there with Witt. We'll see how it turns out. It's kind of a weird build. Chris, you went with Zach Neto, but it sounds like maybe you were not loving the pick.
Well, no. What I was really struggling with was my top player was James Wood. And that would have given me 3 outfielders in my first 3 picks and a player I'm pretty scared of. I did add him to my Bust 2.0 column. He was the lead of that. And it just, you do not see really, really good players struggle the way James Wood did in the second half of last season very often. And now he's super young. He's still more tools than skills, and there's room for rapid improvement if those skills catch up to the tools. But man, a 40% strikeout rate in 40% of the season is really tough. And it's actually, he had a sub 700 OPS after the All-Star break, and that was buoyed by, I think, 5 homers in his last 6 or 7 games or something. He was absolutely useless for almost the entirety of July, August, and September last season.
You're just mad you couldn't get Yordan Alvarez, let's be honest.
I would have been cool with Yordan Alvarez there, obviously. I don't know, man. It's one of those things where the ADP says one thing and the actual drafts I'm in, maybe it's because everybody who I'm drafting with generally knows how much I like Yordan Alvarez, but I don't think I've actually taken him in a while. So seems like everybody's pushing him back into the
I mean, the fact he went ahead of Nick Kurtz. The fact he went ahead of Nick Kurtz is definitely.
I think he's a better hitter than Nick Kurtz. It's just a question of, can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
Yep. After Chris selected Zach Neto, we did get Yamamoto, Rafael Devers, and James Wood. And Scott, you are back up with
I know what Scott's going to do.
Oh, you do?
No.
Because I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a hitter. I'll tell you that much. And the hitter I'm going to take is actually Bryce Terang.
Yeah, it's Bryce Terang. Okay, that's what I thought you were going to do.
That's what you thought. Okay, it's early for Bryce Terang. When I take him in round 4 usually feels a little early, and here I am taking him in round 3. But my top 3 hitters otherwise were all first basemen. Mm-hmm. There's only 2 people behind me, and I believe one of them has a first baseman already, Vladimir Guerrero. So I'm gonna get one of Matt Olson, Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman, and that.
I don't think Vlad is on one of those teams. They don't have first baseman, but it's still unlikely they will take 3 first basemen and 4 picks. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the 2B1. It was an incredible year in Roto last year. He was the top second baseman. Jazz Chisholm hadn't yet got that second base eligibility. So very impressive season.
And what I like about Bryce Terang, for those who haven't been following along the whole preseason, I mean, he had a huge increase in his exit velocities last year, like 3 miles per hour. Rarely do you see that big of a jump from one season to the next. It took him from lower half of the league in terms of contact quality to upper half of the league, the kind of contact quality that could make him a power hitter if he's able to elevate the ball enough, which he didn't for most of the year. August he did hit 11 home runs just that month. So he showed he is capable of making that adjustment to tap into more power. And, a couple of years ago, Bryce Terang was a 50 steal guy too. So there is a best of both worlds outcomes here where he is like a 20 homer, 40 steal second baseman. And then, you could talk about him as early as round 2, I think, if that's what he actually is.
Scott, do you know where Bryce Terang ranked in your favorite stat, pulled air rate, last year?
Pretty low. Apart from August, yeah.
Out of 250 qualifiers, he was 5th lowest.
That is the problem. That is the problem. But he showed in August that he's capable of making that adjustment. So I'm hoping it becomes a more permanent one.
I also think he's having like a nice spring in World Baseball Classic. He's had some big moments, certainly.
Yeah. And I think the downside is probably like, he's a 14 homer, 40 steal guy with a good batting average at the weakest position, or at least the position with the fewest studs. So
he might just be Luke Keeschel.
He might be. He's one of the players I think that you can justify reaching for a little bit because there is a scarcity of that kind of player.
After Scott selected Bryce Terang, we did get Mookie Betts and Wyatt Langford to finish out round 3. Into round 4, we got Brian, Logan Gilbert, Matt Olson went to Scott, Bryce Harper, and Brent Rooker is next up here.
Yeah, so none of the 3 first basemen went with the 2 people following me, so I got my favorite of the 3, Matt Olson.
Yep. Mookie Betts at 35. Vlad, how you feeling about Mookie Betts this year? Because he had the illness to start last season, but then he finished really strong. Also had a bad postseason, so it's like there's a lot of give and take there. What are you expecting from Mookie Betts?
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of his season basically just wrecked him for the whole year with the illness and losing all that weight. I think he still has another couple of good seasons in him. Expected to hit 3rd behind Ohtani and Tucker and in front of Freeman. The thing is, in a lot of early drafts, he had been going in the 60s. I was in a 12-teamer not long ago where he went 70-something. That is just an absolute steal. So I love Mookie. Probably, if I can get him in the 40s, 50s, that's fine. But when it gets past there, it's just an absolute gift.
All right, we're starting to get some of the pitchers off the board here as well. Chris Sale went, then Freddie Freeman to Christopher Sanchez, and then Roman Anthony at pick 45. I will, debating some pitchers.
And I think this is the point where you should start to see that pitcher run. We get a round 2, round 3 break for the most part. I know Yamamoto went in round 3. I'm not sure he needs to go that far ahead of the others. But round 4, round 5 is where pitching tends to pick up again.
Yeah,
appropriately.
My issue with like Yamamoto has been not that I think he's a bad pick for the number 4 pitcher. I think he's a perfectly defensible pick for the number 4 pitcher. It's just that he's kind of going ahead of the rest of the candidates. And that's right. Where it's like he was the number 7 pitcher last year. I think he's awesome. I think last year is close-ish to a best-case scenario just because you're never going to get the huge innings totals for Yamamoto, so he's got to be really efficient, really able to overcome that low inning total. And again, if he's the number 4 pitcher but he goes 37th, I think that's great.
Yeah.
It's when he tends to go like 24th, 25th is when it's like, I can't really get on board.
He is part of a very large second tier. There's the tiny first tier of the top 3 guys, Tarek Skubal, Garrett Crochet, Paul Skeens, that I think are head and shoulders above that next tier.
Yes.
But Yamamoto's part of a group. Any one of 10 pitchers could finish as the number 4 guy behind those 3. and he is just one of them. He could be the fourth off the board, but it doesn't need to be a whole round ahead of the next guy.
All right, after Roman Anthony, I selected Hunter Brown. Cole Reagans went to Vlad. Then we got a Yankee turn, Max Fried and Ben Rice. And Vlad, you are the first to select a closer, Mason Miller here at pick 50.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a run going. I think just getting the elite ratios, and I mean, he just stay healthy, man. He's just so good. And the starting pitchers here for me that are available, I feel like are very similar to the ones in the next tier. So I am waiting to. I think it's okay for me to wait a little bit and go pitcher shopping a little bit later.
So Cole Reagans as your SP1. Look, there's no doubt about the talent. I know the surface level numbers last year weren't great, but all the underlying stuff, the strikeouts, the K- walk, it's all amazing. Does it make you queasy at all having him as your SP1 here, just given the injury history?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's been through so much over the years, and just hoping to you finally get you've had one almost full season of health, but when he's on, he is one of the best pitchers in baseball. Obviously, just incredible lefty, one of the highest swinging strike rates in baseball over the last couple of seasons. And yeah, just hope he stays healthy. I am not too worried about the ballpark dimensions, the walls moving in and being lowered. Sure, he might give up a few extra home runs, but I'm still looking at a guy that's going to probably give you a sub 3.5 ERA and be in the 200s and strikeouts with 30 plus starts.
And I do want to point out that this is one where if you only look at the major league inning totals, Cole Reagans looks a little worse because over the last 4 seasons, he's only reached 100 innings once in the majors. But in 2023, he was used a lot as a reliever. But I think it was 124 total innings in 2023 because he was used as a starter in the minors. And then 2022, he threw 134 innings. I think that was his first full season back from Tommy John surgery. So since the Tommy John surgery, he has thrown 120 innings 3 out of 4 seasons. Obviously, that's not a great total, but one of them was 180 something. And he's really only had one arm issue since the Tommy John surgery. It's just, it was last year and it was a grade 2 labrum tear. So it's like, there's definitely risk there, but Reagans, if I wait on starting pitchers, he's probably my favorite among the SP1 candidates, just because if you just equalized every innings, I think he's clearly the 4th best pitcher in baseball, and I think he's probably closer to that Skeen, Skubal, Crochet group than the rest of them are to him. It just he had a 30% K- walk ratio last year. That is insane.
And he had 180 innings roughly 2 years ago. So we know he can do it. It's obviously he was hurt some last year, but he's not one of these that is perpetually hurt and just unable to take on that kind of ace workload.
All right, after Vlad selected Mason Miller, I took Jacob deGrom to pair with Hunter Brown. So those are my top 2 starting pitchers there. Cody Bellinger, Austin Riley, William Contreras went to Chris, then Edwin Diaz, Geraldo Perdomo, 2 picks ahead of Scott. Sorry, Scott. I don't know if you wanted him or not.
I did.
Logan Webb and then Josh Naylor. So you got yourself Thicky Henderson this upcoming season.
I did, to pair with Matt Olson. So I got 2 starting pitchers already. I got 2 first basemen already. In Roto leagues, that corner infield spot can be really difficult to fill. There are some low end or late round upside plays that I like, but everybody likes them. So they tend to get they tend to be picked aggressively and not always at face value. And so it's easy to get left out at corner infield, mostly because third base is so weak. So not many of those guys are worth starting at that position. So I don't mind doubling up on corner infield this early. Obviously, Josh Naylor, if he continues as a base stealer, that's going to be a nice advantage to have at that position. I think he's a great hitter. He's proven that many times over. Good source of batting average. So I think just in terms of meeting hitting categories, which I'm still having to make up ground in because I started with 2 pitchers, I think he made sense for me. And now I'm up again. So we had, I don't know if you want to read off the picks before I make mine, Frank.
Yeah, we got Jackson Merrill, Yohan Duran at the turn, and now into round 6, George Kirby and Freddie Peralta.
So some more pitchers going off the board. That doesn't really help narrow it down for me. Obviously not taking any of those. I think I'm going to take CJ Abrams here.
It's pretty late for him, 63rd overall.
Yeah, it's the first time I've taken him. I'm not his biggest fan, but he obviously gives you a little bit of a power speed combo here. Probably going to hurt in batting average, but
not too much. He's not like disastrous. 250-ish. Yeah, you can survive a 250 batting average.
Yeah, you can survive it. Yeah, I'm not excited about the pick, but I do think it's the right time to take him. And
come on!
I was hoping to be the one to break Frank's heart.
No, Michael Garcia just went.
Not your Kel Garcia.
No, it won't be mine. After Scott selected C.J. Abrams, Hunter Goodman, Andres Munoz, and Michael Garcia. Part of the problem here, I'm at a disadvantage. People that are watching the draft see my draft room with my rankings up and see that Michael Garcia is the top-ranked hitter. So I'm at a disadvantage. Chris, you're up.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a reach, but the starting pitcher group has thinned out. I was going to take Michael Garcia here. He's not there. I'm going to take a guy who I think the argument's very similar to a lot of what we said about... Oh, excuse me. I accidentally hit the draft button twice, and I have commissioner access.
Oh, so
live television.
Yeah, we backed up that pick. Nick Fox, you are still on the clock.
Yeah, I picked Kyle Bradish, and a lot of what we said about Cole Reagans applies here because there is some concern about the workload. I think the ceiling is probably like 160 innings, maybe 165, 170, something like that. But the floor should be pretty high because we saw that 2023 season when he wasn't a great strikeout pitcher. He finished 4th or 5th in the AL in Cy Young. He had a sub-3 ERA. He should win a bunch of games. But then 2024, he comes out and all of a sudden he's just this elite strikeout pitcher. He has Tommy John surgery, comes back in 2025, just as elite as a strikeout pitcher. He has been like a 33, 34% strikeout rate guy over the past 2 seasons. It's only 71 innings. There's some skepticism there, but I think the skills are legit. I think he has 2 legit swing and miss pitches. His 4-seamers are pretty good swing and miss pitch. I think Kyle Bradish has a very good chance to pitch like an ace. It's just a question of, is it 140 innings? Probably a lot more than that, but that might be the outcome. So you do have to be a little worried about that. But man, I think, Frank, I think you've made the comp, or maybe Scott, that it feels a lot like Tarek Skubal coming out of the 2023 season.
23, yeah.
When he had that like 80 innings where it was like, oh, he's clearly the best pitcher in baseball, but the sample size is small enough that we can't say for sure. It turns out, yes, this is actually just who Tarek Skubal is now. Yeah, I think there's some of that potential with Kyle Bradish.
After you selected Kyle Bradish, we got Cade Smith, Corey Seager. I selected Shea Langolier, so let's go A's. Vlad selected Jesus Luzardo, and then David Bednar. So, Vlad, I mean, your pick of Mason Miller, hoping that closers would go, it actually turned out pretty well. We got like 5 or 6 closers drafted after you selected Mason Miller.
Yeah, it starts to get pretty nasty. Before you know it, you're looking at your RP1 being Clayton Beater if you're not careful. So, it's glad that happened, and it's great to watch you having the controls. So as I sit there sweating, like, don't click on my guy, don't go to that position, and you didn't. So I was able to get Luzardo.
Yep. Happy to help you out there. You know what? Bo Bichette goes at the turn, and it's just every draft I forget he's going to gain third base eligibility, and it's like you just gotta remind yourself over and over again that yes, he is going to be a third baseman this season. So after you selected Jesus Luzardo, David Bednar, Bo Bichette, you also took Byron Buxton here. So last 3 picks, Vlad, you've got, or I guess 3 of your last 4, Cole Reagans, Jesus Luzardo, Byron Buxton, leaning a little bit into the injury risk, but obviously very talented players.
Yes, that's how I roll. I don't want to finish middle of the pack. Give me first or last if it so is. Yeah, for sure. A little bit, definitely a little bit dicey. Hopefully I can grab some solid picks along the way and balance it out.
All right, I selected Seiya Suzuki, and so my updated team, I have Shea Langoliers, Nick Kurtz, Bobby Witt, Seiya Suzuki, and Kyle Schwarber. The pitchers, Hunter Brown and Jacob deGrom. Gonna have to tackle steals again eventually. Probably should do that sooner rather than later, but lots of power so far to go on that team. After Seiya Suzuki, Framber Valdez, and Jarren Duran. And Chris, you are back up. I believe of your 6 picks, you have 5 hitters and 1 starter.
5 hitters and Kyle Bradish. So I am considering a pitcher, but I think I'm gonna pass because my team could probably use a little pop. I think Juan Soto is the only guy I definitely think will get to 30 plus homers. So I'm going to go with a guy I don't love this season at his price, but Riley Green will definitely hit for some pop. I don't know if we're going to get another 36 or 37 homer season, whatever he had last year, but I think he's a pretty good bet for 30 plus.
All right, after Riley Green, Vinny P.
Baby.
More like Vinny 3, baby. How about those 3 home runs for Team Italy against Mexico?
Did you see the interview with him after the game?
Yeah, that was great.
They were like, when was the last time you had a 3-homer game? Never. And they were like, not in high school, not in the minors, never. Not in Little League, never. He had literally never hit a 3-homer game.
Yeah.
He needs to be powered by espresso. They got to get an espresso machine in the dugout in Kansas City.
I was going to say it's definitely not his first ever 3 espresso day.
I'm a little worried about how he's going to be feeling today.
Dude, there's
what time do you think Vinny P got to sleep? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way he slept last night. 3 espresso shots in a 3-hour game
in the evening.
Yeah, that's a rough one. After Vinny P, Christian Yelich, Aroldis Chapman, Scott, you are back up.
Yeah, I'm taking Eugenio Suarez here. I feel like power. Well, obviously, third base is scarce, first of all. It's the end of a tier. I think it's a very thin tier that follows. In fact, it's a non-existent tier for me in Roto, with Alex Bregman, I think, being a tier lower in this format than head-to-head points. So, right time to jump in and grab a third baseman. But even more than that is power is where I think I'm most lacking from not taking a hitter in the first 2 rounds. I'm doing well with speed between Turang and Abrams and even Josh Naylor, but I need to make up ground in power. Suarez obviously nearly hit 50 homers last year and doesn't seem to be getting enough appreciation for it. He hit nearly 50 homers last year and went from one of the worst hitters parks to one of the best in the offseason. And I'm thrilled to take him here.
All right, after you selected Eugenio Suarez, George Springer, Tyler Soderstrom, Drake Baldwin, and Michael Busch. So a bunch of hitters going here. Last 5 picks have all been hitters. And Scott, we are back to you in round 8.
Back to me. Back to your boy. I don't have an outfielder yet. If you can believe it. Randy Arena. Come on down. Come on down.
All right. Any concern about the batting average so far for this team, Scott?
Some.
Yeah.
Some. Turang's a good source of batting average. Naylor should be a good source of batting average. Olsen sometimes is a good source of batting average. He was last year.
Yeah.
But I'll have to make that a priority moving forward. It's not a category where it's easy to make up ground, but it's not impossible either. So I'll be keeping an eye on that.
All right. After Scott selected Randy Arozarena, we got Devin Williams, Joe Ryan, O'Neal Cruz, and Chris, you are back up.
Yeah, I took I like to say that there's too much talk of injury risk, especially when it comes to pitcher, and not enough talk of other kinds of risk. And I'm going to highlight that with my 2 first pitchers picked. I've got the guy who maybe can't stay healthy in Kyle Bradish, and the guy who never gets hurt, but maybe can't pitch well in Dylan Cease. But look, I think he's the only pitcher with 215 strikeouts in the last 3 seasons. I think he's done it 4 or 5 straight years. So I know I'm going to get that from Dylan Cease. And I think the ERA and whip should be significantly better than they were last year. The peripherals were much better than last year. I know that Dylan Cease has been inconsistent over the years, but usually when the ERA is bad, the peripherals have been bad. Last year was the one outlier where the ERA was terrible. The peripherals were actually very good still. So I'm inclined to believe we're going to get a good Dylan Cease year this year. But again, injuries aren't the only type of risk as Dylan Cease personifies.
After Dylan Cease, Agustin Ramirez, Yuri Perez, I selected Nico Horner. I'm not sure that anybody has ever uttered these words, but I was praying that I got Nico Horner because he fits this team perfectly. I needed batting average, I needed speed, and that just fits like a glove onto the team. So happy to get him. I didn't have a second baseman yet. And then Vlad, you were up next with Michael Harris. Man, Michael Harris, he's a tough one because he's so talented, but we get these stretches where he's unusable for fantasy at times just because his plate discipline is so bad.
Yeah, it really is. Just has a problem with his plate patience, and it takes too many or doesn't take enough walks really. And a lot of people drafted him very early last year, and he unfortunately disappointed heavily. After the All-Star break, he was an absolute beast. He raised his ISO, was stealing bases and hitting for power, and he's having a pretty good spring. So I'd love to just see a full season out of him. The concern with him always is he's going to hit in the bottom third of the lineup, which is always an issue. But this year in Atlanta, I think that's a good thing. I think they're going to be turning the lineup many times over. Also, another big cheat code for me, at least, is draft as many Braves hitters as I can.
That's music to Scott's ears right there. You love to see that. Scott, you're muted, by the way, if you're trying to talk.
I said your mouth to God's ears. Yeah, that's I am less hopeful. I don't love the downgrade from Ozuna to Yastrzemski, and now their starting shortstop is hurt. And of course, they lost Jurickson and Profar. So it's already been a bad start for the state of their lineup, but they do have a lot of big bats too. I just hope the bottom end guys, the Mauricio Dubons of the world, can keep that lineup turning over. The Eli Whites of the world, he might be a starter, you know.
All right, I am up here with a decision to make, and taking a look, trying to figure out what do I do. Nice turn there, Chase Burns and Nick Lodolo. Simon went with the Yankees turn last time. He went with the Reds turn this time, and he
likes a theme.
Pretty fun turn. I probably would have looked at Lodolo here if he was still available, but he is not. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead, 2-catcher league. I'm going to fill both the catcher spots. I'm going to go with Che Langoliers, and I'll take Salvador Perez here. The ageless wonder, Salvador Perez, with the fences coming in and Kaufman. The power is going to be there. RBI are going to be great. Hopefully the batting average could tick back up a little bit, but happy to get the two strong closers there. 2 catchers rather in a 2-catcher league. Vlad, you selected Nick Pivetta. Any concern lately about this arm fatigue that he's dealing with?
No, I think it's that time of year that a lot of them suffer. They're ramping back up. They're back in there. I'm pretty confident with Pivetta. I really love the gains he has made with reducing his walk rate over the last couple of years. I mean, he was the guy we wanted to see make it happen, and was a 5+ ERA guy for so many years. And we've seen it finally come to fruition. The home ballpark is just amazing. They're going to be a lot of games against the Diamondbacks, the Rockies at home, and in that park. So to me, he feels like a pretty solid SP3.
All right, after you selected Pivetta, I took Salvador Perez. There was Kevin Gausman, Nolan McLean, Sandy.
Tell me about it,
Stud.
Sandy Alcantara went to Chris, Willie Adames, and then Will Smith. And
I'd rather hear her say stud, Chris. I'm not going to lie.
That's too bad. I'm going to say it every time now.
Just kind of throws the vibe off. I don't know.
You know, were you not listening before the show when I said if something I do upsets you, I'm just going to keep doing it? You can't give me that information.
Oh, boy. Well, I was hoping Will Smith made it to me here in round 9, pick 10, 106 overall. He did not. Came too short. 2 picks short. So what am I going to do instead? Good question. I think I'm going to take Jose Altuve. Hope he helps a little with batting average. The idea here would be to slot him in the outfield, actually, because I already have a second baseman, Bryce Terang. I only have 1 outfielder, but the versatility doesn't hurt at that weak position. And we'll see if the other guy I was considering. So Luke Keeschel goes right after Altuve. I started a little bit of a second base run here. Man, they pick quick on the end after me. I barely get time to comment.
We got to keep things moving. This has to be done by 5 o'clock.
We're fine. We're almost halfway done.
Can I do a quick airing of the grievances? Sure. There's no World Baseball Classic today. and there are no spring training games on MLB TV right now. This should be illegal.
Everything is done?
No, there's 3 4 o'clock games and none of them are on TV.
Oh, jeez.
Ridiculous.
Are we not good enough for you, Chris?
I just like to have, it's comforting. I like to have my comfort baseball on in the background.
Yeah. I mean,
while I'm doing 3 other things.
There's nothing else going on. Everyone's got to come watch the mock draft.
That's the only thing people can watch.
That's the only thing. Kyle Stowers is the next pick. He's dealing with the hamstring, but it sounds like he could return this weekend. Jeremy Pena, by the way, went at pick 108 here, and he has the fractured finger. He'll be reevaluated in about like 10 days from now. So actually less than that. I think it's like 7 days now at this point, and we'll see if he's ready for opening day. Scott, you are back up. Your last pick was Altuve. We are in round 10.
Yeah. So I was thinking about Raisel Iglesias with my last pick. I don't have a closer yet. I'm thinking about Raisel Iglesias here too. But I actually still see a handful of save sources that I feel pretty good about. And Raisel Iglesias has some question marks with the Braves having signed Robert Suarez. He now becomes arguably the top setup man in the game. So instead, I'm going to be careful not to blow my starting pitcher advantages that I built early and take a young stud that I'm very excited about. Cam Schlittler of the New York Yankees. Your New York Yankees, Frank.
How could you do this, Scott?
Doubling the pain for you.
Yep. Cam Schlittler, by the way, was dealing with the mid-back tightness earlier in spring, but he's made 2 starts. He made another start yesterday. He looked absolutely filthy.
He looks
6 strikeouts. Yeah. He's averaging like 99 on the fastball. That cutter velocity has been
cutter's up like 3.
Yeah. Look, I do worry about the injuries, but man, the talent is pretty tantalizing there with Cam Schlittler.
There was an interesting quote I saw where he might not be throwing a changeup right now, but part of that is because he's actually throwing 2 different cutters, is what he said. He's got the like 95, 94 mile an hour one, and he's got the slower one that he threw last year. And so I think those are going to be his primary way of attacking lefties. I know Nick Pollock loves him. When he was on the show the other day, he has him as a top 25 starting pitcher. The Yankees didn't really mess with his workload last year either. He was throwing 90-plus pitches pretty regularly. So there's a lot to like about Cam Schlittler right now, I think.
All right, after Cam, we got Ozzy Albies, Raisel Iglesias, Ivan Herrera, and Chris, you're back up.
I should have taken Luke Keeschel with my last pick. I thought he might make it. I didn't. That's a bummer.
Flew too close to the sun, Icarus.
Yeah, I often do. Boy, I really don't know what I want to do right now. My top player is a catcher, but I don't think I want to do that. My second best player is a shortstop. I don't want to do that. I think I'm going to take a guy I don't really like very much, which is always a good way to start a sentence during a draft.
You don't get through a whole draft without taking some guys you don't like.
Yeah, Alex Bregman at 115 is probably fine. We have our concerns, but that's okay.
Third base is pretty depleted at this point. So yes. I was looking at him myself as well. So
it's pretty much right at ADP, maybe even slightly behind ADP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I do have him as a bust, Alex Bregman, going to Wrigley. He has always had the benefit of playing in parks that favor his pull tendencies. He's actually not a guy that impacts the ball very hard for as many home runs as he's hit in his career. And opinions are divided on this. I know StatCast shows his home run output should be fine at Wrigley. I just think StatCast isn't totally accounting for all the quirks of that venue and just how much deeper it is in the corners, the deepest park in the corners by far, and then the wind effects. So often the wind is blowing in, particularly in recent years. Mm-hmm. So I think we could see a career worst year for Bregman, but still, given how weak third base is, and we're 115 picks in, I think it's, even as somebody who doesn't like Bregman in that scenario, I think it's fine to take him here.
After Bregman, we got Brandon Lau, Ryan Helsley. I selected Emmett Sheehan. I was looking at Vlad to see if he would react when I took Emmett Sheehan. Vlad?
I did inside. I very much did inside.
He's got a poker face.
Yeah. You're on the clock, Vlad. What are you looking at?
See, I need to shore up my offense. I'm going to go with Luis Robert Jr., who I really like to have a new fresh start. with the Mets.
That is a fresh take for this podcast. We are not the most bullish on Luis Robert here. So what makes you so bullish?
So I feel like he's been essentially in this bad dream for the last few years, having 5 managers in the last 5 years, 6 if you count Grady Sizemore there as an interim, and he's been hurt for all these years as well. And so just being around a group of and losing 3 straight seasons of 100 games. The talent's been there. We've seen him hit for 38 home runs. We saw the speed in the last couple of months of the year of last season before he got hurt. And he's going to play because he's good defensively. And you get him around these veterans like Juan Soto, Lindor, Freddie Peralta, and I think you're going to see a little bit of change in him. So big on Robert Jr.
Very positive reports out of camp. He made his spring debut today. He had 2 batted balls over 100 miles an hour.
Nice.
One of them was a single, one of them was a ground out, but the reports about his playing shape have been very positive so far, at least. We haven't seen it in action yet, but that's good. One bad thing out of that game, Scott, I'm sorry, Sean Manaea's velocity is way down. I think he maxed at like 90 miles an hour today.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle, it seems.
Yeah, that's in theory. We were talking about this before we started recording. I am going to put out a Deep Sleepers, my yearly Deep Sleepers article on Friday. I have 40 guys. I comment on all of them briefly, just casting a wide net, looking for upside in the deepest places. I was tempted to put both Bailey Ober and Sean Manaea on there, and I may still, because it's not all about how their velocity looks this spring, but I could make a much more compelling case if their velocity was at least holding steady, given that they're both coming off disappointing years. I don't know. They're on the bubble for my 40 Deep Sleepers.
All right, at the turn after Vlad selected Luis Robert, we got Teoscar Hernandez and Brandon Woodruff. Vlad, you selected Spencer Strider. I took Joe Adell, needed a second outfielder. I did not realize I only had 1 outfielder at this point in the draft. Then Brandon Nimmo and Jacob Wilson. But Vlad, let's go back to your pick here on Spencer Strider. I mean, much like your Luis Robert pick, we are pretty much down across the board, all 3 of us here on Spencer Strider. And his velocity has ticked back up a little bit the last 2 starts, but he's still not getting whiffs on his fastball. So where are you at on Spencer Strider? What are the, not chances that he gets back to the pitcher he was before, but I don't know, like 75, 80% of the pitcher that he was before?
Yeah, that's essentially what I'm hoping for when I click on him here. I think there was a time in draft season when he was going in the 80s and 90s, and we just didn't know what to expect, and people were very polarized on him. I think if he's going around here, if he's available here as like my SP4, I think it's a stab worth taking. And if I am going to get 75, 80%, it'll be great. And granted, you'll never get that season anything similar to what he had, of course. But you saw the DeGrom approach, and I know it's not apples for apples here, but where kind of lowered his velocity intentionally. I don't think that's what Strider's doing, but I think there's some element to that, and I think he'll find himself. So I think everything will kind of bounce back up. I don't think it'll be a smooth ride. I think there'll be some bumps along the road, but willing to go on the journey with him.
The slider's still great. I mean, he still gets like. Even at, I think it's been more like 83, 84 rather than 86, 87 as it was at its peak. It still was one of the best swing and miss pitches in baseball last year. It's just, can he get that fastball to average again? It was an elite pitch for a while, That's the argument I've made for Chase Burns all offseason is like, it's hard to be a 2-pitch pitcher and succeed at the major league level. If both pitches are 70 grade pitches, then you're Spencer Strider or Hunter Green, and you can do it. Right now, it's more like Spencer Strider maybe has a 65 slider and a 50 fastball. So it's a lot harder to do there. But I really hope I'm wrong. That is like the player I hope I'm most wrong about this year, because Spencer Strider at his best was so much fun.
Catching people up on picks here, going back to round 11, there was Jacob Wilson, Trevor Story, Shane O'Mac.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
That is Shane McClanahan, 127th overall. That is much higher than we're used to seeing him go. Bubba Chandler, Jacob Marcy, Jeff Hoffman went to Scott, then Lawrence Butler and Yainer Diaz to finish out round 11. Into round 12, some of those closers starting to go. Daniel Palencia, Jacob Misiorowski, The Miz, Josh Hader to Scott, Kazuma Okamoto, it's pretty high too, 136. And then Adley Rutschman. But Scott, you went with the double dip here at closer.
Yeah, so I felt like I was at risk of flying too close to the sun myself at relief pitcher, having passed up Raisel Iglesias last time. But this is exactly who I had in mind, Jeff Hoffman, hoping he would come back to me. I think he's in for a big bounce back season. He thinks he identified the home run issue he had last year, overemphasizing his fastball. Plans to emphasize the slider closer to how he was in Philadelphia when he was a dominant reliever. And there was still plenty to like about Hoffman's performance as the Blue Jays closer last year. Just has to deal with that home run issue, and I think he will. And then getting Josh Hader, I think, is a nice injury tag value here. Below ADP, even by NFBC standards, he is going to begin the year on the IL, but he's already throwing off a bullpen. I don't think Hader is going to be out for long, and of course, he's a stud closer when he's healthy. There's only one other closer left that I feel somewhat confident about on the whole draft board. So I felt like doubling up here made sense for me, even though it meant passing up on Adley Rutschman, who went a couple picks later. I don't have a catcher yet. That's making me a little nervous. Oh, you took him actually, the other closer, Emilio Pagan, Frank. You took him here 7 picks later. So I guess you can run through the picks and talk about that.
Yep. So again, after Scott selected Hader, there was Kazuma Okamoto, which again, that's higher than we're used to seeing, but he is on the rise a little bit.
We do like him. This is probably where he should be going. We just like getting him at that extreme discount.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Adley Rutschman, Xavier Edwards, Pete Fairbanks went to Chris. Then Connor Griffin at 140. Gavin Williams, I selected Emilio Pagan. And Vlad, you took Matt McLain. So, man, some really fun picks in this range. McLain having the huge spring. He is using a longer bat. He's changed his batting stance, and it seems like you are buying in here.
Yeah, I swear I'm not just a spring training hype helium buyer. No, I do feel like he's been undervalued for most of draft season, and this is a guy that clearly disappointed us, going around 9,100 last year. And so you knew after last year the dip was going to be harsh. Him hitting 9th last season for a chunk of the year, missing being benched on occasion was also rough. The batting average, strikeouts, everything rough. But talented hitter, former first-round pick out of UCLA. The ballpark is in play. The lineup is nice. I think because Noelvi Marte can't hit lefties, you're going to see McLain hitting second in that lineup, hopefully against both lefties and righties. And like what I'm seeing. So the one thing I was going to say, I was trying to figure out on the grid who exactly the team that on the turn is, so I could figure out if I needed to go second baseman or another position, and I couldn't figure it out.
So if you go to the roster grid and you go by draft order, then you can see it'll show like the teams that are right after you. If I'm explaining.
Oh, by draft order. Got it.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, it is a good tool to use just to know what that team after you has. So it kind of influences your picks as well. Mm-hmm. After you selected Matt McLain at the turn, we got Yandy Diaz, Ian Happ, Francisco Alvarez. Chris, talk to us here about Connor Griffin at 140. There was a roster projection from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that had Connor Griffin on the opening day roster, but those are just two beat writers that are speculating. But it still was interesting to see that.
It's informed speculation, if nothing else. I'm not necessarily saying they are reporting that Connor Griffin will make the team, but they would know better than I would what the chances are. They're there every day. They're talking to the managers and everything. I think there are some people who are acting like there's no chance he makes the team, and there are some people who are acting like it's guaranteed. It obviously isn't either one of those still. We're exactly 2 weeks away from opening day. So we're probably about 10 days from knowing for sure if Connor Griffin will be up. 140 is about where he's going right now, I think, in the month of, let me make sure that's the ADP. I don't have it open. Okay, that's fine. He's been going around 140 in the month of March. I think that's climbing a lot. It's probably fine, I think, because I don't think he's going to be down long. Even if he's not starting the season in the majors, it'll be by May, I think, or at least sometime in May. And he has a chance to absolutely be worth this pick, even if he misses the first month of the season. It's tough. It's tough to swallow that from a 12th round pick not getting anything, but I think he can absolutely be worth this price just because, I think he'll be a bad hitter Bobby Witt Jr. was like a 90 WRC plus his rookie season. Bobby Witt was also a top 50 player in fantasy that year because he stole 40 bases or 50 bases maybe. Connor Griffin, it's going to be tough to steal 50 bases. It's tough for anybody to steal 50 bases. He stole 65 in the minors last year. This guy might be the kind of base runner where if he's just a non-disaster as a hitter, he might be a must-start fantasy player no matter what.
All right, catch people up here. After Vlad selected Francisco Alvarez, I took Ryan Pepio. Let's go, Pep boys. After that, there was Trevor McGill, Chris Bubich, Carlos Estevez, and Mike Trout. Before we move any further, we have 650 people watching us live on YouTube right now, so we appreciate all of you being here. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that as well. I believe we have right around 200 likes, so a lot of people here watching. You haven't liked the video yet, so hook us up. We do appreciate that. And big thanks to the listeners that are in this mock draft with us. It's gone very smoothly. We appreciate you helping us out with this as well.
So I had a reaction there. I don't know if people heard Chris Bubich at 149. I've been joking that I just don't believe his ADP. Even over the last week on NFBC, nearly 60 drafts, he's been going 200th overall. He never comes close to that in our drafts. I love Chris Bubich as a sleeper. I never get to take him.
That's because everybody who we're drafting with listens to the show.
I guess so. I guess.
Like I've got him like 135th. So
you don't think the people doing the NFBC drafts putting big dollars down listen to us, though? I don't. No, maybe not.
I do.
But
thank you, Vlad.
Yeah.
Then they do.
Like Bubich he fulfilled the upside last year. He was an ace for the time he was healthy, missed the last couple months with an injury, but, looks to be at full strength this spring. I think he's going to pick up where he left off and be a dominant pitcher. To get him as late as 200 would be awesome. Never happens. I'm going to go with a guy here in round 13. I almost took him with the last picks when I took the pair of closers. Dansby Swanson is my middle infielder. Just a great compiler in home runs, stolen bases, runs, RBI. It's going to be 20-20, 80-80. And that is so valuable at this point in a Roto draft. Not a help in batting average, but not a hurt in batting average either. I think Dansby Swanson is just a really safe guy to plug in and just not have any concerns about.
By the way, I do have to lodge a complaint about Vlad's last pick.
What is that?
Because Francisco Alvarez is my favorite catcher that I can usually wait on. I think he should be going right around where you took him. I have him ranked right around 150, and he usually goes 30 picks later, and I think he's going to have a monster season. He went down to AAA. He changed his batting stance. He was a guy I had forgotten. He broke his hamate bone last spring. Had a delayed start to the season. But he went down to AAA. He changed his batting stance up. He hit like 12 homers in 24 games or something on his AAA stint. Came back up to the majors, had a 940 OPS after he came back. He's having a good spring. He hit a ball like 440 feet to dead center on Tuesday, I believe. I just think Francisco Alvarez is going to be an absolute monster this year. So I really hated that pick. Good job.
I waved my Dikembe Mutombo finger.
Yeah,
My apologies.
After Scott selected Dansby Swanson, Matt Chapman. So my third baseman will officially be Crap. Thank you for that. Jack Caglione at 156, another name who's on the rise. He's having himself a big spring. Tatsuya Imai to kick off round 14. Kenley Jansen, Samuel Basayo to Scott, and then Jonathan Aranda. So for those watching, you might have seen I was deliberating over which pick to make. When I did, I took Ryan Pepio. I was debating him or Kenley Jansen. Jansen as my RP2 or Pepio as my SP4. I think there are a few other lower end closers that have the job that I can grab a little bit later on, but was playing a little bit chicken there to see if Kenley Jansen would make it back. He will not. Jonathan Aranda goes, Taylor Ward, and Griffin Jacks at 162.
I want to point out, remember earlier, I believe it was round 6, or was it even round 5? I took Josh Naylor as my second first baseman, so filling my corner infield spot. And I talked about how there were some high upside guys I liked later at that position, but they tend to be pushed up in drafts, and they tend to go in quick succession, so it's easy to miss out on them. Now would have been a perfect time to take one. Jonathan Aranda went right after my pick. He went 160th overall. Sal Stewart, just for the benefit of the audience, is the other one I'm thinking about here.
I'm one pick away. My goodness.
Notice I don't. I'm saying it as somebody who doesn't feel like he can take him. But you know what, Samuel Basayo.
Come on, Scott.
Sorry, Frank. It's for the benefit for the good of the show, as our friend Nando Defino liked to say. Sorry. I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry. But I'm not.
We love to see it.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Shout out Nando, one of the best dudes in the industry. Love Nando.
One of the OGs.
Everybody loves Nando.
Yeah.
Every time
Nando loves everybody.
Every time I go to any event in the fantasy sports world, I just find Nando and hold on to his arm because I know he will just introduce me to every single person, no matter who they are. So it's always a good reference to have for that.
Oh, geez. That was right in the heart. All right. I've got to figure out how to recover here. I'm going to go ahead and take Royce Lewis as my starting third baseman. What could go wrong with Royce Lewis?
That does feel like a big downgrade, right? Sal Stewart to Royce Lewis is your.
I love Sal Stewart, but I like Royce Lewis this year. It's a little bit earlier than where he typically goes, but I need a third baseman. He's had an okay spring. The batting average is down, but I like the fact that he's still running. He ran a lot in the final 2 months of the season. He's already got like 2 or 3 steals this spring. So he was dealing with the side injury, but he seems to be past that. He's been playing in games. So I know he's probably going to be hurt at some point, but I need a third baseman, and I still think he has upside. So.
And I know he did a lot of work on his mechanics this offseason. Of course, we've seen him be a good hitter before. It's just been a couple years since then. I'd like to see a little, he spent so much of the spring injured already that we haven't gotten to see a ton of evidence. And it's a small sample regardless. But I don't think it's unrealistic to have hopes for Lewis. It's just a lot of hope behind it as opposed to tangible reasons.
You know what I'm running into at this point in the draft? I like the pitchers available so much more than the hitters.
Yeah.
It's a real problem right now because I do have 3 pitcher spots left to fill and 6 hitter spots left to fill. And I just, like Carlos Estevez, sheep wouldn't be the right word because everybody's running away from him, but maybe lemming because I might be jumping off a cliff with Carlos Estevez, but he's a closer. He had 40 saves last year, so hopefully he can still be good, right?
I want to comment on your last pick, Chris, at 163 in round 14, Trey Savage. Because my draft board said to take him when I took Basayo at my last pick, and I only have 3 starting pitchers right now. And I came really close to pulling the trigger, but I don't like the reports we're hearing out of Toronto right now about his usage to start the year. At first, they were saying, 3 to 4 inning starts for a while to limit his innings, which aren't going to be that useful in fantasy. Don't know how long that's going to go on. But I'm starting to wonder if they keep him in extended spring training or even working out of the bullpen early on as a way to limit his workload now that they brought in Max Scherzer and they seem to be ramping up Scherzer in earnest.
Might be a speed bump there already.
Oh, what happened?
Not with Scherzer, but Jose Barrios has an elbow injury.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps. Maybe I should have taken you Savage then.
Well, I think for me, it's just, we talked about this when Nick was on the show. I think, Scott, it was after your internet went down, but I think you have to understand what kind of player you are. And I understand that I'm a pretty stubborn fantasy player, often to my detriment. I will not move off of players when I should, but that means I know there's no way I'm dropping Trey Savage, no matter how frustrating it gets in April. He's going to be on my team no matter what. And so I just kind of think by May 1st, I'm probably going to be really happy I have Trey Savage on my team. And so I just have to put up with a couple of weeks of discomfort, and I should be able to get through it. So that's the way I'm looking at it, but that might be an overly optimistic view.
Take that, Scott. That's what you get for revealing my South Stewart pick. I saw you get upset when Carter Jensen got
Carter Jensen, Dalton Varsho. I was hoping that would be my next pair of picks.
I got to move Jensen up.
And now I get neither of them. So that was unfortunate, and I have to scramble here.
I'm not drafting enough Carter Jensen these days.
We will let you scramble. Vlad, I want to go back to your picks for a second here. You took Drew Rasmussen and Wilson Contreras, who might be like kind of boring picks, but seem solid. I mean, Rasmussen, it's always good ratios, probably around 150, 160 innings. And Contreras, I mean, I love that bat in Fenway.
Yeah, I love Contreras. Should be the cleanup hitter there in Boston. Again, this is a guy that he's in his 30s. He hasn't had a season of 600 plus plate appearances ever, but now it'll be his second season not having to catch. And it's a very good offense. I think he's going to drive in a ton of batters. I think he's going to get your 25 if he stays healthy. Maybe gets those 600 plate appearances, maybe 30 plus home runs. So nice little. There are a lot of risks, I feel like, with the corner infielders as we go deeper down the board, whether it be batting average or lineup placement and whatnot. So felt like a solid pick for me. And then Drew Rasmussen, I mean, the guy just doesn't give up runs. It's a career ERA under 3 and moving back to the trop. So I'm a big fan.
All right, after you selected Contreras, I took Shota Imanaga, usually as my SP4, get him as my SP5 here. Always good whip help. Dalton Varsho, Dennis Santana, JJ Weatherholt went to Chris. There was Carter Jensen, Brian Reynolds, Robbie Ray, Michael King to Scott, Colson Montgomery, Blake Snell. We are now into round 16, Dylan Cruz and Mackenzie Gore. Scott, we'll come back to you on your pick. Chris, I want to ask you about JJ Weatherholt here, 174, a little bit higher than ADP, but starting to feel like he's just going to be up on opening day, and he's looked really good.
I think it's all but guaranteed. I've been talking about, I think McGonigal and Griffin are basically coin flips to be on the opening day roster at this point. I think JJ Weatherholt is like a 20-sided die that's weighted on 19 of the sides. I don't know if that's actually how it works, but I think it's all but certain he's going to be on the team. He's having a nice spring. Everybody's been talking about him since they broke camp. When they arrived, there was no real suggestion that he wasn't going to be their starting second baseman, and that's what it was. I have that second base spot open. It is still technically open, but as you're drafting, keep in mind, Bo Bichette's going to get third base eligibility. JJ Weatherholt's going to get second base eligibility very early on. There are plenty of guys who will get eligibility as the season goes on, but those are two of the bigger ones who they're going to have that eligibility by, the Wednesday of week 2, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you were discussing your 19-sided die or whatever you said, I felt like Anchorman when he's like, what did you just say? I always go with that gif. It's a great one. I no idea what you're saying, Chris, but I'm sure. Let's catch people up. Scott selected Spencer Torkelson, then Andy Pajes, Marcus Semien, Addison Barger. Chris, you get Dalen Lyle, someone we've been talking a lot about as well.
Yeah. After I made the Torkelson pick, I was thinking I probably should have gone Dalen Lyle there.
Really, really good price on Andy Pajes, by the way. I'm not an Andy Pajes believer, but yeah, 185. He was my top ranked player for several rounds, so that's a pretty good buy.
And someone I debated taking last pick is Brenton Doyle. Do like him a little bit as a bounce back here. My team definitely could use some speed. Some questions about whether or not he's actually a good hitter. I think 2 years ago is probably the career year for Brenton Doyle, but if he can hit 240 and give me 15 to 20 homers, 25 to 30 steals, I think that's all within the range of outcomes there for Brenton Doyle.
I got to say, these drafters are doing a pretty good job. This has, the players everybody's excited about, the breakouts, the sleepers, they are getting pushed up in this draft so that you can't get them close to ADP. And yet, nobody I want is sliding because of that. I'm not seeing any obvious values in response to those players being pushed up. So it's been.
Well, that's just because you didn't want to take Andy Pajes.
Yeah, I don't like Andy. I do prefer Spencer Torkelson to Andy Pajes straight up, especially in a build where I think power is what I need most. So I did not want to take Pajes, but if you, that's what I mean though. I don't think I just have Pajes on my bust list. I think you have him as a bust, Chris. He was somebody who fell but he's not like we're not excited to take him.
Yeah.
And sometimes you do just take that guy. I've often advocated for that, but I would rather the players who fall be ones that I'm thrilled to take. Like, wow, I can't believe you let me get this guy 30 spots below ADP, and that's not happening.
After I selected Brenton Doyle, Vlad, you took Shane Baz. Then at the turn, we got Brian Abreu and Munetaka Murakami. That's a pretty fun turn. Ezekiel Tovar, back to you, Vlad. I took Sir Anthony Dominguez as my second closer. Then Ramon Laureano and Noelvi Marte. We'll talk about Marte in a second. He fell pretty far in this draft. But Vlad, you take Shane Baz, who's now with Baltimore, and Ezekiel Tovar. Was Tovar your starting shortstop, or no? He was your middle infielder, right?
Yes, yeah. So I have Lindor there, and Tovar is not. He's a profile. His profile is not something I'm usually into. He's it's an absolute mess. I know he's made some progressions there in the off season and some improvements. And he's I forgot the word you guys use, but I'd say accumulator. He's just going to rack up the stats. Compiler, yeah. And he's going to hit first or second. It's going to get you a little bit of everything, and
play every day for sure.
Play every day.
Yeah. Catching people up, I took Dominguez. There was Laureano, Noelvi Marte again, 197. Jorge Polanco, Max Muncy of the Dodgers, Joe Musgrove, Kate Horton, and Sonny Gray to Scott.
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, those.
I have Joe Musgrove.
Are so good.
I have Joe Musgrove ahead of Sonny Gray, and ADP shows that's ridiculous. ADP Musgrove is going 90 spots behind Sonny Gray, but here's Joe Musgrove goes ahead of Sonny Gray, just like I have it. So I took Sonny Gray, and I'm getting him about 80 spots below ADP, so I'm not going to complain about it. My biggest concerns for him are the ratios, and obviously I have a good cushion there with Skubal and Skeens at the top of the draft, but I would have rather had Musgrove.
We are into round 18. We got Zach Wheeler and Luis Castillo. So two names that last much later than usual. Noelvi Marte at 197, which I mentioned earlier. Zach Wheeler here at 205. I think the Wheeler thing is kind of like, again, we're drafting with people that listen to the podcast, and, we're a little bit more skeptical of Zach Wheeler and his return. But, Vlad, what do you think about those two falling here? Marte, it feels like the playing time is not guaranteed there. Apparently he's looked really bad defensively in the outfield this spring. And then Zach Wheeler here at 205. Could be back in April, but not a guarantee. And we're not even sure what he's going to look like when he returns. So any thoughts here on the fall of both Noelvi Marte and Zach Wheeler?
Yeah, I know Noelvi Marte is not somebody I usually draft, but at a point when you start getting past 200, it's got to do the 1v1 comparisons versus the players that are there at on the board. He is a tough click for me. And with Zach Wheeler, listen, I was going to ask you guys what the IL rules are here. That's the only reason I didn't draft him, but I think he'll be back in May. I think he's going to be a top 12 fantasy pitcher this year. And I'm pretty optimistic, but I guess I'm usually pretty optimistic about most things in life.
Yeah, we usually do IL spots in CBS leagues.
Let's just assume there's like 3 to 5 IL spots in this league. Yeah.
So can we roll it back? And I could take Wheeler?
But that is a significant difference when you're talking about taking, Garrett Cole, Carlos Rodon, Josh Hader. That's why I'm actually pretty surprised in a lot of these NFBC drafts where Zach Wheeler's going pretty close to the top 100. And that's a deep league with no IL spots, but it's also overall contests where, man, if Zach Wheeler's 90% of what he was last year, that's a steal if he's back by mid-April, which that sounds like the plan.
That is kind of the fallacy of following NFBC ADP so closely is those are a lot of them play in multiple leagues and they're just trying to win the overall contest with one. So they are not that concerned with downside risk. And obviously there's a lot of downside risk for Zach Wheeler, but what does the upside look like? Upside is from the time he returns, he's the best pitcher in fantasy, perhaps, or at least the fourth best. And so from that perspective, okay, if he busts, that's fine. I've got, 8 other entries that I could try to win with, 12 other entries. But if you're the average fantasy player, you're in 1 or 2 leagues, and it's like, well, I don't want to stake my whole season to Zach Wheeler, and then I'm just miserable if he comes back and he's not the same.
There's definitely game theory involved in a lot of what we're talking about, because when you're playing for an overall prize, you do need to hit on some real upside to have a chance. Now, that's not to say that every pick you make should be risky. A lot of the really good high stakes players avoid risk pretty judiciously. But yeah, it's just kind of always true. It's, we talk a lot less about DFS now than we used to, but there was a little bit of that in the DFS tournament talk, where it's like, yeah, you kind of need to be different. You need to be weird. You need to take some chances to have a chance to stand out as well. Because you also, you kind of need some different players to hit for your team to win. Because if there's guys who are super popular, a lot of people are going to have those guys already.
Well, we actually have a high stakes player here, so
Yeah,
instead
why
of
don't we
us
just ask Vlad?
philosophizing on it.
Vlad, we'll let you make your pick. I'll catch people up, and then we'll get back to you on that.
I'm back up.
Going back to, do you want me to back that up?
No,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Just building my Red Sox stack. And by the way, there's another former Yankee. Almost forgot about it because he was with Milwaukee. Who I haven't heard him say yet that he hates the Yankees, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Red Sox now.
It's such a popular thing to do, huh? Caleb Durbin was the pick there for Vlad. I will go ahead and make my pick here. I think I need a little bit more batting average, some speed. I will take Sal Frelick as my 4th outfielder. Going back to round 18, again, there was Wheeler at the top there at 205. Luis Castillo, Ranger Suarez went to Scott. We got JT Realmuto, Carlos Rodon, Tanner Bybee, Kyle Manzardo to Chris. Then Alec Burleson, Bryson Stott. I took Kevin McGonigal at 214 as my middle infielder. Ryan Walker to Vlad, Brendan Donovan. Then into round 19, Garrett Cole, Caleb Durbin to Vlad, who I was looking at as well. I think that's a really good pick. Sal Frelick, Giancarlo Stanton, Riley O'Brien, Edward Cabrera, Shane Bieber, Parker Messick. So let's go back to
follow all that.
Yeah, there's a lot of picks.
Yeah.
Vlad, we'll go back to you. What do you think about the, high stakes and diversifying and kind of that idea that, you could take more risks on if you have like a lot of different teams and just the ability to diversify in that way?
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously different approaches. And if you guys remember, an absolute legend named Casey Chai does not play in the NFBC anymore. But when he goes, when he drafts and he does volume drafts, used to play all the high stakes stuff. When he wins, it's everything, right? And we've seen Phil Dussault do the same thing. Like a lot of times they just are going in on their plan and their guys and they're executing it. Other people that are volume drafters, they diversify. I think it's much better to diversify in the early rounds, of course. If you have, 3 number 1 picks and you're doing 3 main events, you're going to want to mix in a judge there and, maybe something else. So, and then with someone like Wheeler, of course, if you get somebody like that as your number 3 and it pans out, it's great. Other times, maybe there could be delays and you're just basically soaking up a bench spot. You only have 7 bench spots in NFBC. And then what if you want to take someone else later? Someone else gets hurt or you've got somebody waiting in the wings in the minors. All of a sudden, you don't have roster flexibility to get things done. So very many approaches. The one thing I'll say is a lot of the best players in the main event in the NFBC, they are not going after the hype guys. Usually you won't see like a Connor Griffin on their team in the 130s. They're drafting the Brian Reynoldses and the Ezekiel Tovars and somehow getting it done. I look at their team sometimes when they draft. I'm like, what is this? Here I am drafting my flashy guys, and there they go to first place in the league.
I mean, we had playing on the name Mike Mager, who won the
colleague.
auction championship last year. Great player. His most expensive hitter was Yordan Alvarez, I think.
Yep.
And his most expensive pitcher was Blake Snell.
I think he had Tarek Skubal too.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways, and I think he had Kyle Rowley on that team. Like but Kyle Rowley was not a sexy pick last year. George Springer, it's like a decade since anybody's really wanted to draft George Springer. So yeah, you gotta hit on some unsexy picks who are going to play a lot. That's also a big part in these a 15-team league, especially guys who are just in the lineup every day. Like Ezekiel Tovar is a good example of a guy who just in a 12-team league, maybe you look at it and say, he's kind of a boring pick. But in a 15-team league, the dude's going to hit leadoff for second every single day for, the Rockies, who are a bad team, but play at Coors Field still.
Yeah. Catching people up here. I'm not going to read off every pick, but Scott selected Willie Abreu. We got Robert Garcia, Aaron Nola. We're into round 20. There's Justin Crawford, Jordan Westberg, stash him on the IL. Scott took Austin Wells. Abner Uribe, I think that's a great pick. I was looking at taking him if he fell even further. That was at 232. Grayson Rodriguez, Gleyber Torres. Chris, you selected D-backs opening day starter Zach Gallen.
Talk about an unsexy pick, but that's a guy who, as
long
as he stays
up
healthy,
this spring, and he's talked a lot about that he has a lot to prove this year to try and earn that contract that he wants. So.
Yep, and he is a free agent again, so that and he won't be tagged with the draft pick compensation this time. So, market should be better for him if he has a good year. And he was more useful in the second half than he was in the first last year. So, I think we already started to see him figure it out. But the velocity being up is a good sign. I think Zach Gallen is a fine pick outside of the top 225, certainly.
I am in a bad state in the outfield here, which happens too often to me. I think what happens, like anytime I have a draft where I don't take an outfielder in round 1 or 2, it's just in a 5 outfielder league like this, it's hard to come up with 3 good outfielders in that scenario. I have 2. One of them is Jose Altuve. But now Wilyer Abreu was my 3rd, and wasn't thrilled with that. I'm probably going to take some big stabs here with my final 2 outfield spot, just chasing upside rather than settling for somebody boring, which I think is more justifiable in a 12-teamer than a 15-teamer. But it's not ideal. Don't neglect the outfield, kids.
Scott, what are the chances that we could finish 3 rounds in 10 minutes?
Good. We will.
All right. I hope so. Vlad, you selected Adolis Garcia, and I feel like I've heard you talk about him quite a bit this offseason. So tell us what you like about a potential Adolis Garcia bounce back, and your next pick here, Jordan Beck, who is over there with the Rockies as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, Adolis Garcia, I'm all right with him at the price and just potentially hitting cleanup in that lineup behind some strong guys. I do like a change of scenery a lot for players. I know it's been a little bit messy there in the Texas clubhouse, and things are changing. Maybe the vibes will get better. But Adolis moving on to Philly, I think it's a good spot for him. I think batting average could suffer, but you might get a few stolen bases. Hopefully, we'll see the bat speed up. Jordan Beck is just a solid outfield 5 lineup filler with 2020 potential. Nothing too exciting.
All right, catching people up.
Frank, you're the one holding us up, man. I took 30 seconds to make your pick.
My bad.
Come on.
I took Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly, who's dealing with the back, but he's supposed to make his debut this weekend. I've been drafting him all offseason as my SP5, SP6 in a lot of leagues. He's boring, but usually comes through at solid ratios. It's 8K per 9-ish. He pitches.
That was one of my big stabs, Owen Casey. Come on, man.
Canadian legend.
Give me that power.
The Rockets' Red Glare, because he's a redhead. That's not the Canadian national anthem, but you know what I mean.
Doesn't make
he tends to get overshadowed in this rookie class, even though I think he's a shoe-in for a starting spot in the Marlins lineup.
There's some prospect fatigue there.
Of the outfielders we talk about that could be up on opening day, Owen Casey doesn't get mentioned. I mean, we talk about maybe some flasher names like Carson Benj or Chase DeLauder, but
Chase DeLauder went right afterward. That was another one of the stabs I was thinking of taking. So
I wonder if
it's really hard this spring, Chase DeLauder.
I wonder if Team Canada, there's a team named Team Canada in this draft, was getting ready to take Owen Casey, Chris.
I would hope so.
I better just take Carson Benj because I think that was the last of the 3. There's one more. There's one more potential upside guy, but I'm going ahead and take Benj here, who I hope makes the Mets as their right fielder.
Would really like some more confirmation about that. I've seen very little out of Mets camp one way or the other on how that position battle is
They
going.
have some good alternatives with Brett Beatty, who, of course, they'd like to get at bats, and also
they like Mike Tauchman.
Mike Tauchman, yeah. He's always been an underrated real-life player. He's so good at getting on base.
Could we please save Mark Vientos? Can we get this man some playing time? I don't know if you guys like him or not, but I
still think that there's talent there. Like there's legit power, but it's hard to see how it works out right now because if Benj is up in right field and Brett Beatty is the strong side platoon at DH, then what is Vientos? Just a short side platoon DH at this point?
And the problem with that is he's not actually all that good against lefties. It feels like he should be. At the worst, it feels like this is a guy who should be able to crush lefties, and he just hasn't done that in his career. So it is a situation where I would very much like to see him on a different team, just to get a chance. But
oh, Scotty, you dog!
I got to get Mike Burrows somewhere. I think I was the first on the Mike Burrows bandwagon, and I
don't know if you were the first, because Vlad and I were in a gladiator draft way back in like December, and he took Mike Burrows like right after he got acquired by the Astros. So Vlad, are you excited about Burrows as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm not super excited on the 6-man rotation over there, but that's fine. What we saw from him out of Pittsburgh after thinking he was a potentially failed prospect, he looks really good. I think that rotation in general is going to surprise some people.
Well, I sniped Team Canada with my own Casey pick, as he said in the chat, so he gets me back by taking Cody Ponce, who
take all the Canadians, baby. Oh, he's not.
I like Ponce too.
For the Blue Jays,
and I like Painter at this cost anyway. I think he's a worthy gamble, Andrew Painter. So this is what always happens in the 12-team Roto leagues, where you have just 9 pitcher spots. I mean, maybe there's just too many good pitchers to roster. Now, if you're playing in a typical league, you'll have a bench, and maybe you grab some bench guys before you fill out your hitter lineup. That makes sense given the volatility at pitcher. But it sometimes feels like you can't go wrong at starting pitcher. Just in a league of this size, deeper leagues like 15-teamers, it thins out. But in 12-teamers, there's just so much upside to be found at all stages of the draft. Cody Ponce, Mike Burrows, Andrew Painter. I mean, you'd have to call him an upside guy, even though there are some questions about how his fastball is playing this spring. There's a lot to like here still at starting pitcher.
And there's an upside guy there with Jack Leiter as well, who you selected, Vlad.
Yes, just listen, a little bit of influence from guys like Jacob deGrom and Eovaldi and that Park. Hopefully reduces his walk rate a little bit. Obviously, very, very storied prospect. So I'm a fan. I hope it works out for Jack Leiter.
All right, we are into the final round here. Shane Smith, another pitcher with a good amount of upside there. Tyler Mahle was the pick before. Maybe not the sexiest pick, but pitching his home starts in San Francisco. And Nick Pollock was talking up Tyler Mahle the other day. So whenever Nick talks, we listen.
I think he's going to be useful. Yeah, I mean, at that home park, he's not. I think he finished with a sub-2 ERA last season in like 90 innings or whatever it was. He's not going to do that, but it's a very good home park. He's a decent pitcher. Like, he's not an ace, but he's pretty good. So I think Tyler Mahle is certainly someone, especially once we get a little closer to opening day and we see where he slots into the lineup. If the matchups are good, he's definitely on my late round flyer list for sure.
All right, and then Vlad, your last pick here is Logan O'Hoppe. So let's we'll wrap up this final round and take a quick look at your team here, Vlad, to see who you wound up with. If I can figure out how to maneuver this thing. Here we go. You have on your hitting side, you have Francisco Alvarez and Logan O'Hoppe, Pete Alonso, Matt McClain, Caleb Durbin, Francisco Lindor, Ezequiel Tovar, Wilson Contreras. And then in the outfield, you have Byron Buxton, Adolis Garcia, Luis Robert, Michael Harris, Jordan Beck, and Shohei Ohtani. What do you think about the way that the hitters came together for you?
Yeah, I think I have some batting average concerns. Probably lots of them. Michael Harris isn't, I don't think, gonna carry those guys. And the outfield does seem a little off, a little weak. But overall, needed O'Hoppe, I felt, to shore up the power a little bit. And got some stolen bases, a mix of everything, but batting average will probably be the issue.
On the pitching side, you have Nick Pivetta, Cole Reagans, Shane Baz, Drew Rasmussen, Spencer Strider, Jesus Luzardo, Jack Leiter, Mason Miller, and Ryan Walker. Is this pretty typical of you to go 7 starters, 2 relievers for your 9 pitcher spots?
Yes, of course. Yeah, with a bench, I definitely would have a couple more relievers and everything. But yeah, I'm not afraid to take even my first bench pitcher before I fill out all my hitters. So the pitchers I do like.
All right, we did it. We finished in time. Scott, you were right. We actually got through the entire draft here.
Never had a doubt.
Timing. And I hate to just rush everything through and kick people off, but we do have to keep things moving here. So, Vlad, thank you so much. I want to remind everyone, you are the head of fantasy baseball over at FTN. You are the host of their fantasy baseball podcast as well. Writer at Fangraphs, great high stakes player. Make sure to follow him on X at Roto Gut. And Vlad, thanks again, man. We appreciate you hopping on.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Vlad.
All right, here's what we're going to do on our side. We are going to take a little commercial break, like a 1-minute break. And when we get back, we'll hop into this Yahoo draft. We'll introduce our next guest, Joe Orrico. We'll do that right after this.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ hits every highlight from all the sports that matter to you.
JJ, we appreciate your time breaking it down.
A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With the plays you missed.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And analysis to give you an edge.
All we need is 20 points.
I was shaking in my boots.
Texas, Ohio State, who wins this game?
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
CBS Sports HQ, streaming free 24/7.
You need a hug?
You need a fist?
Crutch, crutch, crutch.
Crutch, crutch.
Crutch, you need anything.
I do have one question.
We didn't mean right now.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
I now know why Mommy was so stressed.
What's the plan here?
Landman. New season now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
This is why we do this every March.
Major slam!
It is a basketball party.
It's March! Expect the unexpected!
Welcome back in Fantasy Baseball. Today, it is our mock draft mega stream. We have one draft in the books, and our second draft is coming up very shortly. It's a 12-team head-to-head categories on Yahoo. Daily lineups, 20 innings pitched weekly minimum, standard 5x5 categories with the Yahoo lineups. So one of each infield position. That includes catcher, 3 outfielders, 2 utility spots. On the pitching side, we have 2 starting pitchers, 2 relievers, 4 pitchers, and then 5 bench spots. This is a 23-round draft, just like the previous one. So hopefully you guys keep it moving, get everything done. And to help us with this draft, we are bringing in special guest. A man who wears many hats in the fantasy baseball industry. He is a host, writer, producer for Fangraphs, Fantasy Pros, and FTN Fantasy. Make sure to follow him on X at Joe Orrico. He is Joe Orrico. Welcome, Joe.
Guys, thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here and be talking with you guys. It's always fun when we get to chat, whether it's over a podcast or down in the desert in Arizona in November, but great pleasure to be here.
Hey, we are happy to have you. I'm going to pull up the draft room here. Chris, this is you hosting this one. It'll be you and Joe doing the draft. Me and Scotty are going to hop out. We'll be back for the 6:30 draft. You definitely want to shut off the volume on this draft.
I will do that now.
There you go. So I'm going to hop out. I'm going to let you guys take over. I believe, Chris, you are drafting second in this one, and Joe has the 9th pick. So good luck, guys.
Thanks, all right. Just the two of us, Joe. How's it going? Good to see you, buddy.
Just the two of us. Yeah, it's good, man. It's really a crazy, hectic time of year, but it's the most fun we have all season. Drafting our teams, doing the live streams, updating the rankings, the sleepers, the busts. Things kind of calm down in April. It gets more exciting in a way because we have real baseball, but things are a lot calmer from a content creator perspective.
People always ask, like, "Oh, the season's starting. This is the tough part for you," and it's like, "Nah, man. It's." Once the season starts, it's routine. It's the last 3 weeks when I'm doing like drafts every single night. I've got Tout Wars on Sunday, so I am it's tougher right now. But we're in this Yahoo draft, and oh boy, I'm trying to just figure out how to make sure where do I click? This is a new format for me. I haven't played a Yahoo draft in a while, so there should be a draft button, right?
If you click on the player's name.
Yeah.
Then it should give you something.
It should. We're gonna
get that just in case.
That draft button was hiding. I didn't have my screen wide enough because I'm trying to see the chat. I will try to show the draft board as we are talking, but obviously it's going to be tough because I'm trying to draft. And I did try to open up a second room to share the draft board, but it did not let me. It shut me out of that. So you can't do that. But we are here. We're in the first round. Aaron Judge goes first. That's the way I rank it. But in a league with 2 utility spots, it does make it a little easier to manage the Shohei Ohtani util only. He is my pick at number 2. We had Bobby Witt, Juan Soto, Elly De La Cruz at 5th overall. I think that's certainly not the consensus pick, but Joe, how do you feel about Elly this year?
I think that he is going to be really good. I just don't know if he's a first-round returnee in terms of value. A top 5 would be asking a lot. Now, we have seen stretches where Elly can hit for batting average, and in that park, maybe the power comes around more so. And also, we have to remember that he was dealing with an injury in the second half last season, so he could definitely be a better version of himself this year. That being said, I don't know if I could take him as high as 5th. That feels a little bit rich for my blood.
Yeah, for me, it's I have Elly a little higher than the consensus, but it is after Ronald Acuna, it's after Jose Ramirez, it's after Juan Soto. So in this one, he went ahead of Ramirez, ahead of Acuna. I do think we saw a breakout from Elly De La Cruz in the first half of last season. He cut the strikeout rate to like 24%. He was hitting for more power. He was on a 30-40 pace. And then he had that quad strain in late July that I think really messed him up. He didn't take a single day off, but it was a grade 2 quad strain that he was playing through. So that's really tough. Then we had Ronald Acuna 8th, Tarek Skubal 7th, Kyle Tucker 9th. To you, Joe. How early are you taking Kyle Tucker?
I think that's about it for me. I did debate going with one of the pitchers. I thought about Crochet or Skeens, but I think because it's a 12-team league and I am more so accustomed to 15s that I'm willing to wait a little bit more on pitching just because there will be more value later on in the board. Whereas a guy like Kyle Tucker, you're not finding him later on, a guy who could go 30-30 over the course of a full season. The last couple of years have been washouts, maybe not 2025, but he was playing hurt in the second half and we didn't get the full Kyle Tucker experience. I think over a full season in that lineup, we could see 30-30, 100-100, and hopefully a batting average close to 300 as well.
Yeah, I think the concerns about Tucker with the injuries are overblown. We've talked a lot about it, but it was a fractured shin that got misdiagnosed and then a fractured hand that also got misdiagnosed last year. Yeah. It seems unlikely that he will suffer a third misdiagnosed fracture. I'm not saying it can't happen, but that's been the issue for him the last 2 seasons. But we've seen a level up in terms of his plate discipline. He's a 30-30 guy, and we mentioned it during the first draft, hidden behind Shohei Ohtani, in front of Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. There aren't many better spots in baseball history than the one Kyle Tucker's going to be in this year. So I think there's a really good chance, like you said, 100-100, 30-30, batting average close to 300. That's real hard to replicate. Fernando Tatis is capable of that. Gunnar Henderson is capable of that. But there aren't a lot of guys who can do what Kyle Tucker is capable of. So I'm a big fan. He usually goes around 15 in ADP. The Fantasy Pros consensus ADP, I wrote about this yesterday, I think has him right at 15 or so. I think a top 10 pick is pretty easy for Tucker, and I don't know if the prices are reflecting that yet. Even in FBC, I don't think he's a top 12 guy yet.
Yeah, I think he gets there sometimes depending on the room, but consistently you are getting him at the back end of 15 teamers. The first couple drafts I did of the season were second round Tucker shares, and I don't know if we're going to get that too consistently. But another point is that the Dodgers around him are getting quite old. I mean, Freddie, Mookie, Muncy, Will Smith, these guys are all on the wrong side of 30, and some of them well onto the wrong side of 30. Tucker feels like a guy where as long as there is no health nonsense again this year, 150 plus games does feel like it's pretty likely.
Yep. That is one thing about the Dodgers' purported reign of terror over Major League Baseball is these guys are old. And look, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani. I don't think there's a single Hall of Fame voter who shouldn't vote for any of those 3 guys, right? Like these are inner circle types, but I think Freeman is 34, 35. Betts is 31, 32. Ohtani's 31, I believe. So, they're all on the wrong side of 30. So it's not impossible to see how things go wrong. Let's update picks so far in the we had Paul Skeens and Garrett Crochet go in the end of the first round. Corbin Carroll sneaks in at 12. Vlad Guerrero, Julio Rodriguez, Junior Caminero, Gunnar Henderson, Fernando Tatis, Nick Kurtz. A little early. We saw Kurtz go later in the draft we just did, 27th overall, I think. I love that price. Then we have Kurtz going a little earlier this year. That's 18th overall. I prefer the 27. But look, the season he just had as a 21-year-old with very little professional experience was outrageous. There are concerns about him and how he hit lefties. There are concerns about the batting average, but there is a chance Nick Kurtz just emerges as kind of the Goodyear version of Matt Olson in perpetuity. And the ballpark helps. Where are you at on Kurtz? Closer to 18 or closer to 27?
If I could get him at 27, I would be tempted. He has been a fade for me at ADP, and I think that's part of it is just I'm a sucker for a longer track record. It doesn't need to be a decade, but just a couple of full seasons. And Nick Kurtz, it wasn't even one full season. Now, he replicated a full season's worth of stats in 3/4 of a year. But I worry about the strikeouts. I worry about the contact rate more than anything else, though. 76% in zone contact. It's almost 10% below league average. The swinging strike rate is still high. And I think the buffer there is that he is still in a minor league park. And even if he does struggle a little bit, we can still see 30 home runs. But if you're taking him, you're choosing between him and guys like the Churios of the world, maybe Jazz, Schwarber, one of those elite starting pitchers. I don't love him. I think if he falls to the 3rd round, I could be talked into it, but at his ADP, I don't think I can.
Yeah, that's mostly where I am. I took him in TGFBI because he fell to 25, and I'll do that every time. That's pretty easy. But I do think both him, Vlad, and Pete Alonso, I think that top tier of first baseman, they should be ahead of the Matt Olson, Bryce Harper, Rafael Devers group, but it's pretty close for me. In a way that is not reflected in their prices. After Nick Kurtz, we had Kyle Schwarber, who, again, in our Roto talk earlier, I had some concerns about taking him in the 2nd round. That's only one utility spot, though. When you have a second utility spot, being util only matters a lot less because it increases your flexibility throughout the rest of the draft. So I think Kyle Schwarber is perfectly fine there in this format. Jackson Churio goes next. Trey Turner, Kyle Raleigh, Jazz Chisholm, Pete Alonso with the last pick of the 2nd round, then first pick of the 3rd. Zach Neto, Francisco Lindor, Ketel Marte, Matt Olson, Christopher Sanchez, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and the 7th pick is up. And that, we see that second tier of starting pitchers start to go in the 3rd round. I prefer when they go in the 3rd round to the 2nd round because I think Yamamoto's ADP is closer to 24 in the NFBC format. I think Christopher Sanchez went in the 1st round of one of the main events already. Though that tends to, you'll see guys get pushed up at starting pitcher there. Who is your number 4 SP for 2026?
It's Sanchez for me. Okay. I disagree a little bit with my co-hosts Paul Sporer and Justin Mason. We go back and forth on this a little bit, but I think it's kind of a big 4 at the top of drafts. And I think that Sanchez is a slight notch below the other 3, but getting him 2 rounds farther back, I mean, I'm taking that all day. I had Sanchez in my Tout Wars League. I've taken a bunch of shares so far. It feels like a really nice consolation prize if you want an early pitcher, but you don't draft in the 7 to 11 range where they typically go. Sanchez is a nice fallback. And a fallback, I think he could still be an ace. I think he is an ace, but not quite being drafted on the same level as those other guys.
Yeah, for me, it's the 4 to 12 tier is very closely grouped. I think Sanchez is in there. I actually go Logan Gilbert in that. There's another draft where I'm not going to get Yordan Alvarez, unfortunately. And this is a league where he's outfield eligible, so that helps even more.
Yes.
He goes, Manny Machado goes 3.7, Yordan Alvarez 3.8. So I think that's a little later than he went in the previous draft. I think he went 25th in that one. I would take him there, but I know a lot of people are scared off by the injuries. My thing with Yordan Alvarez, and would love to get your take on him as well, I think there are like maybe 3 or 4 hitters who could hit 300 with 50 homers, and I think Yordan Alvarez has the skill set for it. And so, like, I just think he's truly, I think he's 3rd in WRC Plus over the past 5 seasons. I think he's truly just one of the special hitters in baseball. But the injuries are tough.
I totally agree. Like, if we could play in an MLB The Show fantasy draft, he would be a top 10 pick pretty handily every time. The thing that worries everybody is the varied injury history that he has at this point. There are just so many things. Last year was almost a full washout. He was my 1st round pick in Tout Wars last year in the OBP format. But I think he's more of a target if he falls, like at his price. And I play a lot of NFBC too, so that colors the way I think about things. He's utility only there. Where he's outfield, that makes it a little bit easier. I just think if you are going to take him, you need to have a stable first couple of rounds. If you have a Vladdy or a Bobby Witt Jr. or a guy that you can almost write down in pen, they're going to play 160 games, then I feel a little bit more willing to take on the risk of Alvarez maybe only playing half a season. If I'm taking him with guys that are a little bit riskier in the first couple of rounds, if you're
like say Ronald Acuna and Fernando Tatis.
Yeah, that's a little bit too rich for me. I mean, the upside there,
it's
that
bonkers.
Could easily be the number one team, and I wouldn't be surprised. But there's a lot of risk as well. If I'm taking him, I more want him to be a backup option for the Bobby Witts, the Vladdies. I mean, Tatis, I think, is pretty safe from a games played standpoint, but there is still some risk. Gunnar Henderson, even in an injured year last year, played a lot. So I want to have a stable 600 plate appearances at least, if not 1,200, before I take Yordan Alvarez, ideally.
Our number 6 starting pitcher comes off the board right after Yordan Alvarez. That's Chris Sale. Wyatt Langford, who, that's a little rich, but I do really like Wyatt Langford this season. I think the degree of difficulty that he did last season in having 22 homers, 22 steals in 131 games, I believe, while playing through 4 different oblique injuries. Obviously, look, if there's something about him that makes him more prone to oblique injuries, that's tough because, we did have 4 last year. But, man, doing that with 4 oblique injuries is really tough because the oblique is all the rotational speed that you have as a player is in your oblique. So it can really disrupt seasons. So I think 34th overall, a little rich, but I can certainly see it. Then we have Bryce Harper, Brent Rooker, Corey Seager goes higher here than we're normally used to seeing him. Another guy, I think he's one of the 3 best hitters at the shortstop position, but he doesn't steal bases. He misses a lot of time. It's been a lot of hamstring injuries as well. I will say his biggest absence last year was an appendix. Yeah. I'm not a doctor. But once you get your appendix removed, my understanding.
There's only one.
There's only one. I haven't had any appendix issues since I was about 13, once I got it removed. That tends to fix the appendix issues. So that was what he missed the final month of the season with. He had a couple of IL stints with a hamstring injury as well. He's very injury prone, but could be a big hit there. Pete Armstrong, Bryce Terang, Logan Gilbert. That's my number 4, but I think that tier is right. Brian Wu goes right after him, 2 Mariners in a row. Jarren Duran goes a little higher than we're used to. That's one that, man, if he's hit some absolute bombs off of lefties this spring and in the World Baseball Classic. Where are you at on Jarren Duran while I try to make my pick?
He's one of my flag plant guys this year, and that has been on the NFBC where he is going a little bit later. It's a little bit surprising to see him go quite this early, but just last year, Jarren Duran was an early second-round pick, and it was justified based on what he had done. 2025 was a little bit of a disappointment, but you still got 86 runs, 84 ribbies, 16 and 24. I think the batting average is where some people worry because it fell down to 256 and the expected batting average was 248. But I think when you're looking at a guy who has hit 295, he has hit 285, I think we can get to 260, 270 type of range. And like you said, he is crushing the ball in spring training. I don't worry about him being platooned or anything of that nature over the last 2 seasons. Duran, 157 and 160 games respectively. So the Red Sox are going to play him. I know it's a bit of a crowded outfield out there, but even if he wasn't hitting lefties, I still think Jarren Duran would be a really nice pick. But if he is able to start hitting lefties now, he could absolutely smash. And maybe by next year, we're looking at him as a second, third round pick again.
Yeah, he's such a weird player because he's relative. Like this is like his third full season. 2023, he had like a partial season where he was very good. He is 28 or 29 already, so it is one of those ones where it feels like it probably feels like he should be younger than he is, but we're in the peak seasons for Jarren Duran. He's a good 5 category player. It's a great ballpark. It's the lefties thing because I've been worried that there might be some playing time risk in a crowded Boston outfield, but if he can hold his own against lefties, then I don't have that concern at all. It was just a problem for him last year. After Duran, we had Mookie Betts, then Roman Anthony, again, a little earlier, although not too much. Cody Bellinger, Rafael Devers, one of my absolute favorite players to draft this season. I think he's just way undervalued relative to some of the other first basemen. I took James Wood, who I added to my bust list for 2.0 this week. He was the lead. I can't get past the 40% strikeout rate in the second half, but that's when he's going, I think his ADP is around 30. I got him 47th overall. It's a lot easier to stomach when you get a round and a half discount. So I'm okay with that. Our number one overall pick team goes Hunter Brown, Logan Webb. So good volume there. You'll have to, I guess, well, no, they were both 200 strikeout guys last year just because Webb gets so much volume. Then I go Jacob deGrom as my first starting pitcher with the second pick. Jackson Merrill, another guy I really like. Cole Reagans, we had a long conversation about him in our first draft. Freddie Freeman, Max Fried. I think that's probably the end of the SP tier for me. I think this is where we see the drop-off. If I look at my SP rankings, I think I have Fried at 12. And then there's a little bit of a drop-off there. I really like Cole Reagans. Then you have Dylan Cease, Logan Webb, Kyle Bradish for me, where I do think there's a little bit of a drop-off. Are you going to be, Joe, the person who's the first player to take a reliever? That happens here. Middle of the 5th round, 7th pick, Mason Miller goes off the board. Are you typically aggressive when it comes to drafting your relievers?
I don't know in the many years, 12, 13 years I've been playing fantasy baseball, that I've ever taken the first closer off the board in the room. I tend to be the guy who waits for the second and third names to go because there are maybe 6 or 7 guys that I feel really good about at the top end there. The Diaz's, the Durans, the Cade Smith. So let the first couple go, and then I am going to take Edwin Diaz here and lock in that first absolute shutdown guy who could save. The upside is like 50 saves for the Dodgers this year. I don't expect that, but I think you're looking at a 30 to 35 floor with 100 strikeouts and good ratios.
Yep, that's he's been a little inconsistent from year to year. He is one of those guys when you look at the stats, it's an every other year is a sub-2 ERA, and then it's like a 3.5 or higher. He's not an even year, odd year though. That you have to remember, he missed that whole 2023 season after blowing out his knee. So it's not quite even year, odd year, Edwin Diaz. It's just been every other year. We do see him go off at 9 to you, Joe. Then Josh Naylor with the 10th pick of the 5th round, George Kirby with the 11th pick, and then Cade Smith. So a little bit of a closer run here. 3 of the final 6 picks in the 5th round. Is Cade Smith, do you think he's just in that elite tier, basically?
I think so, yeah. Not to be too Canadian biased here on the stream. I did see some love for Canada in the chat, though, with how our team is doing. I wish Cade Smith was there representing the team right now, but I'll take a healthy full season of Cade Smith. What he's done over the last 2 seasons is just phenomenal. And now we get the full run of him as the closer. There's no Class A in the mix anymore. The surface stats are amazing, but then when you look below the surface, like he did 2.93 ERA, but a 1.95 FIP. Almost 30% strikeout minus walk rate. The stuff is phenomenal. I think that somebody could take Cade Smith as the first closer off the board, and I might be a little bit surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked by it. I wouldn't think it's a bad pick or anything. I think he's just as elite as all the other guys up there. The team context is not quite as good, but his talent is as good as any reliever in the sport, I think.
The one thing I would say about the team context is, the Guardians are a worse team than the Dodgers, certainly. I was going to say Padres. I don't know. That's going to be close. I think the win projection's there. But the Guardians just always rack up huge save numbers. It was 3 straight years of Emmanuel Clase leading the American League in saves. He came, I think, 1 save short of leading the majors in saves for 3 straight years, which I don't think has ever happened in Major League history. If you combine Cade Smith and Emmanuel Clase's save numbers from last year, I think they got to 40 as well. The Guardians just... they have their closer, and they do not deviate from it. They are not one of these teams that plays any games with it. They win a lot of close games, and their closers are really good. Cade Smith has the best FIP of any pitcher in baseball since he debuted. It's like 212 or something ridiculous. So great strikeout pitcher, great command. He's really good. I think he absolutely belongs there. He was the last pick of the 5th round. Then we go Byron Buxton, Geraldo Perdomo. I like that. I know that's controversial. Bo Bichette, remember, he is third base, will be third base eligible probably by Wednesday of the second week of the season. Austin Riley, and then Freddie Peralta goes off the board. One thing we haven't talked about yet is the Yahoo format here. So Frank introduced it. Pretty typical 1 catcher, first base, second, third, shortstop, 3 outfield spots, the 2 util spots, which is an interesting wrinkle, and then the pitchers is where it gets really interesting because you've got SP, SP, RP, RP, and then 4 pitcher spots that you can throw any. This is where, if you see the Marmol strategy, it tends to be in the Yahoo format when you've got those 4 pitcher spots. Does that change how you approach pitching with just 4 pitcher spots to deal with?
In a league like this, not really. If it was a points league and I could use starters in the reliever spots, then I could game the system a little bit. Then it would make a little bit of a difference. In a head-to-head categories or a Roto format, it doesn't really change much for me, though, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think you can do the Marmol strategy. I think it's especially viable in a head-to-head daily lineups league because then you can really get aggressive with, okay, I don't have any starting pitchers going. I'm just going to put a bunch of relievers in there. You can go with non-closing relievers as well. So it is viable there, but it's fallen out of fashion for a reason, I think. All right, I am up, and I am going to go with a pitcher that I like very much, who I drafted in the Roto League that we just finished. That is Kyle Bradish as my number 2 SP. I just think I've made the comp about an hour ago. It feels like Tarek Skubal coming out of 2023 when he threw like 80 innings. He had the best FIP in baseball. He had a 30% strikeout rate, and it was like, if what he did was real, he's probably the best pitcher in baseball. Now, Kyle Bradish wasn't quite that good, but it was like 12.9 K per 9, good control. Home runs could be an issue, but since the start of 2024, he has like 12.6 K per 9 and a 2.50 ERA. And so it's just, 1, is that real? And 2, can he stay healthy? But if he does, I think Kyle Bradish is going to be a top 12 starting pitcher.
Yeah, I think some of the innings concerns, I'm not as worried as I was just going over my offseason research. When we first started drafting and I was looking at 39 innings and then 32, in my brain, I'm thinking they're going to play him with kid gloves this year. He's only going to throw 110, 115 innings or so. And then just going through some other players, and there's not a direct comp here, but Drew Rasmussen threw, 40 innings, 28 innings, and then 28 went up to 150. So different type of pitcher, but we see teams that are willing to go from a very small workload to a larger workload. I don't think that Bradish is necessarily going to be capped at 110, 120 innings. I don't think he'll throw 200 innings, but I think even 150, 160 with the skills that he's displayed will more than pay off at his draft price. I'd prefer him as a 2, the way you got him, as opposed to my ace. I've seen some people building their teams with him as the ace, and I think that's a little bit too risky for my blood. But as the SP2 on a team, I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, let's catch up on some more picks. I'll have some more thoughts on Kyle Bradish, but finishing off the 6th round, we had Dylan Cease, Yohan Duran, Michael Garcia, love that pick in the 8th round, Eugenio Suarez, big power, Framber Valdez with the 10th pick. I went Kyle Bradish. Very different approaches with Bradish and Framber. Big volume for Framber, per inning, not quite as good, but you're going to get your 200 strikeouts in the end of the season. It might be a little headache-inducing along the way because he'll have those months where he just can't throw the curveball for strikes and can be very frustrating, but the end results are always really good. Riley Green, Andres Munoz to start off the 7th round. I went William Contreras with my pick in the 7th round, the 2nd pick. I had him queued up. It was deciding between him and Bradish. I went with Bradish, happy to get William Contreras back. 1 catcher league, so the one thing I run into is there is going to be a point in like the 18th round where I look at the queue and there are many good catchers available. There are more than 12 catchers I like this year. So in a 1 catcher league, how are you approaching it? Are you willing to take an early catcher or are you just waiting as long as you can?
I'm willing to. I took Ben Rice in a mock draft yesterday. I would prefer to wait if possible, but I think William Contreras, there's a very good chance he ends up as the number 1 catcher again, like he was in 2024. He was playing hurt the whole year last season. I think that Cal Raleigh is going to regress a little bit. So I wouldn't rank him number 1. I think I have him at number 2 currently, but getting a guy with a clear path to number 1 at his position, even if you could maybe, take the value 10 rounds later, I think it's a good pick. I love William Contreras, a 5-category contributor from behind the dish. Just not something you come across very often. And if you're punting, you'll still get some good names, but you're not going to get the high batting average necessarily, the speed, the good lineup. So I like the pick.
You're going to take a sacrifice somewhere if you're waiting at catcher. Like, I really like Carter Jensen, but Is he going to play as much as William Contreras? Probably not. Is he a safe batting average bet? Probably not. Is he going to steal bases? Probably not. So, that's Agustin Ramirez. He's going to steal a lot of bases. He's probably going to play every day. I actually think the fact that Agustin Ramirez is a pretty bad defender actually works in his favor, because I think the Marlins can just stick him in DH and not even think about it. We'll worry about him losing catcher eligibility in 2027. He's going to have catcher eligibility no matter what. But there's some batting average concern for Agustin Ramirez. It's not a great lineup. So that's the thing. If you're not taking a catcher early, you are taking on some added risk. After William Contreras came off the board, Alex Bregman, Jesus Luzardo, Joe Ryan, Vinny P coming off his 3-homer game, first of his life, apparently. I thought that was a fun quote. CJ Abrams, Hunter Goodman, Nolan McLean, Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher. Where are you drafting Shohei Ohtani as just a pitcher? Because Yahoo is one of those formats that does split them apart.
Yeah. I think he's like 23rd or 24th for me right now. I took Nolan McLean 1 pick ahead of him. And he's not a guy that I've taken a lot, but I'm starting to fall in love with Nolan McLean a little bit. I don't love the price, but I'm willing to mix and match here a little bit and experiment with a different build. But Ohtani, we know he's going to not pitch 2 start weeks. Like, that's never going to happen. But even 24, 25 Ohtani starts is still potentially like a Cy Young caliber pitcher, as we saw a couple years ago. The guy is just superhuman. If he threw a 2.2 ERA this year, I don't think anybody would be shocked by it. Now, the thing with the risk with the pitching Ohtani is that if there is any kind of injury or any kind of ailment, pitching is probably the first thing that will go.
Yeah.
And having him just as a pitcher there, like, that could be a tough drop in the 7th round if there is some kind of arm problem in May or something. But I think the risk is probably worth the reward at that point of the draft.
Yeah, I think that's the right spot. He was followed by Tyler Soderstrom and Michael Busch, so a couple of guys who could hit 30 homers. Nico Horner, I think, is pretty much always a good value. Not huge upside, but 280, 35 steals, a bunch of runs. That's a pretty good player, and the batting average is always helpful. Nick Pivetta, it's a little earlier than I want to go with Nick Pivetta, even before we learn that he's dealing with some arm fatigue, which it doesn't sound like is super concerning, but for me, it's just kind of, it's kind of like the Jedi, meme where it's like the dumb guy on the right, the bell curve where it's like the dumb guy on the left, the Jedi on the right, and the guy in the middle. And it's like the dumb guy's like, don't pay for a 34-year-old coming off a career year. And the guy in the middle is like, yeah, but it was a new ballpark and the peripherals and the swing. And then the guy, the wise man is like, just don't pay for a 34-year-old coming off a career year. That's kind of how I feel about it. George Springer goes. That's another 35-year-old coming off a career year, although he tends to go a little cheaper. That's one that I'm a little more into just because you will see George Springer drop to 140 sometimes. And for the season he had, I'll take 80% regression at, if he goes outside of the top 100. Here, he goes a little more expensive, so it's harder to justify or to make the case that he's a great value. I think it's fine. You go with Michael Harris. I know there are some people who will just never draft Michael Harris again, but I think the thing people forget about sometimes with Michael Harris, because he's been around so much, it's been so up and down, he is 24 years old.
Yeah.
He made his major league debut as a 20-year-old straight from Double-A. The plate discipline's terrible. It's led to a lot of inconsistency, but he is so talented, and there's a chance that he levels up. Are you hoping for the level up for Michael Harris?
Yeah, well, if he does what he did last year, again, I would be pretty disappointed. But even still, last year, it was almost a joke how disappointing Michael Harris was, and yet he still went 2020 with 86 RBI in a horrible season with an 83 WRC plus. I don't know if I'm expecting the 137 that he had as a rookie, but let's say it's 110 or 115 like he was in 2023, where he's hitting for a good batting average, giving you something that resembles 2020. It might be 18 and 21 or 21 and 17 or something like that, but you're going to get that power speed mix with the ability to hit for a good batting average. Now, the only thing is that this team seems a little bit cursed over the last few weeks with all the injury updates and jerks and Profar and everything. But as long as nothing else happens, I think this team, and again, I feel like I'm slipping over the banana peels, Charlie Brown style, but they're due to rebound this year, as we've been saying for 3 years now. So I'm expecting better things from the Braves as a whole. And maybe the Profar suspension leaves room for Harris to move up that lineup a little bit. I'm not expecting him to hit second, but it's a possibility if he hits the ground running this year.
Yeah, he's a great athlete for sure. He hits the ball really hard and he makes a lot of contact. The problem is he just has some of the worst swing decisions in baseball, but you can squint and see, look at Pete Crow Armstrong and compare him to Michael Harris. They're pretty similar players. I think Pete Crow Armstrong, better bet for 30 homers, better bet for 30 steals. But as we saw in the second half, he is also, prone to some pretty ugly slumps. So I think the gap between Michael Harris and Pete Crow Armstrong, it's reasonable. It makes sense. But I think you can make a case that Michael Harris is the better value. After Harris, we got David Bednar. So starting to see some of those second-tier closers go off the board. Seiya Suzuki, another guy who I'll sometimes see fall a lot. Randy Rosarena, Devin Williams, Trey Savage. I know you're a Blue Jays fan. I see is that a gold Blue Jays hat?
This is from the 1991 All-Star game in Toronto. It's a replica. It's not from the actual game, but a Secret Santa gift from a couple of years ago that I tend to wear on a lot of streams.
Love that.
Savage feels a little early here inside the top 100 with all the restrictions, and they're going to slow play him in 2-inning outings. And even as a Jays fan and as a guy who fell head over heels in love for Trey Savage, watching him dominate the Dodgers in the World Series, I just can't do it in the top 100.
Yeah, I agree. I took him in our previous draft, but it was 160th. That felt like he fell too far because the way I'm looking at it, and I said this in the stream already, but I'll just repeat myself. Who cares? It's going to be frustrating in April, and you have to know what kind of fantasy player you are. If you're the person who every April you draft Francisco Lindor, and every April you're like, what's wrong with Francisco Lindor? Can I drop him? Do not take Trey Savage because it's going to be frustrating in April for sure. But I think you are very likely to get to May 1st and be thrilled that you have Trey Savage on your team. So it depends on the round. I think it's more like the 13th, 14th round, but I'm absolutely willing to take him there because I think I can survive April, especially April's a time of year where you're going to have your chance to hit on some breakouts. So it's going to be hard because you probably just need to stash him on your bench for a month, right? That's just, I think, the thing with Trey Savage. But by the time May rolls around, I think he'll be more or less fully stretched out, and I think he's going to be really good. So that was a little early, but I think the overall concept is fine. We had a Aroldis Chapman. I took Christian Yelich, and I want to highlight it is funny that Yahoo is the format that gives the second utility spot and gives you extra flexibility there, and is also the format where Christian Yelich is outfield eligible and Yordan Alvarez is outfield eligible. So it's like you have the flexibility and they're the most generous with their positional eligibility requirements. So it's actually much easier to take Yordan Alvarez and Christian Yelich, whether you have the second utility spot here or not. Yelich, we had a nice bounce back season from him last year. There were some slippage of the contact skills. The strikeout rate, I think, was a career high last year, but the back injuries seemed to help. He stayed healthy. He was really effective when he was out there. I like the lineup. I like the ballpark. So I'm fine with Christian Yelich here. Then Jeremy Pena goes with the last pick of the 8th round. That's one that before the finger injury probably would have been fine. I think there's probably a little room for a discount. But he might be ready for opening day. They have not ruled him out yet. So that's the thing with Jeremy Pena. Yandy Diaz goes at 9-1. I think that's fine. I'm a little higher on Yandy than I think most people are. I don't know where you are at on him, but I think you're going to get good RBI, good batting average, and it's just, do I get 15 homers or 25 homers? That's the question.
Yeah, we've seen him hit 20 at the Trop before, and I think it's just that late batting average that once you're getting around pick 100, very few players have the potential to lead the league in hitting, right? And he's a guy who has I think the 330 is the highest he's hit in his career. Probably not going to get there, but 315 is definitely within the realm of possibility. A guy who could win the batting title. And, I worry about the Trop a little bit, but for a guy with a tried and true track record like Yandy Diaz, it worries me less with him than a guy like Junior Caminero.
Yeah. My concern with Caminero is I don't think the road home splits last year matter. I think that, people are looking at it and saying, he had a 950 OPS at home and a 740 on the road. It's almost entirely BABIP. His strikeout rates were very similar. The quality of contact. For me, it's just some guys can't hit at Tropicana Field. Willy Adames just could not see the ball there. I don't know if Junior Caminero is one of those guys. So that's a concern there for me. I went with one of your guys, Blue Jay, Kevin Gausman, as my he is my number 3 starting pitcher, but I'm drafting a lot of Kevin Gausman this season. I thought he really figured it out as the second half went on, especially. He got the feel for the splitter back, and he was excellent. So I think he's a undervalued volume play. And then we get the opposite side of the spectrum with Yuri Perez as the next pick of the third round, or the 9th round, third pick. He has so much upside, and I think he's going to be great. But this is a guy that's probably maxing out at 150 innings. And so you really need those innings to be excellent. And I think they will be, but he's still trying to figure out the mix of secondary pitches. The fastball is incredible from his height and the velocity he throws with. But, you know, he's working on the sweeper, curveball, slider, changeup. He's got a lot of different options, but he hasn't quite figured out what the right mix is. So Yuri Perez is a player I have trouble drafting. I don't know where you're at on him. I really like him. Obviously, I'm a Marlins fan, but I'm just a little worried that it's not going to happen this year, even though I do think it will happen eventually.
Yeah, one of my bold predictions for the year is that he's a top 5 starting pitcher. And I think it's well within the realm of possibility. Like at the 4.25 ERA, I think people will look at and think it was maybe a little bit of a disappointing season, but coming back over 20 starts after TJ, I think that the last thing that typically comes back is command. And he did have a little bit of a struggle there at points, but an 8% walk rate with a 105 whip and your first time returning from TJ at 22 years old, I'll take it. You know, the ERA was a bit inflated, but a 3.24 xERA, the FIP was 3.67. My personal favorite of those stats is Sierra, and that's where he's not quite as good at 3.80. But with the stuff running up the way it is, the stuff was actually better post-surgery, and I think as the command continues to come back, the only question really for me is how many innings the Marlins will let him go. And projections range from 117 to 154, so they're not even 100% sure. But I think, you know, if you're penciling in 140 and then anything beyond that is gravy, I think you're not going to be disappointed. He's a guy where next year, if Yuri Perez is one of those guys where somebody took Yuri Perez in the first round of the main event and he's a second-round pick, third-round pick all draft season, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
No, I agree with that. I think he's very likely to be a top 12 starting pitcher in drafts next year, even if he doesn't quite finish as a top 12 starting pitcher this year. Yeah. He is, I want to say he's something like 18 months younger than Nolan McLean. And Yuri Perez debuted in 2023. Yeah. So that's how young he is. He debuted like a month after his 20th birthday, I think. After Yuri Perez, we had Nick Lodolo, Shea Langoliers, Jose Altuve, Jacob Misiorowski. So we're seeing that kind of. Yuri Perez isn't a second-year pitcher, but we'll throw him in that group with Chase Burns, who goes a little bit after, Trey Savage, Nolan McLean, who you took a couple rounds ago. You were the one who took O'Neal Cruz. I don't like O'Neal Cruz. I think the price is okay there. He usually goes inside the top 100 in categories in Roto leagues. That's where I'm just like, I can't do it with a guy who hit 200 and maybe can't hit lefties, you know?
But totally hear you.
Outside the top 100, 40 steals, 20 homers, maybe room for growth. I can see the case for it.
There was a podcast earlier this year where I said to Welsh that he might be in Korea in a few years if he doesn't figure things out. And that is like the extreme end of it. But the other end of it is that O'Neal Cruz puts it all together and he gives you a 35-35 season. I'm not expecting that. He's not a guy that I've taken. This might be the first time I've taken him in draft season, real draft or mock draft. But the upside, I think, is still immense. And a guy who's he's 27 years old. He's entering into those ages of his peak years. The thing with him is just raise the ball. Just raise the darn ball. So far in spring, it's a very small sample size, but he has a 15-degree launch angle compared to the 8-9% it's been the last couple of years. If he's 15% consistently, I think he's going to be a star. And maybe that's too fine of a margin. Maybe if he's closer to 16-17%, which might be asking a little bit too much, but all he needs to do is raise the ball. I mean, the contact rates are a concern too, but even if he does give you a bad batting average, if he's a 220 guy, but he's 30-30, I'll take it. I'll take it. And in a 12-team league where there will be higher replacement level value on the wire, I think you can take a chance if he falls outside the top 100 picks. If it works out, it's phenomenal. He was like a second-round pick last year. If it doesn't work out outside the top 100, you already have your foundation built at that point.
I think that's a good way to view it. All right, let's try to catch up. Chase Burns goes with the 10th. Cam Schlittler, so just all those second-year pitchers. Zach Wheeler, last pick of the 9th round. I just have no idea. I had hoped we would see him on a mound by now. It sounds like they still hope he can be ready by mid-April, even though he hasn't pitched in a game. For me, it's just I don't know who he is anymore. He's coming back from blood clot that led to thoracic outlet surgery. He was a top 3 pitcher as recently as whenever the injury was announced. So I'm gonna go a little off the board here with JJ Weatherholt, just because I want to highlight something that I noticed here. One, we said it earlier, I took him in the previous draft. JJ Weatherholt, I think, is just the starting second baseman for the Cardinals. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Nice thing about Yahoo is they've just given him second, third, and shortstop eligibility. I don't know how we determine that. He played all 3 of those positions in the minors, so that's just how we're determining it. But I can slide JJ Weatherholt in at third base, and if you look at both first base right now and third base, not a lot of great options available to pick at either of those positions. I have second base filled with Jazz Chisholm. I have Francisco Lindor. But that third base, it's like Matt Chapman, I think he's fine, but not much more than fine. JJ Weatherholt could be, a 2020 guy with a good batting average as a rookie. So I'm going to go with him here. It's maybe a little bit of a reach, but that flexibility is really nice, and I wanted to highlight that JJ Weatherholt gets that. Let's catch up on the 10th round. Luke Keeschel, Ozzie Albies, who I think is just one of the most undervalued players this season. I think as long as he stays healthy. We saw him hit a 410-foot bomb for Netherlands in the World Baseball Classic. That was nice to see as a lefty. It was harder hit than all but 2 of his batted balls as a lefty last season, so that was cool. Raisel Iglesias, Ryan Helsley, Spencer Strider. Ooh, I don't know. Just no idea. I'm hopeful. I'm not optimistic, is the way I would say it about Spencer Strider. Carlos Estevez, also not optimistic there. His velocity was down about 5 miles per hour on his fastball. I'm going to go ahead and take a first baseman here, Wilson Contreras. So I've got the brothers Contreras here at catcher and first base. Catching up, Sonny Gray was the 7th pick of the 10th round. Teoscar Hernandez. Agustin Ramirez, 25 stolen base potential from your catcher. You love that. Joe Adell coming off a big breakout season. I went JJ Weatherholt. Then Kyle Stowers goes with the last pick of the 10th round. Josh Hader with the first pick of the 11th round. That's enough of a discount, I think. I know he's going to start the season on the IL. He's got the biceps injury. You could get nothing out of Josh Hader.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, it's IL or it's Yahoo, so you figure there's a few IL spots assumed, so you can take that risk. If I were that guy, I'd be backing it up with Brian Abreu ASAP. Yeah. But I think that it is enough where it's probably worth it in an IL format. If it's a league without IL spots, I think I'm just crossing them off. But I can understand taking the discount in a league where you can stash them for a while.
I'm trying to figure what is the color coding system on this draft board? Is it just all infielders are red? Is that no? It's not.
Corner
shortstops. Okay, it's corner versus middle.
No, but Ketel Marte's red too, and so is Bryce Terang. So it might be infielders are red.
But then Bobby Witt, the shortstops are all green. But then all the other infielders are red. That's all right. And then the outfielders are green. Yeah, I can't figure it out. All right. I went William Contreras with the 2nd pick of the 11th round. Daniel Palencia with the 3rd. Sounds like he's just the closer for the Cubs as long as he can keep the walk rate under control. Michael King, he's someone that I think is being overlooked, but he did. I know he missed a ton of time last year. It was a nerve issue in his shoulder and then a knee or a hamstring, something like that. But he signed a $75 million contract this offseason for a Padres team that is pretty worried about money, so they seem to have some faith in him. Ryan Pepio, one of my favorite breakout candidates at pitcher, going back to Tropicana. I think that fastball is going to play up again. Jeff Hoffman, Scott has talked a lot about. He really likes his bounce back potential. Luis Robert, where are you at on Luis Robert with the Mets?
I'm kind of excited. Maybe Andrew Vaughn has got me too excited about thinking once you get out of Chicago, it's like, being released from prison or something like that. And Andrew Vaughn turned into like a Prince Fielder, Albert Pujols type of first baseman down the stretch, hitting 300, giving you a ton of power. the thing with the Brewers is they're always underrated. He's going to be in the middle of that lineup without any playing time concerns, qualifying at a poor position. And I think that, that is something that gets me interested in Andrew Vaughn. And then Luis Robert, it's kind of the same thing, just getting out of a terrible, terrible, terrible environment where he didn't seem happy the last couple of years. I know that there had been talk about, he had some disagreements with management. And I think it's just a good, fresh start for a guy who has in his career more than 30 home runs in a season. He has stolen more than 30 bags in a season. And he has a season where he's hit, I think it was 284 was his high batting average. I'm not saying he's going to do all those things at the same time, but if he puts it all together in 2026, Luis Robert could return like a second round value if he's a 25-25 guy in the middle of that order, hitting 270 or something. And maybe that's asking too much of him, but this price for Luis Robert is, I believe, the lowest it's ever been, or going back to maybe his rookie year, it's the lowest it's ever been. So he's another guy where I will take the fall on him. It's maybe, I don't know, it's kind of a cross between a boring pick and a little bit of an exciting pick at this range. He's not a steady veteran, but he's not a young guy necessarily, but there feels like a lot of upside, especially in the 11th round with a guy like Lubov.
All right, we follow him up with Nathan Eovaldi, Will Smith, the catcher. I think we're at the point we don't have to specify. I don't think anybody's drafting Will Smith, the pitcher. He might be retired.
He might be.
Salvador Perez, Emilio Pagan. So we've seen a lot of closers the last couple of rounds. I think I'm going to punt closer because this is the weekly head-to-head categories where you're just going the 10 categories per week, right? So if I can not have to worry about saves, I think I can manage that, but it's always risky.
It's daily, Chris.
Daily, even worse or better. Thank you, Frank. Trevor McGill goes with the last pick of the 11th round. Joe Musgrove with the first. Pete Fairbanks, another closer. Tyler Glasnow. Jorge Polanco, who I really like. That's a little early, but I do rank him around 150, actually, so that's only a little bit of a reach for me. He's going to be first and second eligible this season. He's third base eligible for Yahoo as well. Those are the two weakest positions, and first base runs out fairly quickly as well, so I like that flexibility. Colson Montgomery, this is another one that I think it's a little bit of a reach, but I'm surprised at how cheap Colson Montgomery is, and I think he's a good example of something we talk a lot about on the show, where fantasy baseball has gotten a lot harder to play. Because a decade ago, Colson Montgomery has, 22 homers in 70 games as a rookie, top prospect, former first-round pick. That dude's a top 150 pick for sure, maybe a top 100 pick this time a decade ago. And now we're able to look at it and say, well, the whiff rate was really bad, and the minor league track record was not very good. And so we have reasons to believe that he's not going to be good. So he goes outside of the top 200 in a lot of drafts. And I think that goes too far. I think this price is a little too high, but I think as a general rule, he's a pretty good value this season. Brandon Woodruff, his velocity's down again this spring. He's going to be ready for opening day. I have no idea if it matters that his velocity is down. What do you think about Brandon Woodruff? Because his velocity was down 3 miles per hour last year, and he was phenomenal when he was healthy.
Yeah, the thing with Woodruff last year, I worry we're going to enter into the same realm as last year, where we're waiting for him to return. He's going to be back next week. Oh, it's next week. And then 2021 rehab starts into the season, and it's like, well, are we ever going to see Brandon Woodruff? He comes back, he looks great, but then he ends the season not healthy again. It's a lot of risk to take onto your team, I think. We're going to, I've said this a lot. Everybody said this a lot. You're going to get so many injured players, specifically pitchers throughout the season. Do you want to start stockpiling them in March? I personally don't. I think if he falls closer to pick 200, I'd be willing to take Woodruff. I don't know if people are going to let him fall that far. I just really don't want to be taking anybody who's going into the year hurt. And that's why I'm not a huge Blake Snell guy.
Yeah.
And anybody who has anything that's not even necessarily significant, but just anything that pops up in March, I worry in the back of my head that that's just going to be a problem for the entire year. And maybe Woodruff, just the way it happened last year, has colored my thinking a little bit. Maybe he will be fine starting in the middle of April and give you 160 innings, but I'd bet closer to 60 than 160.
Yeah, I think that's all fair, and it's frustrating because he was really good. The thing that I really struggle with is he has the shoulder injury. He has the shoulder surgery. He misses basically 2.5 years. And then last March, it's like, oh, is Brandon Woodruff going to be ready for opening day? Maybe, but probably not. And his rehab process was really rocky. And he doesn't end up returning until, July? and then he gets through 60 innings and suffers another lat injury. So not quite a shoulder injury, but it's near the shoulder, certainly. And so it's tough to expect him to remain healthy and effective at this point in his career, unfortunately. He's followed by Emmett Sheehan, Matt Chapman at third base, Christian Walker, Sandy Alcantara, who I'll take the homer one on that one. I expect Sandy Alcantara to be very good. I think he figured it out after the All-Star break. It was a 3.13 ERA. He was pitching 6 or 7 innings every single time out. I think he's going to be great. I went with Bubba Chandler, then Mackenzie Gore, who's a very popular breakout pick after that trade to Texas. I mostly believe in it. I think he needed a change of scenery for sure, and so I'm pretty hopeful that Trevor Rogers is going to Mackenzie Gore is going to figure something out. Gavin Williams, we're on a big starting pitcher run here the last round or two. I really like last 3 rounds. Have just been a ton of starting pitchers. I mentioned in the last draft, but you do reach a point outside the top 200 where, boy, it feels like the pitchers are just so much obviously more interesting than the hitters. And so I'm inclined to go a lot more hitter heavy in the top 100 than pitcher heavy, just because, this round, Gavin Williams, big breakout in the second half, huge stuff. Trevor Rogers was arguably the best pitcher in baseball on a per inning basis last season. I think we're going to get a lot of regression, but it might still be a mid-3s ERA pitcher. That's what the peripheral suggested last year. Ronher Suarez, Kenley Jansen as a closer. I think he's going to be the Tigers' closer. Tanner Bybee was a top 25 closer or starting pitcher going into last season. Drew Rasmussen, we know he's phenomenal, and it's just you're probably only getting 150 innings out of him at the best. But Drew Rasmussen is going to put up phenomenal ratios. Xavier Edwards, Kazuma Okamoto. Let's get the Blue Jay fan perspective. I think my expectation for him is like those post-Coors Field Nolan Arenado seasons where it was like 260, 270 batting average, 25 to 30 homers. Maybe that's a little higher end, but 25 homers, good contact skills, good RBI skills as a result of that. And I think there's a chance Kazuma Okamoto ends up eligible at multiple positions. He's going to play a lot of third base, but I think he's going to be their primary backup first baseman. There was some talk about playing him in the outfield. There was some talk about maybe at second base trying him out. I don't know if they've done that in the spring, but I think he does have experience playing multiple positions in Japan as well. So I think that super utility thing could really work out for Kazuma Okamoto.
Yeah, Roster Resource has him slotted in hitting 7th, and I think that even if that does play out to start the year, he's a guy who could be hitting 2nd pretty easily. And that might switch around depending on the lineup. The Jays really like to play their matchups, as everybody saw in the playoffs. John Schneider is pulling every lever possible, so there will be some mixing and matching. But Okamoto hitting 2nd, I think, is definitely possible. And if not 2nd, then 4th or 5th. I don't know if they're going to hit him behind Jesus Sanchez. I don't know if Dalton Varsho is going to hit 2nd necessarily. I think this lineup is still going to move around a little bit, as I will take Cedane Rafaela here in our draft. But Kazuma Okamoto, my floor expectation is like 20 homers, 60 runs, 70 RBI with a good batting average. He's not going to steal, but getting eligibility at first and third, I think is going to be really valuable. And a guy who has been NFBC, Yahoo, it doesn't matter where you're drafting. He's been kind of an afterthought. His price is trending up a little bit now, but he was outside of the top 200 picks even well after he signed.
Yep.
So I think he's a really solid draft pick this year.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? How's the draft?
We're good.
We're moving. We're midway through the 14th round. We'll catch up. Jack Flaherty was Joe's 13th round pick. Willie Adames, Drake Baldwin, great value on Drake Baldwin. That'll happen in the one catcher league. Brian Reynolds, Chandler Simpson, Taylor Ward, Blake Snell in the 14th round. I have no idea. Maybe he's back in May and is awesome, but I have no idea. And then Joe, you took Cedar Rafaela. He's someone that I think is a pretty bad value in NFBC. Like he goes like 110, 120 there. And I think the hitting skills are just really weak to justify that. And I think part of it is a lot of these are like draft and holds where having second and outfield eligibility is pretty valuable. But I worry about it. But I think the value there is fine. You got him with the 160th pick. So that's a lot closer to where I have him ranked. Caleb Durbin follows him up. It sounds like he's the starting third baseman for the Red Sox. Robbie Ray, Shodi Managa. Frank, I know you're buying the Shodi Managa bounce back. And then Connor Griffin in the 14th round. good value. Hard to complain. I think even if he doesn't start the season in the majors, which I still think there's a chance, you're not going to complain about getting him in the 14th round given the upside. Frank, you want to take the lead again?
I will take the lead, Chris. I appreciate you and Joe holding it down while I was out eating some dinner. Chicken wrap. It was great.
It is dinner time. It is almost 6. I was like, dinner? It's too early. Now it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, no, it's about to. You know what? A lot of nights I eat dinner like 8 or 9. It's so.
Yeah, I eat late. Yeah.
Me too.
It's not on purpose. You just kind of like lose track of time and everything. But I do know that Joe has to run. We appreciate you being here, Joe. So I'm gonna just remind everyone to follow you on X at Joe Orrico 99. Again, you can find his work over at Fangraphs, Fantasy Pros, and FTN Fantasy. Joe, we appreciate you hopping on. Are you ready to be dominated in the World Baseball Classic on Friday?
Oh,
it's on, baby. You know what the ultimate irony is you guys beating us at hockey and us beating you at
baseball. That would be fun. That's actually a fun angle. Yeah.
That would be pretty funny.
That's a revenge game.
Yeah.
It means the simulation is very much broken at this point.
Anything else you'd like to promote before you hop out, Joe?
No, just check out the Twitter. We're doing a lot of podcasts at Fantasy Pros. We did our Fantasy Fest yesterday, and there's a ton of segments. You were on there, Frankie, for a while, and those segments will be out on the podcast feed on YouTube. If you want to sign up for the Beat Joe Orrico League, I know you guys got the Beat FBT League tonight. There's one next Wednesday, March 18th at 8 o'clock if you want to take me on. Hopefully you guys sign up too. Let's get some competition going. But great to be on here, guys. I really appreciate the invite.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, we are continuing on here with the Mock Draft Mega Stream. We are in the midst of our 12-team head-to-head categories mock draft here. Again, this is the Yahoo standard format, daily lineups here. And let me take a look at how you're doing here, Chris. You've got the Contreras.
I doubled up. I got the Contreras.
You got both of them. William and Wilson. You got Jazz at second. JJ Weatherholt at third. Francisco Lindor at short. James Wood in the outfield. Christian Yelich, outfield eligible on Yahoo. Very interesting.
Hey, Frank, you might have to make the pick.
Do I?
Now that you've joined the draft room, it's not letting me pick.
Oh, who do you want to pick?
Tetsuya Imai.
Did you not want to take Luis Castillo? Did I mess that up?
That's fine. Right. But if you might have to leave the draft room in order for me to take back control, unless you want to draft.
I just joined in so I could tell people to draft faster because we have to fit.
Well, close it out. It's not letting me draft.
I took Tatsuya Imai for you, but I will hop out now, so you're back in control. You might have to refresh it, but there you go. But I won't be able to scroll around to teams and
okay, no, it's fine now. It's fine.
You can read off the draft picks and everything, and I'll just react to what you've done.
Oh, I have to be in charge still? Okay. I took Luis Castillo with the second to last pick of the 14th round. Before that, it was Brian Abreu and Marcus Semien, who went after Connor Griffin, then Jacob Marcy in the 14th. Kevin McGonigal at the top of the 15th. So the big three shortstops are gone. I did take JJ Weatherholt. What round was that? That was the 10th round. So that was early, but I wanted to do that to highlight something, Frank. JJ Weatherholt, second, third, and shortstop eligible
on Yahoo.
On Yahoo. So that is super valuable. That is two of the weakest positions. I've got him slotted in at third, but if anything happens with Jazz Chisholm, I can move him there. Anything happens to Francisco Lindor, I might have to start JJ Weatherholt if Lindor's not ready, although it sounds like he will be. So that was my thought process there. I took Tetsuya Imai with the second pick of the 15th round. Andrew Abbott, Griffin Jacks, Ryan Walker, Andy Pages, Addison Barger with the 7th pick of the 15th round, and we've got the number 8 pick on the clock. So
Connor Griffin, just want to highlight that again, 164 in this draft. He went 140 in the previous one, so pretty good price tag there, just comparatively to where he went in the first draft. Also ADP in March, I think he's like a top 140 pick, so pretty good value there on Connor Griffin based on where he's been going. I see the Brian Abreu pick. Did he go to the same team that drafted Josh Hader?
No, Josh Hader went to the first team in the 11th round, and then Brian Abreu. Looks like that guy's got a couple of, they've got 4 relievers. So they're going the opposite of what I'm doing because they're drafting a lot of relievers. Baby.
Marmol strategy.
I have not taken a reliever. I have 7 starting pitchers so far. They are Jacob deGrom, Kyle Bradish, Kevin Gausman, Bubba Chandler, Trevor Rogers, Luis Castillo, and Tetsuya Imai. So I like the talent.
Yeah.
And it is a daily league, so we'll be able to swap out when guys aren't starting. But, I'm kind of punting saves here.
Which
rest of the starting lineup.
Very easily do in a head-to-head categories league.
Yeah. Where are you at on Imai? He hit 99 miles an hour with his fastball in his most recent spring start. What I was reading is that the one thing about Tetsuya Imai is he averages about 94, 95 with his fastball, but it fluctuates a lot from start to start. He apparently struggles to repeat his mechanics. So some starts he's like 92, 93, and then some starts he's 96, 97. But it was interesting to see him hit 99. I think the weird slider and splitter combo is going to take a lot of hitters by surprise. I think Tetsuya Imai could be like Shota Minaga, where that first year is really good, and then it's a little shakier after that. But I think the first year for Tetsuya Imai should be pretty successful. After Addison Barger, we had Chris Bubich with the 8th pick of the 15th round, so a little bit of a discount from where he went in our previous draft, but much higher than his ADP. As Scott said, Chris Bubich, that ADP is around 200, doesn't ever seem to make it that far. So if you want Chris Bubich, I think you do have to be a little more aggressive to make sure you get him.
I think we'll be able to get him tonight because it's really the NFBC drafts where he lasts way too long. So hopefully nobody who's drafting against us is listening right now. And then we could draft Chris Bubich. How about that?
Hopefully they've never listened to us because we talk about Chris Bubich a lot. Stephen Kwan, Shane McClanahan, Dennis Santana finish out the 15th round. Alec Boehm, Noel V. Marte. Noel V. Marte is really slipping in a lot of the drafts we're doing lately. He was in my Bus 2.0 column that I published earlier this week, but that's with an NFBC ADP of around 130. And I think that's probably, he's third base and outfit eligible there. So I think dual eligible players get a real boost in NFBC, especially a lot of those draft and holds, like I mentioned with Cedar Rafaela. Then Jacob Wilson comes off the board. And Aaron Nola. We are all caught up.
Noel V. Marte, his ADP in March over at the NFBC, 136. So
yeah, that's too high for me for a guy who...
You brought it to our attention, me and Scott, that there's a chance that Noel V. Marte is not an everyday player.
Yeah, there was a quote from Terry Francona earlier in the offseason where he talked about, who he'd like to go to for the number 2 spot in the lineup. And Vlad mentioned this during the earlier draft, but it's probably going to be Matt McClain. But it was, he mentioned specifically Matt McClain as a possibility, but then he was like, yeah, but he was so bad against lefties that I'm just not sure I can do it. And he's a bad defensive player, at least a developing defensive player. Maybe he figures it out, but it's been rough out there this spring. And, you're a bad hitter against lefties and you're bad defensively. Well, that's kind of like, well, why don't we just start Will Benson or something? I don't think it's likely that Noel V. Marte doesn't make the team. I think he will. But I think there's more playing time concern here than you typically see for a player drafted, again, 130th or so in the NFBC format.
And we just saw Jack Caglione come off the board as well here.
Good
and that
pick,
is the third to last pick of round 16.
Yeah, that was 190th overall.
That feels pretty good on Cags.
Yeah, I like that. I've moved him into about the 160, 170 range. We see a couple injured guys go, Lawrence Butler and Jackson Holliday. Big upside on both, potential 2020 guys, but doesn't sound like either's going to be ready for opening day, right?
Who are those?
Just blank. Lawrence Butler and Jackson Holliday.
Yeah, Jackson Holliday, I saw an interview yesterday. He was on Foul Territory and said that he most likely will not be ready to go for opening day. Lawrence Butler, I was reading an article on MLB.com just yesterday. He has had 30 live at-bats on the backfields and like some minor league type settings. He has yet to play in a spring training game. They're hoping that he makes his debut next week, but they are slow playing him because he's coming back from off-season knee surgery, which I don't love because, we're depending on him to give us 20-plus steals this season, and he's coming back from knee surgery, and they're slow playing him. So do they let him run early on in the season? I think that's a legitimate question, but I think there are other things that Butler is still good at, especially if he can tap back into the player he looked like 2 years ago, where he hits the ball hard. It's a great ballpark. It's an improving lineup. So even if he gives us, 10 to 15 steals, can he get the power up to like 25 home runs? And there's a little bit of a trade-off. I think it's possible, but yeah, there is a little bit of risk here with Butler. But he fell in this draft. He's close to 200. I think that's pretty appropriate for him.
Yep, I took Brenton Doyle, 194 after Jackson Holiday, then Edward Cabrera, who was in my queue. We are down to the last 7 or so rounds in this draft, so we should be good by 6:30 to close this one out. I took Ivan Herrera as my util. He is already catcher eligible at Yahoo, I believe. So
yeah, and that's a huge advantage on Yahoo. So
yeah,
you just wait in a one catcher league and grab Ivan Herrera.
That's
awesome.
I mentioned it to Joe, but you weren't on. But it is funny that Yahoo is the league scoring format that gives you the second util spot, and they're also the most generous with position eligibility. So it's like it doesn't even matter really that you get that second util spot because you have so much more flexibility, right? JJ Weatherholt, triple eligible. Ivan Herrera, already catcher eligible. Yordan Alvarez and Christian Yelich, who I drafted, Christian Yelich, that is, are outfield eligible. So
I think there are only 3 true util only players on Yahoo: Ohtani, Marcell Ozuna, and I think Andrew McCutchen.
That makes it because Stanton played a little outfield last year, so he probably got it.
I'm wrong about that, but yeah, let me look it up.
I think it's like a percentage of your games played have to be at a certain position is how it works for Yahoo.
McCutchen has outfield eligibility.
Okay, there you go. Catching up on some of the picks, Max Muncy of the Dodgers. Don't really have to specify, but why not? Luis Arias goes off the board, batting average star. Power hitter when he's wearing Vino Tinto, when he's in the Venezuelan uniform. But I think the number was he has like 5 home runs in his last like 9 games in the WBC or something. He has more multi-homer games in the WBC representing Venezuela than he does in his entire major league career.
It's so interesting, man. Like you used to hear this about Ichiro, that if he wanted to be a power hitter, he could have, just because he had such incredible bat control, and he could have just upped and pulled the ball more and for trying to hit for more power if he wanted to. It's interesting that I feel like Arise has that good of bat control to do that, but it's probably not going to happen so much in San Francisco.
No. I will say on the Ichiro thing, I covered a Marlins game once, close to whenever he was there, so close to a decade ago, I think. I've been in New York for 6 years, so yeah, it has to have been almost a decade ago. And I watched his batting practice, and he does hit like more home runs than anyone else in batting practice. They're all 2 rows up.
Oh yeah.
Like it's just, he is just peppering the same exact spot 2 rows up in right field. So it's like, the bat control is incredible. I'm not sure he could actually have done it in games,
Yeah. No, that's fair.
But catching up on some picks, Brandon Nimmo, Willie Abreu, Dalton Varsho. We love Dalton Varsho on this show. Alec Burleson, nice batting average source. Carlos Rodon, in this league, you're going to have IL spots to play with that you can wait on him. Jonathan Aranda, Sir Anthony Dominguez. So I think the last player, Team 12, has drafted, is that the only 2? Okay, 3 relievers so far. Braxton Ashcraft is the next pick. Frank, I know you like him a lot. Isai Paredes, I think that's a good value. Abner Uribe, in a daily league, even if he's not the closer, he's going to be very valuable. And then your boy, Sal Stewart. That was a very frank run there.
Ooh, I love that. Yeah, I like Jonathan Aranda a lot too. So that's a nice little run of some interesting bats. I like Alec Burleson, who went there as well. This is a good value here on Sal Stewart. We see a lot of drafts now where he's going in like the 160 to 175 range. So to get him now, I think we're past 200, right? That feels really good for Sal Stewart, who he's first base eligible to start the year, but he's been playing second and third this spring. I think they're just going to move him all over the diamond to get his bat in the lineup. And some people worried about whether or not he'll play every day. I think he will. Will it be the same spot every day? Probably not. But first base, DH, second, third, I just think Sal Stewart, they value his bat a lot, and he's going to be in there every day.
As long as he hits, right? Like that's the only, but I don't think there's a world where Sal Stewart's as good as we think he will be, and he's only playing 2/3 of the time. I just don't think they have enough guys for that.
And I know it's a dangerous game having this much confidence in a young player who's only played, 18 games in the majors, but I have so much confidence, Chris, that he's
gotta have
just going
faith
to
in
be
someone.
a really good hitter. Just between his plate discipline in the minors, his pitch recognition, he hit all different kinds of pitches in the minors last year. The walk rate was high. The strikeouts were down. He hits the ball extremely hard. 30% pulled air rate last season in a small sample in Great American Ballpark. Sky's the limit for that guy, man. I am very excited about South Stewart.
I think there's a lot to be excited about there. I just took Dalen Lyle. Love the value there. That is 215th. I have him ranked around 170, 175. So love the value on Dalen Lyle. Matt McClain also goes. He's pushed up. I think his March ADP in NFBC is like 170 or so. So Matt McClain has been arguably the biggest riser among hitters.
Good value here, though.
Yeah, great value there. I'm fading the like top 170 pick, but 215 is great. Brendan Donovan goes with the last pick of the 18th round, then Shane Smith, first pick of the 19th. And I'm up coming off of my phenomenal Dalen Lyle pick. I've got my 2 RP spots, and I've got 3 bench spots to play with. Every other starting lineup spot is filled. So I'm going to start picking from some of these SPARP options that I can throw in there.
I was wondering if you would just completely punt reliever and just take some SPARP guys at this point.
think that's what I'm going to do.
I think it makes sense to do it.
In theory, it would have been Sean Manaea before seeing some of the...
Yeah.
Was that today that he was throwing like 88?
Yeah, make that pick, Chris.
With his fastball. I'm going to do... it's Andrew Vaughn instead because I ran out of time. That's fine. Live TV, baby.
We do like Andrew Vaughn a lot, too.
Yeah, I think he's just being undervalued. People are kind of treating him either as if what he did after getting to Milwaukee was completely fake, which, okay, that's reasonable, or as if he's going to have some kind of playing time concerns. I think there's 0 playing time concern. I guess Jake Bauers is having a good spring.
I wouldn't put it at 0, but I think it's minimal.
Yeah. Like maybe they platoon those 2 guys, but I think Andrew Vaughn's going to play a lot and could be really good. And it's another one of those ones, if he hits like he did in the second half last year, there's not going to be any playing time concerns.
Yeah. I mean, he made huge improvements with the Brewers last season, hit the ball really hard, lots of line drives. He really just got off to a terrible start with the White Sox last year. But if you look at what he did previously before that, he was just kind of one of these steady, boring corner
260 average, 20
250,
homers.
20 homer kind of guy. And I think he can get to that again. And I think what he showed with the Brewers, there's a little bit of upside, maybe some untapped potential that the Brewers are helping him get to. And he's going to hit in the middle of that lineup. And that's a really good lineup too. So
I agree. After Andrew Vaughn, Jose Caballero, ton of steals.
He's great for this format because you can move him all over the place whenever
he might actually, he might be eligible literally every position. No, he's actually has the same eligibility at Yahoo as he does at CBS.
And he's a category dominator with the steals. So
Kerry Carpenter, Carter Jensen. I mean, this is the 18th round. We had Yainer Diaz, Adley Rutschman, and then Carter Jensen in the 19th round. The thing about Yahoo, especially because you get Ivan Herrera as a catcher eligible player as well. In a 1-catcher league, you can wait so long. Like I took William Contreras, I think in the 7th round. Yeah, 7th round. And every time I take a catcher early in a 1-catcher league, even if it's a great value, I regret it. Because there are just so many good guys still
available. You took William Contreras earlier, and you wound up getting Ivan Herrera at a great value later, too.
But like, Gabriel Moreno is still available. Francisco Alvarez is still available. I love both of those guys. So it's... Catcher in a 1-catcher league is just so stupid deep.
It's hard to figure out too, because in a shallower format, you want to have that advantage over your opponents. But again, it's the opportunity cost where you're using maybe a top 10 round pick on a catcher where you can boost another position and you can still wind up with a starting worthy catcher in round 20, which is crazy.
But I think the distinction with William Contreras, getting him in the 7th round, is like, 1, he was the number 1 catcher 2 years ago and was the consensus number 1 catcher in drafts last year. And 2, I think even more so than Cal Raleigh, he's actually a 5-category guy. Raleigh, even last year, I think he only hit like 260, right? He did steal 14 bases, which was surprising. But, William Contreras, you're going to get a good batting average. You're going to get 20 or so homers, maybe more. Great RBI and run numbers because he's been in the lineup a ton. He steals like 8 bases every year. He's a true 5-category catcher. Catching up, Spencer Torkelson with the 6th pick of the 19th round, Gleyber Torres, Kirby Yates, Dylan Cruz, Merrill Kelly, Noah Cameron, JT Realmuto. Coming back in the 20th, Jake Berger, Ryan Weathers. Mike Trout in the 20th round is crazy.
I am all out on Mike Trout, but man, at that point, why not?
Yeah, like you're looking at like Mike Trout and Nolan Shanuel went in consecutive picks. Yeah. Look, Nolan Shanuel is not a worthless player. He's a pretty good player, but
he's a little different than Mike Trout.
Yeah, Mike Trout, right? Like I know he had a bad season, but like he did stay healthy and hit 26 homers. You know, it's not like he was terrible.
I brought this up on yesterday's podcast. We were doing position preview updates, and Mike Trout in a game this March has hit 30 feet per second on his sprint speed, which is something he hasn't done since April of 2024 before all of his knee injuries. Yep. So I'm not saying he's necessarily going to run more, but that tells me that he's healthy. He feels good. He's moving well. And overall, I think that's good news for Mike Trout. I'm still not targeting him, but I think overall that lets you know that Mike Trout's feeling pretty good this spring.
All right, I got my first RP. I go Joey Cantillo. Let's catch up. Parker Messick with the 5th pick of the 20th round. Quinn Priester dealing with that wrist injury, but you know if he's okay, that's a pretty good pick. Royce Lewis, love the value. Chris Bassett, Brandon Lau, great value for Brandon Lau for some cheap pop. Munetaka Murakami, I like the pick in the 20th round there as well. 238th overall. Joey Cantillo to me, and then I think the person picking behind me is watching my queue. Because he takes Reed Detmers, one of the RPs that I had
Detmers first
queued up. Then Alejandro Kirk, and it's back to me. I'm going to go with, I don't even know if he's going to be in the rotation. Let's take a chance on Kyle Harrison and what we've seen lately from him, which is fastball velocity still up, right around 95. It's where he was last year, but this new kick change could really change things for him because he's always had pretty good fastball, especially if he's averaging 95. But he throws it like 70% of the time, 60% of the time. His only other reliable pitch has been a slurve, which is a very good pitch. If the kick change can be something that Kyle Harrison can truly rely on, that could really change his whole outlook. So I'm interested in that. With Quinn Priester's injury, he could be in the Brewers rotation. We followed that up with Samuel Basayo, Ezekiel Tovar, Matt Shaw. I was interested in Matt Shaw as a sleeper coming into the season. It just doesn't seem like there's anywhere for him to play.
Yeah. He seems like a super util type that will be used to give people days off here or there. Maybe he's the short side platoon at DH with Moises Ballesteros. If Ballesteros struggles, maybe Matt Shaw just becomes the everyday DH. That is a possibility. And I don't think they're completely out on him just because he was their top prospect and they still have a lot invested in him.
He's still young.
I think their moves this offseason kind of tell you how they feel about him at least a little bit, right? Like bringing in Alex Bregman to take over that third base job, and
long term too.
A lot of names in the outfield too, so it seems tough to project a good amount of plate appearances here for Matt Shaw. But I guess in a daily lineup league, you could just throw him in there whenever he's playing.
We followed that up with Bryson Stott, who, Frank, I know you're drafting a decent amount this season. Just super boring fallback option at second base.
Yeah, just boring guy. Again, someone for steals, 25 to 30 steals, 10 to 15 home runs. You know, a lot of leagues that we play in, you can't be good everywhere, Chris. You need to have kind of one weak spot in your lineup, and a lot of times that's been second base for me.
And if that weak spot is a guy who's going to play every day and at least stand out somewhere, which he will with stolen bases, that's perfectly fine. We've got Carlos Correa after him, Ramon Laureano, good value there, Roki Sasaki. And then there you go, Francisco Alvarez, the 10th pick of the 21st round. That player also did already have a catcher, but hey, you can get a second catcher. Cody Ponce, we love that one. Robert Suarez, I really like Robert Suarez just as a later round flyer. I think he probably typically goes around 200 or higher. So to get him with the second to last pick of the 21st round is great, or the last pick of the 21st round. Followed up with Gabe Spire, Jack Leiter, Sean Manaea, another Sparp, Jose Soriano. If the Angels had anything better than the worst infield defense in baseball, Jose Soriano could be pretty good. Elite ground ball pitcher, but he's just like Zachary Neto's not a very good shortstop. They've got big question marks at second base. Is Christian Moore, do we still think he's the starter at second for them?
I have no idea.
I have not heard anything about
on
him.
Grissom, and they've brought in some other players this offseason. So that feels like a position battle this spring. I'm not sure that it matters all that much. Gabe Spire, someone I just wanted to mention here. Again, like in this format, head-to-head categories with the daily lineups, this is where you start to see relievers who are not going to get saves, still be drafted because they give you good ratios, good strikeouts, maybe grab some wins here or there. So Gabe Spire typically in a Roto league just would not be drafted, but in head-to-head categories, you could just kind of lock them in there all the time and continue to rack up some strikeouts and ratios.
Yep, we've got Justin Crawford, who I love there. Sounds like he's the starting center fielder for the Phillies. Big stolen base, big batting average potential. Might not be a total zero in power. He does hit the ball pretty hard. Trent Grisham, 22nd round for 34 homers last year. That's pretty good. Robert Garcia might be the closer for the Rangers. Jason Dominguez seems like he's going to start the season at AAA, although I do think he's having a pretty nice spring. So it's not a fait accompli that Jason Dominguez starts at AAA. But it does look likely.
I think it's going to happen, but I mean, look, Stanton gets hurt every single year.
Yeah.
There will be opportunities. I think Dominguez could wind up being a pretty popular waiver wire pickup at points throughout the season, but to start the year, I think he's probably going to be at AAA, which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Jones is having a big spring too, but they've already reassigned him to minors camp.
All right, we're going to take another Sparp. I think it's going to be Nick Martinez. That's boring and gross, but maybe. Actually, yeah, we'll do it.
I think that's fine.
He's solid. It's Tampa. It's at Tropicana. You know, I was watching Spencer Strider and Nick Martinez pitch the other day, and the overwhelming thought I had was, if you told me one of these two guys was the best pitcher in the world 2 years ago, I would not have a strong sense of who that was just watching them now, which is not a mark in Nick Martinez's favor. I took Nick Martinez with the second pick of the second to last pick of the 22nd round. Jacob Lopez, I like that flyer with the last pick of the 22nd round. Ernie Clement there, a lot of positional flexibility. My last pick, we're in the 23rd round. Grayson Rodriguez, just a total flyer. But I think we've seen some decent stuff from him this spring. Will Warren having a really good spring for the Yankees. Elliot Ramos, Will Vest, Casey Mize. And we are on to the last 6 picks of the draft. So we've made good time. We've got a little bit of time before your next draft. That's what we wanted to see, right, Frank?
That is perfect. Yes, I was in the chat frantically telling everyone, please draft quicker so that we can make sure. Maybe next year we just space these drafts out a little bit more.
Give ourselves like a 15-minute buffer.
Yeah, you know, we can recap our teams afterwards, and it gives us
our breath.
A little bit of a chance to catch our breath and stuff. But we are making good time here. We still got about 6 minutes until the next draft starts, and this draft is pretty much winding down.
Over my team?
Yeah, let's go for it.
I've got the Contreras brothers, William at catcher, Wilson at first base. I've got Jazz Chisholm at second, J.J. Weatherholt at third, Francisco Lindor at shortstop. My outfield is James Wood, Christian Yelich, and Brenton Doyle. Don't love the Doyle one. I think I'm just going to mentally put Dalen Lyle in there. Shohei Ohtani is my util 1, Ivan Herrera my util 2. I've got Dalen Lyle and Andrew Vaughn on the bench. Pitching staff, Jacob deGrom, Kyle Bradish are my 2 starting pitchers. Joey Cantillo and Kyle Harrison are my 2 quote-unquote relief pitchers. They will both be starting. Hopefully Kyle Harrison's in the rotation. My pitchers, Kevin Gausman, Bubba Chandler, Trevor Rogers, and Luis Castillo. On my bench, I've got Tetsuya Imai, Nick Martinez, and Grayson Rodriguez. So I've got 3 guys to swap through those RP spots, and then I've got 8 starting pitchers to put in my RP, my SP and P spots. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely like the upside that you wound up with on the pitching staff. Lots of interesting names there on the bench and guys that you could cycle through. I think it's an interesting strategy, too, just from a head-to-head categories roster building perspective, is just punting saves, right? That is something that you could do in a format like this where, you know, saves are a standalone stat category. They're not affected by anything else. It's not like home runs affect runs and RBI and batting average. Saves are all alone. There's nothing else that really, you know, is correlated with saves. So if you want to punt that category, it's completely feasible. And drafting a bunch of upside at starting pitcher, even with a couple of aces up top, I think that makes a lot of sense as a viable strategy.
I'm looking at the projections. Number 1 projected in Ks, first in wins, last in ERA. I mean, that'll happen. Yeah, so that's where I'm at. We're done with the draft. Let's talk about those last few picks. It was Otto Lopez, Bryce Eldridge. Love the last round Bryce Eldridge. Luis Garcia, Kodai Senga. His velocity's been up this spring. Jordan Lawler has actually hit well this spring. There's still some strikeout issues, but he's walking a ton. He's hitting the ball hard, so still has some upside there with Jordan Lawler. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
All right, Chris, thank you. Thanks to Joe Orrico for hopping in the draft room as well. I will let you get out of here, go eat some dinner, and then we will reconvene at 8. And we've got our Beat FBT draft. It's going to be great.
Draft starts at 8, right?
Draft starts at 8.
So I'll be back at like 7:45.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, man.
All right. Bye. All right. Have fun with Ariel. Hi, Ariel. Bye, Ariel.
Yes, Ariel Cohen will be joining us in just a second. Let's take a quick commercial break, and then we will set up our next draft right after this.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ hits every highlight from all the sports that matter to you.
JJ, we appreciate your time breaking it down.
A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With the plays you missed.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And analysis to give you an edge.
All we need is 20 points.
I was shaking in my boots.
Texas, Ohio State, who wins this game?
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
CBS Sports HQ, streaming free 24/7.
You need a hug?
You need a fist?
Crutch, crutch, crutch.
Crutch, crutch.
Crutch, you need anything.
I do have one question.
We didn't mean right now.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
I now know why Mommy was so stressed.
What's the plan here?
Landman. New season now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
This is why we do this every March.
Major slam!
It is a basketball party.
It's March! Expect the unexpected!
Welcome back in Fantasy Baseball today. This is our mock draft mega stream. And welcoming back to the stream, it is Scott Y. What's up, Scotty?
Hello, Frank. I have a full stomach. I have a new, some new attire. Wardrobe change while I was gone.
I love it. I love it.
And yeah, I'm ready to tackle this very unfamiliar format. Head-to-head points. We talk about head-to-head points on our podcast, but we're always talking about CBS's version. ESPN's here, and that's another popular platform for head-to-head points. ESPN's is very different.
Yes. So we will talk about the scoring differences in just a second. Again, the goal for today was to walk everybody each type of standard draft on each platform. So we did a CBS draft. We did Yahoo head-to-head categories. We're going to do head-to-head points on ESPN. We will do an NFBC draft a little bit later on. And to help us do this draft, he is the man behind the ATC projections, the host of the Beat the Shift podcast. You can find his work over on Fangraphs, Roto Baller, and I'm sure I'm probably missing something else. Ariel Cohen, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Appreciate you hopping in. You can follow him on X at ATCNY, and he is perfect for this upcoming draft head-to-head points because he is your defending Tout Wars head-to-head points champion. But that's only because I'm not in the league anymore.
That's right. And Chris is actually in that league, so we'll see him on Sunday.
But Frank won it 2 years. You won it 2 years in a row, right, Frank?
Yeah.
You're like a Tout Wars legend because of that.
I figured I'd give Ariel Cohen a shot here, and so I left the league. That's
well, we've we have won between the two of us 4 out of the last 6 years in talent. That's pretty good.
Yes, we like that. All right, the draft is up and running, and the first overall pick was Shohei Ohtani. No surprise there. I'm going to go ahead and take my guy. I did not plan this. The draft order was randomized an hour before the draft, so I think I've been picking top 3 in the 2 drafts that we've done so far today. So not on purpose, but I did draft Aaron Judge here. Ariel Cohen is picking 3rd, and Scott is picking at 6. And we will get into the picks in just a second. I do want to remind everybody of the format here. This is the standard 12-team head-to-head points on ESPN, scoring a little bit different than CBS. It's 1 point for each of a run scored, total base, RBI, walk, and steal, -1 for a hit or strikeout. So on CBS, 2 points for a steal, -0.5 point for a strikeout. Here on ESPN, only 1 point for a steal, minus a full point for a hit or strikeout. On the pitching side, it's 3 points per inning pitched, 1 for a strikeout, 2 for a win, 5 for a save, 2 for a hold, -1 for a hit or walk allowed, -2 for an earned run and loss. So a little bit different there.
You're underselling it. That's not a little bit different. That is way different.
It's a lot.
It really narrows the usable player pool on both sides, I would say, hitters and pitchers. But I think especially hitters, because you get -1 per strikeout as opposed to -0.5, like we're used to. And you get just 1 point per steal as opposed to 2 points per steal, like we're used to. So that takes all the high strikeout guys, all the premium base stealers who don't provide a lot of power. That takes them all off the board, basically.
Yeah.
And we got 12 teams in here, right? It's only a 19 round draft, but still, I was picking 6th. I just took Jose Ramirez, who thankfully doesn't strike out much, but it's going to be very different. And I especially feel urgency to feel those hitter spots, but the pitcher side too, because it kind of makes the head-to-head points value for a pitcher and the roto value a little more even, because you really need premium bat missers, with strikeout being worth a point each and not many points available for wins, just 2 points for wins, no points for quality starts or anything like that. So you have to get actual dominant pitchers, and you have a narrow pool of usable hitters.
Want to remind everybody of some other rules here. Again, these are daily lineups. That is the standard format on ESPN, and their lineups, it's one of each infield position, including catcher, 3 outfielders, 1 utility bat, and then 7 pitcher spots. You can divide those up however you like. It could be 7 relievers. It could be 7 starters. It could be 5 and 2, 4 and 3, however you want to divide that up, and then 3 bench spots. This is a 19-round draft, 16 starting spots. And again, like I just said, 3 spots on the bench. Ariel Cohen, you wound up with Juan Soto at pick number 3. Was that a homer pick?
It was not a homer pick. I have him as the third best guy over there, Ohtani, Judge, Soto, in that order. I do want to point out, though, that the Paul Skeens pick is a really good pick by Barton over there, because remember, there's very few points for wins. So Skeens is now a premium pitcher. I had him as almost 6th overall, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, catching people up here on the picks. The top 3 were Ohtani, Judge, and Soto. We got Tarek Skubal at 4, Ronald Acuna, Jose Ramirez went to Scott. We got Bobby Witt Jr. at 7, Kyle Tucker, Fernando Tatis, Paul Skeens, Garrett Crochet, and Ketel Marte, which might surprise people, but again, he does not strike out very much. And then into round 2, it's Junior Caminero, Kyle Schwarber, Corbin Carroll, Vlad Jr., and Logan Gilbert.
Yeah. So obviously the Bobby Witt one is different, though he tends to fall in our points leagues as well, since he's not a big walks guy. Yeah, I do feel like I'm flying a little blind in this draft, because the format is just so... I do play in some different head-to-head points leagues. They're not all CBS default scoring, but the fact that all the base stealers are their contributions in that category are cut in half. Strikeouts being worth, I mean, this is different. This is going to be interesting. Okay, I am up.
Especially interesting when we see Alex Bregman in round 2, Scott.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. I think I'm going to go ahead and take Cal Raleigh here. I know he strikes out a lot, but he is far and away the best catcher, and not to overthink the scoring differences, but still in head-to-head points, when you don't have the extra outfielders, you don't have the extra infielders, you need impact from every spot. And so being able to get Cal Raleigh at, where was it, 20? Yeah, I went ahead and took him.
All right. After you took Cal Raleigh, we got Julio Rodriguez.
19. It was 19.
Julio Rodriguez and Ellie De La Cruz. And Ariel, you are on the clock. What are we thinking?
All right, I'm going to go with Brian Wu over here, who I have as my number 4 best overall pitcher. You do need a lot of pitchers here. There's 7 pitchers to 9 hitters, so you can't discount them. And Wu is just amazing. Lasts long, gets you a lot of innings. Needed an anchor. And for this kind of format, I think you do need a pitching anchor. So that's why I took him.
All right, I am on the clock here and trying to figure out what direction I would like to go in. I had Aaron Judge as my first pick. And again, it's like trying to recalculate your brain compared to, with this scoring format. So the top hitters available, Machado.
I would probably need a couple days to study this, I think, to really give it my best shot.
I'm going to go ahead and take Gunnar Henderson, who typically is a borderline first-round pick. I don't expect him to strike out all that much. It's probably somewhere in that like 20 to 25% K rate, but will be so good with the power and speed. Totally fine taking him here to go along with Aaron Judge. So, and the next pick was Yoshinobu Yamamoto to finish out round 2. And Christopher Sanchez. You know what? I figured I could get Christopher Sanchez with the next pick, that I didn't have to go ahead and pull him up the board there. But I'm not so sure that I want to take a pitcher yet. But I don't know. Ariel kind of talked me into it with getting one of those ace pitchers.
I mean, you got to take a strikeout guy specifically. So I think a Max Fried, for instance, not a big strikeout guy. A lot of his value comes from wins, which are only 2 points apiece.
I was looking at Chris Sale to get those strikeouts there.
I was hoping you weren't.
With the Braves jersey on and everything. Take that.
Yeah.
Right. I just took you an Alvarez. I'm looking at the outfielders, and he's so much better than some of the others. There's a big drop in outfield if you don't get a big bopper. And since I just went woo and I didn't get that big bopper, I now have Soto and Alvarez. That's a pretty high and mighty outfield. I'll play all the other positions a little bit later that I think are a little bit closer to each other in value. Yordan Alvarez, I think, could have a really great season if he stays healthy. I mean, that's the key for him, really. But if he does, we know his value.
And it's worth pointing out that on ESPN, he does have that outfield eligibility to start the year. On CBS and NFBC, he doesn't. On Yahoo and ESPN, he does have that outfield eligibility. So nice to point that out there with Alvarez. Next 2 picks after that, Manny Machado and Max Fried. And Scott, you are up. You have Jose Ramirez and the Big Dumpa.
I know. I don't like this. I mean, Francisco Lindor is still there in round 3. Obviously, that's normally a great value.
That feels pretty good.
A lot of his value comes from steals, but he's also not a guy who strikes out much. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take him.
Yeah, I like
since
that.
You took Chris Sale out from under me.
Can't let you get all those Braves, Scott. Come on.
Well, how many Braves do I have? I have 0.
Well, you had Matt Olson in the first draft.
I'm drafting Matt Olson a lot. You know why? It's because I prefer Olson to both Harper and Devers, and I think I'm in the minority there.
Right after Lindor, we got Logan Webb, so another ace off the board. Cody Bellinger in a league where strikeouts are -1. I mean, that is just a primo
I was
pick.
looking at him. Yep.
Yeah, I think it was like a 13 or 15% K rate last year for Bellinger. So someone who does make a lot of contact. We are here in round 3. Again, thanks you to everybody for being here. We've got almost 600 people watching live. Like this video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. 40K by opening day. Probably not going to happen. It's a lofty goal, but subscribe if you haven't already.
I haven't lost faith.
After Bellinger, we got Hunter Brown and Mason Miller. Let's see. Mason Miller, interesting to try and evaluate him. So
a lot of strikeouts.
I did take the point scoring system and I put
reliever.
Yes.
But it's just 7 pitchers, right? It's not starters and relievers.
And saves are worth 5 in this. So
saves are worth 5, but innings are worth 3.
Yes.
Right.
And strikeouts, just by virtue of not throwing as many innings, he's going to have a lot less strikeouts.
Probably a little too early for Miller. Probably a little too early, but he is the number 1 guy. Maybe 4th, 5th round for this kind of format. I can see that.
Yes. So I took the scoring system. I plugged it into the auction calculator on Fangraphs. I'm using ATC projections. No surprise there, Ariel. And they have Mason Miller as a $25 player. And that would slot in right around SP 18, like right behind Cole Reagan. So I do think it's a little early here on Mason Miller, but just to give people some perspective on what his valuation is in this format. After Mason Miller, there was Jazz Chisholm. Lots of power and speed, but also lots of strikeouts for him. But it is a discount from where he normally goes. Framber Valdez and Jesus Luzardo. And we are into round 4. Here we go.
Going quick.
Yes, sir.
So I'm seeing Nico Horner pretty high in the available players, and he doesn't strike out much, but no power. So I got to think, getting just 1 point per steals instead of 2. I'm a little surprised how high he shows up in the draft room because I wouldn't think there would be a ton of value there. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
Ariel,
what do you think about Nico Horner in this format?
Horner in this format, a little bit lower down. I have.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking. I'm surprised how high he is in the draft room.
Yeah, he is the top second baseman left, but not a big difference to the rest. I think you could have waited on Horner. I think.
He hasn't gone yet. I'm just thinking about.
Oh,
thinking about my next pick.
You can wait a little bit. I'd be surprised if he's taken, but 2 rounds from now, you don't want to let him go way past that.
Mm-hmm. After Jesus Luzardo, Nick Kurtz and Steven Kwan goes again. It's like so different compared to what we normally see in drafts, but it's you do
Kwan
have to
is a decent
adapt.
pick.
You do have to adapt to the format, and Steven Kwan, the lack of strikeouts versus Nick Kurtz, the pick right before him.
Mookie Betts was a very good value for right here. He went too far.
Yeah,
that was looking good. I already had a shortstop, so I wasn't going to be able to do it. I don't know. Maybe I would have filled my. Oh, great. I'm up and Reagan's just went. I was holding my breath on Reagan's.
Oh, Reagan's. Yep. Lots of strikeouts from Reagan's. Lots of risk. But again, this is a shallower format, so I think it's okay to take on a little bit of risk there. Right. Jacob deGrom is the next pick. And Scott, I hate to inform you, but you're up.
I know. I know. And Reagan's and deGrom were the last 2 from that tier. Luzardo's already gone, right? So he's gone. I don't have a pitcher yet. I got to get some strikeouts. Minus 2 points per earned run is a problem for somebody like Peralta, who I think Freddie Peralta, whose ERA is more likely to be in the mid 3s than the mid high 2s like it was last year. But he does get a lot of strikeouts. And he does seem to be the best pitcher left. So I'm going to take him, not with a ton of confidence.
Let's go Mets.
Was he your top pitcher available?
No.
Okay.
Close.
Yeah.
Who else would have been? Kirby? Cease?
Yeah, Cease is up there.
Well, we'll see what happens next. Trey Turner in round 4.
It's just, again, you got to recalculate your brain. It's so interesting to see where these guys are going here. Matt Olson, Trey Turner goes, and Ariel, you're back up. Your first 3 picks: Soto, Brian Wu, and Yordan Alvarez.
Okay, so you mentioned that strikeouts are a big thing in this league. I have a first baseman who is fantastic at not getting struck out, Vinny Pasquantino, friend of the podcast.
Vinny P, baby. Is he a friend of the podcast? Our podcast or your podcast?
My podcast, but he's a friend of every podcast.
I wish I was friends with Vinny P, baby.
Yeah, more like Vinny 3, man. 3 home runs last night against Mexico to help USA.
And your podcast sounds cool.
Yes, that's the Beat the Shift podcast if people want to check it out. Let's see. First base. I am looking at first base because there are still some pretty big names left that are out here. Let's see. Some of these guys do strike out quite a bit, but they also hit for a lot of power. So, this is much further than he usually lasts, but I'm going to go ahead and take Pete Alonso.
Yeah, I was considering taking him too, but I have him just a tick higher in this format. Again, it's total points, right? If this was a Roto league, you would not draft Vinny P over Pete Alonso in any situation.
Right. Yeah. So, yes, I took Pete Alonso, and then William Contreras goes.
I'm not sure I remember what it was last year, but Alonso's strikeout rates are pretty reasonable for a guy with his power.
It's like 20 to 22%.
Yeah.
Thinking that range. It's not terrible.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yep.
Given the power.
Yep. So I've
You'd
got
expect
Alonso
that be
here.
more like 25, 26%.
Alonso, Gunnar, Judge. I've got Chris Sale as my SP1. Do I dive back into pitching here? Again, you want the strikeouts. Those are big. And I think that's the way that I'm leaning. There's still a lot of really good outfielders left. I'm going to go ahead and take another pitcher here and take Dylan Cease. Someone I don't typically take, but man, the strikeouts being so valuable the way that they are. Yeah. I have the scoring system plugged into ATC projections here.
Top pitcher left.
They have Dylan Cease as the SP14. So
that was a good pick right there with the pitcher.
So where do you have the second closer, Edwin Diaz, going? Because he's still available.
Diaz.
Just tell me who to take. Let's.
Yeah, I mean, Edwin Diaz would be the.
So you have-
it's about the right time to take Diaz. Something close
Yeah.
to it. Yep, I agree. I agree. All right, I'm going to go with this pick, Michael Garcia. Now, he probably will go a round or two from now. And remember, I'm picking at the third, so I got to make it towards a lot of people. But the thing about him is, if you look at the third base position, there is such a drop from Michael Garcia. Like, to me, it's not just overall value. It's the drop from where you are to the next one. After Michael Garcia, Austin Riley is the next best player. And I've got like 7 rounds of drop or so of value between the two.
He loses a lot of value in head-to-head, even our head-to-head points league, but especially when it's a full point for a strikeout. That's one that you just take him off the board.
Yeah, but
he's not a differentiator. I mean, he's going to get drafted, but he's not.
Right. Now, there's no corner in this league. There's just one third baseman. So a lot of the third basemen are off the board, and he's just sitting there with a lot of a value drop. So I didn't want to let him go to anybody. I'm just nervous, and now I got a first and third.
You know what? I plugged in your projections, Ariel, and I forgot to put -1 as the strikeout. So that's why it didn't have Michael Garcia ranked as highly as I thought he should have been. But yes, if I had that in there correctly, I probably would have taken him myself. But yes, good pick there on Michael Garcia. Next one was Bryce Harper, then Kyle Bradish, and Scott, we are back to you. You have J Ram, Cal Raleigh, Lindor, and Freddie Peralta.
Yeah, I don't know. I might. No, he strikes out a lot. I'm actually going to take George Springer here. Doesn't strike out much. Walks at a good clip. Not that dependent on speed. George Springer. That's my pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been good in points league formats, that plate discipline, and I don't think anyone's expecting him to come close to what he did last year, even if he regresses. Right. I mean, it's 20 to 25 homers, 15 steals, leading off for a good lineup. Should still be pretty solid production.
How was Freddie Freeman still there? I totally overlooked him. Now I feel stupid.
I had one outfielder ahead of them. I won't say who it is, but I think there's one outfielder I had better than Springer.
I know who it is.
Yep.
I know he's probably not going to make it back to me because you'll probably take him, Ariel.
Yeah. Actually, there's sort of 2 outfielders, but at least one that I usually goes pretty high in drafts in any format.
Yeah. Let's catch people up here on some of the picks. And
I don't want to be too. Is it Jackson Churio?
Yeah, Jackson Churio.
I just figured this format kind of ruined him, but
sure, but he's not the second round. It would be like the 5th round now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sure. After we saw Springer go to Scott, there was Roman Anthony, who strikes out quite a bit, but he walks a lot as well. So kind of helps mitigate some of that. Freddie Freeman, Nico Horner, Jose Altuve. So again, a lot of picks here who do minimize the strikeouts. Makes sense for them to go this early in this type of format.
Yes, it does, Frank. Yes, it does.
Yeah, there's Nico Horner there. So yeah, I'm about the right spot for Nico. I'm down with that.
I'm kind of tilting about the Freddie Freeman thing. I don't know why. I mean, I shouldn't rely on the draft room so much. I should just be able to process everybody who's left with my tiers on one page here. But yeah, I don't know why Churio goes.
Now I'm sure that there's some people who are listening to this broadcast who probably heard us talk about it, Churio, so maybe they picked him because of that. You never know.
Yep. And then there goes Edwin Diaz too. So we were just talking about him too. That makes sense. We do appreciate the people who filled in this mock draft, by the way. They are listeners of the show and keeping things moving along here. We do appreciate them being here. And we are into round 6. Round 6, making some good time here.
Nice.
Altuve, I thought about him. Low strikeout guy. Doesn't get a lot of his value from steals anymore. And obviously eligible to weak position. But I'm hearing noises. Oh, somebody took somebody from my queue. Geraldo Perdomo. Yeah, that's a great pick.
Oh, that was my next pick.
Yep.
That is a good one. Oh, yeah. Perdomo.
So,
I was going to ask, Ariel, where are you at on Perdomo this year? Obviously, you had the huge breakout season last year, but it was so far and away different than anything we ever seen from him before. What are you expecting from Perdomo this season?
Yeah, with anybody like that, you can expect some regression. He's obviously not as good as the career year that he had, but, I wouldn't expect him to fall flat. So, if you take off a couple of homers, a couple of steals, That's roughly where he is. He's sort of in the range of Jeremy Pena, that type of production, maybe a little bit less than that.
Yeah, and he is so good in a points league format. Any type
Yes.
of points league that penalizes strikeouts, CBS or ESPN, Perdomo is someone who does get a bit of an uptick there in value. So good pick there on Perdomo. And then the next one here is George Kirby in round 6, which is pretty close to where he normally goes.
Yep, he was the next best pitcher.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we did get some news just now. Our buddy Chris Towers texted us. Quinn Priester is back from seeing a vascular specialist in Dallas.
Uh-oh.
Pat Murphy, diagnosis is nerve issue in the thoracic outlet syndrome family, but believes treatable without surgery. Priester already threw lightly today, scheduled for a bullpen on March 21st. Doesn't sound very good, though.
No, that's not a family I want to be part of.
No.
Those darn thoracics.
Okay, I didn't get sniped this time. So while we were talking, Bryce Terang went off the board in round 6 here, and that was one I was struggling with because the strikeouts aren't bad, but they're not as low as you'd expect for a guy who you think is contact oriented and generally hits for average, and then obviously you don't get much benefit from his steals in this format. So that's why Terang lasted this long. Now our Ariel was Ariel or Ariel? I'm sorry, I always forget.
Ariel.
Yeah. Okay, I don't need to awkwardly say it wrong the whole thing. So I'll just ask you. Ariel was talking about how Vinny Pasquantino is a low strikeout guy at first base, but there was one who was even lower last year, and it's Josh Naylor.
Yeah, love Naylor.
Now, obviously, he stole 30 bases last year, and that's worth half as many points as what we're used to in this one. But gets a lot of extra base hits too. He's an even better points league. Prior to last year, he was always considered a good points league player. Prior to last year with the steals breakout, so I imagine he'll remain so even in a format that suppresses the steals.
Yep, I think that's a great pick there with Josh Naylor. Brent Rooker, he was one that I saw very high in the projections, Ariel, that lasted quite a bit in this draft here. Round 6 for Brent Rooker.
Yeah, Brent Rooker. That was my next pick. So I got sniped.
Yep. And that means I would have gotten sniped because you would have picked him right before my pick. So there you go. And then Jackson Merrill. So we're getting a run of outfielders here. And Ariel, you are back up.
All right. Well, the highest pitcher value on the board, a little bit of an injury concern, but as he's now being drafted, probably 2 rounds too late. I'm going to go with pitcher Joe Ryan, who I think just left the Twins to go to the World Baseball Classic.
Yes.
So that's a good sign. So I'll go with the pick.
All right. And I am going to grab my second outfielder here, someone who I see ranks pretty highly in this format as well. Strikeouts were a little bit higher last year. I think they dropped back down this year. I'm going to go ahead with Wyatt Langford as my second outfielder, joining Aaron Judge. So I've got Alonso, Gunnar Henderson, Judge, Langford, Chris Sale, Dylan Cease. Pretty balanced so far. Can't mess it up, right? It's the first 6 rounds.
You can mess it up.
Rafael Devers. That is someone who lasted pretty long here as well. The strikeouts were high.
Yes,
but he just hit a lot of home runs. So
a couple years ago, you would think of him as a low strikeout guy for the power he had. He would strike out 18%. That's the kind of player Devers started out as. But obviously, the escalation we saw in the strikeouts last year. I mean, it's the reason why people are concerned in general, and you ratchet up that concern even more in this particular scoring format.
Mm-hmm. Next couple picks, Devers went, and then Austin Riley, so another third baseman off the board. Riley, typically pretty bad plate discipline, doesn't walk very much, and not a crazy strikeout rate. He's usually in that like 25-ish%, maybe a little bit higher than that, but it's probably fine at this point if you need a third baseman, which I do. Yeah. There's one left.
There's one third baseman worth drafting left.
Yeah. It's not great.
Is he somebody who's not normally drafted very high?
Well, can I ask you something here? I mean, you got Bo Bichette, who doesn't qualify as a third base yet, but if you're drafting, you could draft him there and then put him in third base later on and take a crappy third baseman at the end. That's
you know what?
Drafting check.
Sure.
Thank you for that, Ariel. I'm going to go ahead and take Bo Bichette. We just spoke about this earlier today, where I need some kind of reminder that, yes, Bo Bichette is going to play third base. And you were that reminder. So thank you, Ariel.
Yes. And I took Bo Bichette in TGFBI for the same reason that, I just didn't like any of the third basemen around. But, hey, take him. And, by the way, you can use him at shortstop, too, if you need it. You never know.
I've always thought of Bo Bichette as a bad points league player because he doesn't walk much at all, like 6% walk rates. He did get that strikeout rate below 15% last year. Usually it's closer to 20.
Yeah.
And so that helped his points league outlook a lot. If it's something we can expect to continue, obviously it's an outlier at this point. But that would be the knock on Bo Bichette. It's not enough walks.
Yeah. But again, in this format, I think we're more so focusing on the lack of strikeouts. I think boosting up players like that. So
and last year there was a lack, but I'm saying in previous years it wasn't such a lack.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's in that 15 to 20% range, I think that would still be worth it here. Looking at the rest of the third baseman available, I won't be able to put him in my third base slot in this draft, but that is the hope. I already have Gunnar Henderson at shortstop. So if we were playing this league out, I would wind up putting Bo Bichette at third base. Ariel, you selected Kevin Gausman. Then we got Brendan Nimmo, Corey Seager, and Scott, you are...
I thought Corey Seager had already gone. Clearly he hadn't, but I think that was a good pick.
Yeah.
I am going to shoot for some pitching upside here since I only have one, and I'm going to take Yuri Perez, who should be a big strikeout guy to the extent he's anything at all.
All right, Yuri Perez here in round 7. I am trying to keep an eye on those relievers to see when is the right time to mix them in with the starters.
Don't need them,
right?
You don't need them.
No, you don't have to. Just seeing if they're better values at this point in the starting pitchers.
I mean, in terms of what they're projected to do, the draft room says yes. And I don't know if Ariel's projections would agree, but the draft room says yes. It's just, there's a limit to their ceiling. When starting pitchers, it's a position full of breakthroughs every year, right? There's so much volatility at starting pitcher. We normally talk about it in a bad way, but in the good way too, in that guys who don't look like high-end pitchers coming in, you'll get a couple dozen of them who suddenly become that. And that has more upside than a really good closer in this format. So do you shoot for the upside or do you play it safe? I think the shallower the league, the more it makes sense to shoot for upside.
Mm-hmm. Let me just point out one thing about closers in a points league type of format. They're more variable because some weeks they can have 3 saves in which, holy cow, you're getting tons of points. And in some weeks you're getting nothing. So if you only have 1, maybe 2, you're going to be more variable week to week. If you pick 3 closers on your team, because there's 3 of them, you're actually going to get a more evenly distributed points total for the week. You're going to need a lot of starters to propel, but it gives you a good base. So I'm of the opinion in this format, either go like 1 or 0 or go like 3 and just go for it to give you the points base.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good point there with the relievers in this specific format. We just saw one of those go with Cade Smith from the Guardians. Couple picks right before that. We got Will Smith, the catcher, and Zach Neto, along with Seiya Suzuki. So those are last.
Neto's one who I presume his value just craters in this format.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And CJ Abrams would be the same way. Not that he's been taken yet, but same situation there.
Exactly.
Yep. James Wood, trying to get an idea of how far down he drops in this format.
Yeah, we just saw Wood and Pete Crow Armstrong go. Two others who I always link together.
It's also the steals people. If you're used to playing Roto, steals makes you go higher. It's not the case in this format.
Yeah. So ATC has PCA as like a $12 player and James Wood is like a $9 player. But based on the outfielders that are left, this is probably the right range that they should go.
Yeah.
About fair value. After James Wood, PCA, Christian Yelich. Yelich could be a nice little grab there. Does he have
good spot for the catcher, by the way? I like that pick for them.
Yep. Shea Langoliers.
Yeah.
Kazuma Okamoto. Here we go. 8th round. Interesting.
Well, that's a gamble.
Yeah. I mean, if
on his skill set in Japan, he did not strike out very much, and he walked quite a bit.
Yeah, but I think he could have also lasted longer. I think it's a big jump of ADP. I think he could have lasted like another 2-3 rounds at least.
It's possible. Yep. We are here in round 8 of 19. Okamoto. Scott, what do you like about Okamoto besides everything?
I think people aren't giving his power enough credit, given how the exit velocity readings we do have from Japan. I don't know. I mean, maybe I should probably see if I can find some compiled on the spring so far. But he was as good relative to the rest of that league last year as Aaron Judge is relative to the rest of ours, which I don't mean to make that say, oh, he's as good as Aaron Judge, but it shows you like he was a monster in Japan. And unlike Munetaka Murakami, he doesn't have the strikeout issues. In fact, he's on the other side he's on the other extreme as far as that goes.
Mm-hmm.
I got to make a pick here, and I don't know who to pick.
All right. Well, then we will catch people up and let you figure that out.
Yeah.
We got a run of pitchers here after Okamoto: Sonny Gray, Ryan Pepio, and Chase Burns. All three names that should get a ton of strikeouts this season. And Scott went ahead with the reliever strategy, Andres Munoz.
Yeah. Yeah, it was between him or Kevin Gausman, but Gausman's strikeouts have been on the decline. Still gives you a ton of innings.
I already picked Gausman.
Oh, you picked him. You did? Oh, I thought he showed up as available.
Yeah. I see him on your team, Ariel.
Okay. I don't know why.
That would be kind of cool if you could do that and just grab him for my team,
You know what? I think it's because he showed up in the search. I thought he was available.
Gotcha.
I'm not used to the draft room either. Sorry about that.
Okay.
The next picks, we got Luke Keeschel and then Luis Castillo. And Ariel, you are back up.
All right. I think the pitchers are sort of more mushy here, that you can pick anyone. The way that I make picks is if there's a range of pitchers or any position that there's so many clusters of values, you don't have to take the highest one. You'll get somebody not much less.
That's the tiers approach, Ariel.
Exactly.
I've been preaching that for decades at this point.
Exactly. But at second base, I do see a big difference, and that's Gleyber Torres. And I needed one. I have no middle infielders at all, so Gleyber Torres right there for value. A lot of RBIs and runs. That's the big draw for Torres.
Yep, I was getting ready to take him, so thank you for that, Ariel.
You're welcome.
Luke Keeschel is gone as well, so now I feel like I should just wait at second base because, I mean, Semien.
There are a lot of low strikeout guys there.
Yeah,
still.
I'm going to go ahead and follow Scott with the reliever strategy here and take Yohan Duran, who should be one of the best in baseball on the Phillies now, was used as a full-time closer finally last year. Lots of strikeouts on a great team, should get lots of opportunities. So let's see if do I wind up with one closer or do I go with the three that Ariel told me that I should go with?
Well, Devin, there's a closer run now. Devin Williams and David Bednar.
Yeah, Williams Bednar just went. Those would have been any good pairings for you, by the way.
Yeah, and they will not be on my team now. And let's see what I've got. I need a catcher, second base, third base. Well, not third base. Bo Bichette would be there, so I'll just fill that in last. Second base, don't love it. Catcher, anything interesting here? Yeah, we got some names. Let's see what the projections like here. They have them pretty similar at this point. I'll go ahead and I'll go with the young gun. I'll take Drake Baldwin as my starting catcher here.
Oh, that was one of my choices for next pick.
Yes,
catcher. Yeah.
Take that. Let's make a trade, Ariel. I'll give you Drake Baldwin. You give me Gleyber Torres.
Trades in a mock. I love it here. But I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Torres. There's one shortstop who's so much more valuable than the other. This guy does not strike out a lot. It's Wilson, Jacob Wilson from the Athletics.
It's good value. Yep.
Yeah, good value here. No strikeouts. He batted .311 last year. Perfect for this format and perfect for this spot in the draft.
I'm having to kind of reverse engineer this. Like, I'm having to think, does this guy get a lot of his value from steals? And if the answer is yes, then he's probably a lot better in this format.
Yeah.
And also, obviously the strikeouts question, but I'm a little more accustomed to that. It's just it applies double.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Let's catch people up on some picks here. After I selected Drake Baldwin, Ariel took Jacob Wilson, then my boy, Nick Lodolo. I should have been paying attention. And then Cam Schlittler. Scott, back to you, round 9.
I am going to go with the one, the only. Is it too early for him? Nah, I don't know if it's too early or not. Let's go ahead and take him. Why not?
Do it. Let's have fun. Let's get crazy.
Yandy Diaz.
All right.
Yandy, love it. Love that pick.
Yeah. Doesn't strike out much at all. Doesn't normally get a lot of value from speed. So he's a good points league player regardless of the format.
Highest player on the board left, by the way, in any position.
Okay.
So.
There you go, Scott. Don't overthink
I can synthesize this on the fly. I'm not.
You know what you're doing.
I'm not that dumb.
Professional, Scott White. After Diaz, we got Byron Buxton and Ian Happ. Ian Happ usually gets a lot of his value from walks. Strikeout rate is okay. It's like
walks matter here. Walks matter in this format.
22 to 25% K rate there for Ian Happ, but he's solid. For whatever this is worth, the ATC projections in this format have Yandy Diaz projected higher than Nick Kurtz. So,
wow. Yeah, that's a little surprising, but yeah.
But I mean, look, Nick Kurtz is a 30% K rate, and Yandy Diaz is probably half of that, right? 15%, something like that, 15 to 20%. So,
yeah.
Matters a lot. Again, it's not like Roto. It's you gotta be aware of the strikeouts here. Big thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chris Bubich. There you go, Scott. Add another one to the list. His ADP is not real.
His ADP is not real. This is even earlier than the one we did.
That's pretty early. Yeah.
This afternoon. It was what 114, 113.
Yep.
And that other one I was complaining about 140, I believe it was.
Gainer Diaz, another catcher, doesn't strike out a lot. Pretty good for catcher.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, it's coming together. I like this team that I put together. Might have to play this league out. No, I'm just kidding. No more leagues. My goodness. So many leagues. Gosh. After Diaz, we got to roll this Chapman, who's probably the last top tier closer available at this point.
It was between him and Yandy Diaz with my last pick.
Yep.
And Yandy Diaz was for my utility spot, by the way, which is part of the hesitation there. But it's I'm not familiar. I haven't really played in a head-to-head points league that's only 1 point per steal. But my oldest fantasy league period is minus a full point for strikeouts for hitters. And I know they just stop mattering before the draft is even over. They just doesn't make a difference anymore who you take. And I think we're nearing that point at this one where a lot of these hitters, you're just not going to find any advantage there because they're undermined by one thing or another. It's the strikeouts being the one we're not used to.
Mm-hmm.
One thing also to keep in mind, and you have to check the point system in your league, is are there negative points for caught stealing? Because if there are, it means steals are worth much less than you think. In this particular format that we're doing, there is no negative for caught stealing. So steals are actually worth a little bit more than some other formats.
Yeah, that's a good point.
CBS, by the way, I believe caught stealing does charge you. So in the CBS format, any of the base stealers are worth less. You should know.
Well, they're getting so efficient these days, the base stealers, especially with the new pickoff rules from a couple years ago.
It's not about efficiency, though. It's about overall value of steals because, let's say everybody roughly gets, thrown out 20% of the time, 30% of the time, whatever it is. It just reduces the point value that you get from your speed game in total, right? That's all it really means.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like net steals in that way. If you're playing
net steals, yeah.
It's net steals category.
But some stealers are more efficient than others. It's not like it's flatly everybody gets caught 20% of the time.
Right.
Correct. After, let's see, we are into round 10. There was Randy Arozarena, Tyler Glasnow, Eugenio Suarez, Tyler Soderstrom, and then a pitcher run here, Zach Wheeler, Michael King, Nathan Eovaldi, and we are back over to Scotty Dubs.
Oh, do I have to? Oh, man. I don't love what I'm seeing on the hitting side. So I'm going to take a pitcher. I'm going to take Brandon Woodruff, who should look like an ace when he's healthy and available, which he should be at the start of the year, despite some concerns about that.
Yep.
Earlier.
Yep. He was one of the highest ranked based on the projections I'm looking at here. Brandon Woodruff. And in a shallower league, you could take a little bit more risk on some of the injury-prone pitchers. So I think that's a good pick.
Boy, I'm in trouble in the outfield, man.
Oh, McLean just went too.
I'm in trouble.
Ariel, what's up with your boy?
I see a couple.
Nolan McLean got hit around by Italy in the WBC.
Just 2 hits, just 2 homers. So he was pretty filthy. Other than that, but Italy is 4-0. So
they're pretty good.
They're doing good.
Raisel Iglesias the next pick, and Ariel, you're back up here.
Okay. The question is what position to gather from. I've got most of my team filled out. All right, I'm going to go.
Would you have gone Woodruff over McLean, Frank? Because you reacted to Woodruff more than you reacted to McLean.
Based on these projections, yeah, Woodruff was one of the highest ranked pitchers that are left. But I mean, the projections might just be a little bit lower on McLean.
Speaking as the one who took Woodruff, I maybe should have taken McLean. That's what my rankings have, McLean over Woodruff.
I just went for more upside and a lot of strikeouts with Spencer Strider.
What are you expecting this season, Ariel?
I'm expecting like 170, 180 strikeouts. ERA and the whip might not be as good this year. I just worry. I got to see more fastball velocity from him. He's not where he was. But overall volume and stays healthy, I think he can actually beat the ATC projections of just 150 innings and 180 strikeouts, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and take one of these upside pitchers, too. Someone I expect to get a lot of strikeouts this season. That is Emmett Sheehan.
Unless the fastball suddenly comes back in his last couple spring starts. I think the upside scenario for Spencer Strider, and I mentioned this on Thursday's pod, I think the upside scenario is like a Sonny Gray.
Yep.
And obviously there's a lot of downside cases for him, too.
Head-to-head points, though, doesn't crush you as much as Roto. So I'm more inclined to take the gamble and put him in,
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
All right. We just saw the Miz go, Jacob Mizurowski, and you know what they say about the Miz.
Because I'm the Miz! And I'm awesome!
There you go. He is awesome.
What are the rules for gaining eligibility here?
That is a good question. I could look it up while we are talking through some of the picks. I took Alec Burleson because it's just the lack of strikeouts. He is someone that gets pushed up a little bit in this format, and someone that I just generally like as well. Ariel, back to you. I'm going to look up the eligibility rules.
Yeah, I'm going to go with catcher Adley Rutschman, getting a little bit close to thin on catchers, and I don't want to end up with somebody at the bottom. But I think Adley is due for a bounce-back season. I'm going to chalk last year mostly off to injury and slow start. I mean, he's a top 5 catcher, to be honest, and at this point in the draft, it's 11 rounds. We have 16 starters. I'm going to take a stab at him because a lot of value upside there.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the last catcher I would have wanted in this scoring format.
Exactly.
Because
I have no idea how to find out, though.
Gabriel Moreno maybe is worthwhile.
Salvador Perez still okay. Look at the volume he has.
Yes, the plate discipline's so bad.
Yeah.
I was looking at Simeon.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, too.
Not going to be me, clearly. All right, so I said that like I was about to say something big, but now I'm not as confident in what I was about to say. I can't synthesize anything, even my own thoughts on the fly, so I'm very bad. Okay, so I need outfield. Who do I rank higher between those two? I should just know that, right? I am going to take Dalen Lyle.
A lot of upside.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not many strikeouts, tons of extra base hits, 7 triples in September alone.
Hey, where in the lineup is he going to bat, by the way? That matters,
I don't know. Second, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad team, so you would think in the top half somewhere, right?
Roster Resource says 5th. I don't
might
know
do better than that, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see them going, they could go, I think 5th makes sense. He could work his way up, but I think Abrams Cruz would probably make sense as the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Cruz can't pull it together, he's going to move down the lineup. That's the thing about the Nationals lineup is they have so many unknowns that you got to feel like they're going to be shuffling that thing a lot before they land on the right order.
Catcher run right there.
Yep, let's see what we've got. After Dylan Lyle, it was Gavin Williams, Salvador Perez, Agustin Ramirez, Otto Lopez, C.J. Abrams. C.J. Abrams in round 11 again. It's just we're not used to seeing that late.
Yeah,
he doesn't walk very much. Strikeouts are, he's probably like a 20% K rate guy. It's not terrible, but a lot of his value comes from steals and only 1 point per steal. Taylor Ward, the final pick of round 11. Ariel, I feel like Taylor Ward, someone who just always pops in the ATC projections.
Yeah, I've got him on so many teams. I mean, listen, we're talking like 35, 40 homers potentially. And he's on a much better team in offense than last year. I don't know why he's been neglected. This is a 3 outfielder league, so, he's not somebody you must get. But if you're in a deeper 5 outfielder league, I mean, he's somebody that's very undervalued every year, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And the first pick of round 12 is Hunter Goodman. So another catcher there. Someone who will strike out quite a bit.
Yep.
But you're still hoping for like 30 home runs.
Yeah. There's so little margin for error with that profile. I probably would have taken a Gabriel Moreno over him. Or maybe even Alejandro Kirk. Feel more confident
outfielder
and what they're going to provide in this format. Just obviously Hunter Goodman way ahead of him in a typical fantasy league, but again, we're working with the oddities of this format.
Riley Green just went. Phenomenal bat, 36 homers last year. He was my next pick.
Yep, that's pretty late for him. Any worry about the strikeouts, though, Ariel?
Yeah,
like it
strikes out so much.
30% K rate for Riley Green last year.
But it's late. Again, you were talking about the 4th to last round in your active players here. It's again in a roto format. He's way up, but still decent for the drop here in rounds that you're getting from him.
All right, after Riley Green, we are getting quite the pitcher run. Zach Gallen, Trevor Rogers, Shota Imanaga, Ranger Suarez. Scott, I hope you didn't want a pitcher.
I always want a pitcher. No, I rarely want a pitcher. I don't know why I said that. Absent-mindedly saying things. Let's pick. Let me see. Yeah, this guy has a low strikeout rate. We've made the comp between him and Stephen Kwan so many times, and you guys both like that Stephen Kwan pick about 7 rounds ago. So I'm going to take Sal Frelick here.
I like it. Yep. He when he was coming up, the hope was that he would become a Stephen Kwan-esque player, and that's exactly who Sal Frelick has become.
Going right after him is Isaac Paredes, who I also like a lot in this format. And that is why I was asking what the eligibility rules are, because I still need a second baseman, and I think eventually Paredes is going to pick up eligibility there.
Yeah.
But it might take a while because obviously he's not playing there regularly.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure if it's like 5 games or 10.
It makes a big difference, I feel like.
Yep. That is fair. And Ariel, you are on deck here. Let's take a look at what you've got so far. You've got Adley Rutschman, Vinny P.
Baby.
Gleyber Torres, Michael Garcia, Jacob Wilson, Juan Soto, Yordan Alvarez. Your pitchers, Brian Wu, Joe Ryan, Kevin Gausman, and Spencer Strider. And in the chat, someone says it's 10 games for eligibility. Thank you to Jake for pointing that out.
So that might be June or July before Paredes is second base eligible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ariel, you are up, sir.
I've got a first baseman, second baseman, but Luis Arias to me is such a value here.
I was just gonna take
and I thought that you maybe would take him. I don't want to let it go around for you, so I'm taking him now. But yeah, I mean, talk about no strikeout rate. What is it, like a 4% K rate for him?
Yep. That's someone I was looking at here. It would have been weird though, because he would have just been on my bench, because the hope would be I eventually put him in at second base.
I have him as utility right now. So
yeah, which I think is fine. Let's see who is rated higher here. And all right, at second base, I'm gonna go with someone very similar skill set to Luis Ariz. That is Brendan Donovan, who is now with the Mariners, but typically very low strikeouts, and should be leading off for the Mariners this season. So, hitting ahead of Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh. We should get lots of runs scored for Brendan Donovan.
Yeah, makes sense.
I typically target, but makes sense here.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
Don't hate it.
At the turn, we get Michael Harris and O'Neal Cruz. Ariel, do you think this was the right time to take the plunge on O'Neal Cruz?
I'm not a fan of O'Neal Cruz. ATC projections say in this format you should not actually take him at all.
Oh, all right.
Well,
there is our answer.
Bench player.
Yes. Let's see who's available on the pitching side of things. So far, I've got Sale, Cease, Yohan Duran, and Emmett Sheehan. And yeah, it's dried up a little bit here on the pitching side. Lots of names. I know Tanner Bybee ranks very highly in the projections, but I'm not a Tanner Bybee guy, so I'll leave him for you, Ariel, if you want him. I will go ahead and take Mackenzie Gore, who I think is going to get a ton of strikeouts this year.
All right. Well,
lots of walks, but lots of strikeouts.
I'm glad you didn't take Bybee. That was my next.
I know that was your. It's Tanner Bybee and Taylor Ward. I feel like those two always just pop in ATC and usually wind up on a lot of your teams.
Yeah. Well, I thought he had a down year last year. He's still good for 160, 170 strikeouts. So, for volume, I think at this point in the draft, it works.
Yep. And not far off. I mean, the projections have Tanner Bybee a $17 player and Mackenzie Gore as a $14 player. So
yeah, it's fine.
Similar at this point. Blake Snell goes, then Aaron Nola. Nola, by the way, even year Aaron Nola looked pretty good. That WBC matchup against Mexico, just saying.
Anybody on Italy has been looking stellar, by the way.
Yes. It's all the espresso, Ariel.
Speaking of which.
Yeah, did you guys see that? In their dugout, they've got like one of those machines, right?
Yeah, every time you hit a home run, you get an espresso shot. So
speaking of Team Italy, I was thinking I was just going to go pitcher here on a big pitcher run for the next several rounds.
I know exactly where you're going.
Somebody in the chat, I don't know if that means I'm cheating right now, taking hints from the chat. Jack Caglione.
Love it.
If he gives us the big breakout, the strikeout rate is going to be pretty solid for a player who delivers the kind of power he does. And I've kind of gone weak in the outfield. I already filled out a starting outfield with George Springer, Dalen Lyle, and Sal Frelick, but that's not the safest or most secure outfield. So I don't mind sticking one hitter on my bench there in Jack Caglione with that kind of upside.
Yep. Shoot for that upside for sure. Love that pick there with Caglione, who is playing for Team Italy in the WBC. The guy is built like a professional wrestler. He is just insane, man. He is so jacked up, man. If he keeps those strikeouts down and just makes contact, he's going to hit a ton of home runs this year. So very excited about Cags. After he went, we got Michael Busch, Caleb Durbin, who ranks pretty highly with the lack of strikeouts there. I like his bat in Fenway as well. Edward Cabrera moving over to the Chicago Cubs. Don't love him throwing that four-seam fastball as much like he's been doing in spring, but great defense behind him with the Cubs there. Jacob Marcy, who should get on base and steal a ton of bags, but only 1 point per steal here. Trey Savage. Scott, do you think this is the appropriate time? Is this enough of a fall to take the plunge on Trey Savage?
I mean, he was high in my queue. You're taking him at this point, not being sure if he's going to be an immediate contributor for you. And that is a much harder sell than when we just thought he was a fixture in the Blue Jays line rotation, treated like any other starting pitcher, 5-6 innings, most starts. I think, eventually he's going to be that this year, but how long it takes for him to get there is anybody's guess with the kind of clues the Blue Jays are dropping right now. So it's fine to take him here, but I wouldn't take him much earlier than here. This is about 160, right? I think it went even a little later in our first draft of the day.
Yep. At the turn, we got 2 more reliever picks here, Carlos Estevez and Josh Hader. Josh Hader will start the season on the IL. He's dealing with that biceps injury. Then we got Matthew Boyd, who has been named the opening day starter for the Cubs. He actually left the WBC. He is going back to rejoin the Cubs now.
Stretch him out.
Yep. And then Jack Flaherty and Matt Chapman.
Good value for Chapman at this point.
Yep. That's a good snag right there. Ernie Clement.
Ernie Clement. Yeah, that guy doesn't strike out much. I'll give him that.
Strikes out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just took early Clement in TGFBI earlier today. I mean, he's got tremendous eligibility. And by the way, in this format, I think he's got first, second, third, and short in the entire infield.
Yeah.
Yep.
Though, I mean, this as shallow as this league is, which, we're going to be done about like 220 picks. I don't worry because the waiver wire is so abundant. I don't worry so much about the multi-eligibility. Obviously, TGFBI, 15 teams, deep Roto rosters, different story.
Yep. After Ernie Clement, Xavier Edwards makes a lot of contact, lots of steals. And Scott, that was the other pitcher I was debating when I took Mackenzie Gore. Tatsuya Imai, who came over from Japan, and he's looked pretty good this spring, Scott. He's hitting 99 with the fastball. That slider's looking good.
Yeah, I feel like it went underreported that he was the hardest throwing pitcher in Japan last year, at least starting pitcher. Maybe pitcher overall. Now, I'm not even sure what the report is, apparently, so maybe that's why it's underreported. But he threw very hard, and I don't think that was being talked about enough. There are other things to like there, too. Of course, the splitter and the reverse breaking slider. Just there's power, and there's a unique quality to his arsenal that I think is going to help a lot, particularly as he's first making the rounds in the league. So I think Amaya is going to be a big strikeout source and hopefully can keep the walks at a minimum.
All right. After Tatsuya Imai, my guy, Sal Stewart. Will I get him in a draft today? My last chance is the team that we are sharing together, Scott. So I hope we can get Sal Stewart a little bit later on tonight.
I mean, these are just mocks. That one actually counts. So that's the one where you want to get him.
That is true.
This one we can act like idiots if we want. What's the worst that could happen? Lose our credibility. People stop watching.
Yeah.
That's not a big deal.
No big deal.
No big deal.
After
NBD.
Sal Stewart, we got Bubba Chandler, and Ariel, you selected Drew Rasmussen, someone who might not give you a huge volume of innings. It's probably, around 5 innings per start, but when he pitches, he's usually really good.
He's super. So, it's head-to-head points. So if he's in this week, he's going to be good. If he's out at this point in the draft, these are my end game pitchers. So I want upside guys and guys who are good on a per start basis.
Mm-hmm. After you took Rasmussen, I took Alec Boehm, even though the hope here is, I would just put Bo Bichette in third base spot. But even to get Boehm at this point, someone who doesn't strike out all that much, he's going to bat in the middle of the lineup there for the Phillies. I think it makes sense to go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
Dylan Cruz and JJ Weatherholt.
Yeah, Weatherholt's a good pick.
Which just for mine.
Does ESPN have him multi-eligible right away? I know Yahoo does. We have him just at shortstop at CBS, but he's expected to play second. So he'll get that soon enough in CBS.
I don't really need a shortstop, but man, if I want to shoot for the upside, let's have a little fun, Scott. Let's do it. You see, one of the prospects goes, "It's time for Connor Griffin."
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's going to walk much.
Yep.
And obviously steals are a big part of his thing. So I think straight up, I would prefer JJ Weatherholt in this format.
Yeah, that's fair.
You got a rookie run. Weatherholt and Griffin back to back.
And Kevin McGonigal is one that could make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
This too, so.
Well,
sorry.
I'll let you have them. I've got my shortstop. I'm just going to fill out my team. Best outfielder in this format I have available off the board is Jung-Hoo Lee. Again, nothing exciting, nothing special. He's my last outfielder, but should have a good batting average, good for the strikeouts.
Sorry, Scott.
That's okay. Somebody just took Kevin McGonigal.
That's what you did earlier.
Oh,
you mentioned Sal Stewart, and then he went one pick before
boom.
me in that other draft. So
yeah,
like that.
That's fine. I already have one bench hitter in Jack Caglione, and I don't really like to stash a bunch of hitters in this league. I want a pitcher surplus for playing matchups and just. I tend to go cheap at pitcher, so I want to give myself as many bites at the breakout apple as I can. And so along those lines,
I like that Musgrove pick though. It's good.
Yeah, no, he was next on my queue, so now I got to scramble.
There, yeah.
I'm actually going to take Jeff Hoffman, though, because I think he's going to be a stud closer this year. Did not lose the strikeout ability last year. And as I said earlier, in the earlier draft we were doing, I think he's got a good plan for getting the home run rate back to normal. He's going to emphasize that slider more like he was in Philadelphia.
All right. After you selected Jeff Hoffman, we got Carlos Rodon. There are a couple of IL spots in this league, so it makes sense to grab some of those IL stashes. And Merrill Kelly goes. Mike Trout at in pick 9 of round 15. Much later than we're used to seeing him go, but struck out a lot last year. See if he can get that back under control. Spencer Torkelson, good bet for 30 home runs. All right. We are closing in. This is a faster draft, not as deep into the player pool, which is all right by me.
Yeah. Well, only 19 rounds. The next one's at 8, right?
Yep.
We got some time to kill.
We're making some good time. You know what? We'll just hang out with Ariel, have a good time. We'll kick back. We'll recap our teams.
We still have 4 rounds left. It's not.
Yeah.
That could take 15 minutes.
Yep. We got Ryan Nelson and then Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray is a good pick right there.
Yeah.
Lots of strikeouts.
It was. Yep. So I had Hoffman, I had Carlos Rodon, and I had Robbie Ray queued up. And for some reason, I thought Hoffman was the
what's the deal with Merrill Kelly? I keep passing him up in my drafts because I don't know, injury scares me. Any inclination on him?
Well, it's just
it's like mid back tightness.
Yeah, it was back tightness.
His debut tomorrow. His Cactus League debut tomorrow. So I think he's all right, but he's older. I mean, it's something that
right. I prefer that injury to something arm related.
Right.
But it is the sort of thing that could recur pretty easily.
Yeah.
But as of now, he seems to be on track. He's just the only reason he's going to start on the IL is because he's behind in his buildup. Right. So I feel pretty comfortable taking Merrill Kelly. I don't know that this is my preferred format for him, but in general, I'm not scared off by Merrill Kelly. If I get him for any sort of injury discount, I'm jumping on it.
Yeah, I like him quite a bit too, where he's going. He's usually just rock solid, man. Boring pitcher, but good ratios, 8K per 9, something like that. I usually like winding up with Merrill Kelly. He's better in a points league too, where you get bonuses for quality starts. That's not in this league, but in CBS, someone who does go typically pretty deep into his starts there is Merrill Kelly. Yes. After Robbie Ray, we saw Emilio Pagan go, Shane O'Mac, Shane McClanahan, and nope, I took that one off the soundboard, so I can't play it again.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Here
comes the money.
Elliot Ramos and Shane Baz. I was thinking about Shane Baz, but -2 per earned run. He does have some blow up starts in there.
I'm going to go ahead and take Jorge Polanco here. Everybody has a second baseman but me. But from what I'm seeing, he's the last second baseman worth starting. And that includes Matt McLain.
And he'll gain first base eligibility at some point in the year.
When it hurt, yeah. Matt McLain has both of the years he's played, he's run a strikeout rate near 30%. So even if he gets back to being if he gets back to being as good as 2023, he could probably live with that strikeout rate, but he's got to get all the way back there, I think, to be of much use in this format.
Mm-hmm. Garrett Cole, someone I was looking at there, stash him on the IL.
Yeah, I keep foregoing those starting pitchers, and other people are drafting them. So, I don't know why.
Yeah, the starting pitcher pool is not looking so great.
No, it's not. And I went cheap there. So,
yep,
I'm a knucklehead.
Might have to just go and grab a bunch of relievers now at this point.
Yeah, well, those aren't so great either.
Yep, Gabriel Moreno goes, and Ariel, you are backup.
All right, well, I definitely need a pitcher. I have not drafted a single closer, but I think it's a good spot for the Cubs closer, Palencia.
Cute him
up. Oh, come on.
That's the last one I thought was worth drafting at all.
You don't got to go and do all that.
There may be one other who's worth drafting.
Yeah, look, I don't ever draft this guy, but I'm pretty sure he's the closer, and hopefully he bounces back. So I'm going to take Ryan Helsley.
That was the one.
That was the other one.
Here we go. We're into the closer pool.
Because if you get into the part-time closers in this league, there's just you need them to get those 5 points per save. They're going to pitch so few innings, have so few strikeouts relative to starting pitchers. Again, since it's unusual for a head-to-head league,
good spot here for good spot here for Hunter Green here, who, again, we don't know what the story is, but, you pick him, stash him on your IL, and then, and especially if it's a playoff league, right? If he's back for playoffs, you now have a top pitcher right in the midst of the playoff.
Yep, I think that is a completely fair point there on Hunter Green.
What I wanted to stress was just pitcher spots. So your relievers and starting pitchers competing on equal footing in a points league. It's
right.
You got to be a great closer to compete with the starters.
Right? Yep.
Full-time closer.
Well, I see a few full-time closers, I think, that are left. So,
do you?
Yeah, I mean, I hope this guy is one of them. I mean, they could mix in a couple other Tigers, but I think Kenley Jansen is just the guy. So
yeah, so that's excellent because now you've got the 3 closers or so, and you put them all in, and somebody will hit on the week for the save. And Jansen actually is very interesting, and he'll last at least half a year unless he really stinks because he wants to get that save total up.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. How important are strikeouts from a closer in this format, though? Because he was less than a strikeout per inning, and I'm also looking at Pete Fairbanks. I think he was less than a strikeout per inning last year too.
It's 1 point per strikeout, so
right
for all pitchers. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems.
Right.
But I'm saying how much impact does that have?
Slight, not much. You're there for you're drafting a closer in this format. You're there for the saves.
Yeah, 5 points per save and only 2 for a win. So
okay,
one per strikeout. Yeah, I went with Jose Soriano. I think he's got some upside there. Got innings upside. Got strikeout upside. I think he can. I think he can push 170 strikeouts. Very possibly.
Mm-hmm. He's always had nasty stuff, but man, we had I think he was on your podcast too, saying the same thing. Ariel, we had Nick Pollock on the other day, and just reminding everyone that the Angels defense behind Jose Soriano is just so bad. So that's why his whip usually runs so high. Yeah. After Soriano, we got another closer, Pete Fairbanks, maybe half a closer. We'll see if he's traded at the deadline. There was Alejandro Kirk, Cade Horton went to Scott, Willie Adames, TJ Friedel. He's going to make a lot of contact. Trevor McGill. We're not sure who the closer for the Brewers is right now.
We're not, but I do think it's going to be one or the other. So McGill, I would say 60% chance McGill is a great pick here.
Willie Adames, that's a great value pick at this stage in the draft. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Round 17, yeah.
A lot of strikeouts, but still.
A lot of strikeouts. Really.
Still, round 17, it's past your active round, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking to the -1 strikeout league that I played in since I was in high school. And that's a 10-teamer versus a 12-teamer, but Willie Adames doesn't really stand out from anyone who's ever on the waiver wire because of how much he strikes out.
Mm-hmm. After we saw McGill went, then Brandon Lau, Dalton Varsho, Scott, your boy. Were you thinking about it?
Less so in this league.
Yeah.
Not a great plate discipline guy.
Christian Walker, who, he lasted pretty long here. Bounced back in the second half. The Astros playing time stuff is still kind of annoying to figure out, but hopefully life finds a way and we can get Isaac Paredes playing time there. Jeremy Pena dealing with that fractured finger to start the year.
Good spot for Andy Paez there.
Yep.
Andy Paez, yeah.
Yep.
Paredes is going to play. I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. Isaac Paredes is going to play.
I love it. Scott, when did you become the Astros manager? I didn't hear about that. Congrats on your promotion.
It's not my call, obviously, but I'm just saying. I'm looking into my crystal ball. They need him. They need him more than we need him.
Did somebody say crystal ball? I'm holding up a crystal ball in case you're not looking.
The draft room noise when somebody takes somebody out of your queue kind of sounds like a crystal ball.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
After Christian Walker, there was Andy Paez, Cody Ponce. Good pick. I was thinking about Cody Ponce. Kyle Stowers, Teoscar Hernandez, Kodai Senga, Grayson Rodriguez. And Scott, you are back up. We've got 2 picks left.
I really don't like the state of pitching here. This scoring format doesn't support a league much deeper than this because it just ruins so many players. Somebody took Trevor McGill. I'll take the 40 to 45% shot on Abner Uribe being the closer instead.
Awesome stuff, man. I mean, if he is the closer, he could be an amazing closer. So,
yeah,
we'll see. Andrew Painter is next up. Obviously, big prospect pedigree. Hasn't overwhelmed so far this spring. I think we were all expecting to see a little bit more. He hasn't given up any runs, really, but the strikeouts haven't been there for Painter so far. Small sample, but we'll see what he could do. Ariel, you are on deck. What are we thinking about here?
Definitely thinking pitcher, because I got to fill out some of the bench, and you always want in a points league to have a little bit of a stash. So I can go for a little bit of upside, or I can go for some strikeout volume. You know what? I'm going to go for some upside. I'm going to go with Jack Leiter of Texas. Some
All
upside
right.
there.
Light him up.
Like it. I am going to select an injury stash here that I'll throw on the IL, and hopefully he's back some point. Shane Bieber, dealing with the forearm fatigue. I mean, he could give me nothing this year, but he was good down the stretch. He looked pretty good in the postseason. And, your second to last pick, I'll take a shot at this point, throw him on the IL. And then my last pick, Scott, someone that we both like quite a bit.
Really?
Gonna shoot for the upside. Let's see if I can find his name again. And I can't. So let's see.
And is he already taken?
Hopefully not. That would stink if he was. No, it's Mike Burrows. Mike Burrows.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Okay. I kind of lost track crossing players off my my rankings here. So I've just been leaning on the draft room.
Ariel, we are back to you for your final pick.
Yeah, well, I've got the question is, do we want upside or do we want some depth and volume? It's a points league. You're going to trade in pitchers. I think I might go another pitcher. Gets a lot of strikeouts. I'm going to go with Yusei Kikuchi. A little bit of bounce back maybe, but a lot of strikeouts nonetheless. And, again, he's variable. So as my last pitcher, he'll have good weeks and bad weeks. Get him in and he'll have some upside for a good week possibly.
All right. Yusei Kikuchi, Jose Soriano, your resident Angels fan here, Ariel Cohen. The Angels pitchers. How about that?
Oh, yeah, a pair of Angels to end the draft.
Angels in the outfield. Angels on Ariel Cohen's team.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a pick away, 2 picks away.
Yes,
I'm looking at my options here. So some players who it appears aren't going to be drafted, they could still be taken in the last handful of picks here, but appears they're not going to be drafted, even though they almost always are. Samuel Basayo, Noelvi Marte, Dansby Swanson, Trevor Story. It makes sense. Terrible plate discipline and a lot of value from steals. Let's see, the last 2 picks, Noah Cameron, Mick Abel. So we're going for some real deep cuts here at starting pitcher.
Yeah.
For a league of this size. And I don't want to do that. If I did, I would take Jacob Lopez, who I think has good strikeout upside. But instead, what I'm going to do here, I think to really embrace the scoring format a little more, somebody who I think should be drafted, Max Muncy, I think needs to be drafted. So I'm going to take him. And if an injury opens up a spot at utility or third base, I'm covered. Maybe I could use him as trade bait later at a very weak position like that.
Yep.
But he excels in this
the
format.
Dodgers Max Muncy. There is an Athletics Max Muncy.
Yeah, the Dodgers. Yes, definitely not the Athletics.
Yep. After Muncy, Samuel Basayo, Parker Messick. A nice pick there.
Luis Robert, someone who hasn't been drafted yet either.
Yep. Lots of strikeouts there. Ariel, what are you expecting from Luis Robert? I know he just made his Mets spring training debut today.
I mean, I'm certainly hoping that he can repeat what he did in the second half, but I think 2030 is a very, very good possibility for him this year.
That would be nice. Yeah, nice little contract year here for Luis Robert. And then Brady Singer, Chandler Simpson, who will make a lot of contact, but being devalued with those steals, only 1 point. That's basically all of his value. Your draft is complete. Frank's fantastic team. Let's hope that it's a fantastic team. Last pick was Jonathan Arana. I think that one's pretty good too. So nice pick there. All right, we've got about 15 minutes before our next draft here. We can take some time to recap the teams. Ariel, we'll take a look at yours, and you were drafting third in this one. You got Adley Rutschman as your catcher, Vinny P.
Baby.
Vinny Pasquantino, Gleyber Torres, Michael Garcia, Jacob Wilson, Juan Soto, Yordan Alvarez, Jung-Hoo Lee, Luis Arraez. So we'll get to the pitching staff in just a second. How do you feel about the hitters here?
I like it. I mean, again, I focused a lot on not striking out. I focused on getting value lower down. I got my outfielders really solid earlier. And when there was plenty of middle infielders with good choices, I waited to the last one of the tiers. Here, Scott, we got the tier approach.
There you go.
Yep. And that got me, actually, it also got me Michael Garcia, Jacob Wilson, and it got me Gleyber Torres. And then I filled in, with Arraez, who just such a value at the spot I got him as my utility. Jung-Hoo Lee at the very end. I feel very solid about this, actually.
On the pitching side of things, you wound up with Brian Wu, Joe Ryan, Kevin Gausman, Spencer Strider, Tanner Bybee, Drew Rasmussen, and Daniel Palencia on the bench, Jose Soriano, Jack Leiter, and Yusei Kikuchi. So you went with the strategy of mostly starting pitchers, only one closer in there with Daniel Palencia.
Yeah, again, as I said before, if you're going to do closers in this format, it's better to clump them and do 3 closers so you can play them. So the only one I got was Palencia, who I just thought was a great value at the point. But I went for volume. I went for strikeouts. I made sure to get an anchor. I made sure to get a lot of volume pitchers in the middle. I probably didn't take any deep cuts at the very end. Not much upside, but I still saw 160, 170 strikeout guys, and so I grabbed them even if they weren't, some rookie or a prospect or anything.
All right, let's take a look at Scott's team. Scott was drafting 6th in this one. Again, this is the standard head-to-head points format over on ESPN. And, there you are. White Whale. I was trying to find your team. Scott, it's like, what is his name? Your hitters, you've got Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, go Mariners, Jorge Polanco, Jose Ramirez, Francisco Lindor, George Springer, Dalen Lyle, Sal Frelick, and Yandy Diaz. What do we think?
I like it. I mean, I was trying to avoid high strikeout guys too. I think I successfully did that with the notable exception of Cal Raleigh, but I mean, he's obviously in a different category from every other catcher. And I think that's important in a league with so few hitter spots to distinguish yourself. So even though I felt like I was flying by the seat of my pants there, and there were a couple of moments where I was like, oh, I didn't know that guy was still available. I should have taken him instead. I'm pretty happy with this. I could definitely go to work with this lineup.
On the pitching side, you've got Freddie Peralta, Yuri Perez, Andres Munoz, Brandon Woodruff, Tatsuya Imai, Jeff Hoffman, and Cade Horton. You also have on the bench Jack Caglione, Abner Uribe, and Max Muncy. Again, in this format on ESPN, it's just 7 pitcher spots, so you can divide those up however you want. And you wound up with 5 starters and 2 relievers here in your lineup.
Yeah, maybe a third reliever if Abner Uribe ends up being the Brewers closer.
Yep.
And I wish I had more bench pitchers, but it just I think I may have underestimated how hard everyone else would go after starting pitchers, and I do like the upside of Caglione if one of those outfielders, Dalen Lyle, Sal Frelick, doesn't work out or anybody gets injured. And then I got Max Muncy there, kind of the same reason. I think he's a worthy starter in this format who just happened to make it all the way till the end of the draft, so I went ahead and took him. Wish I had a little more pitching depth, but I don't know, comparing my pitching staff to Ariel's, do you feel like mine is significantly worse than yours? I know I didn't invest quite as heavily in it.
I like the front of it better. Maybe I like the bottom of yours a little bit better. I like mine better than yours, but no, I don't think it's crazy. And you do have those closers who get you a nice expected total of saves during the week. So you basically have to get some of the good starts from the bottom to make it work.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate it. Obviously, going to have to keep feeding the pitching beast all season, but that's true in any head-to-head league, I feel like.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we will wrap up here taking a look at my team. I was drafting 2nd in this one. I've got Drake Baldwin, Pete Alonso, Brendan Donovan, Alec Boehm, Gunnar Henderson, Aaron Judge, Wyatt Langford, Alec Burleson, and Bo Bichette. The hope was that Bo Bichette would slide over to 3rd, but got Alec Boehm at a good value. So just happy to have Bo Bichette there as my utility. And yeah, for the most part, I think I mostly avoided strikeouts. I mean, there are some guys here like Judge, Langford, Alonso could be up around that 25% K range, but they will give lots of power. I think lots of speed with Wyatt Langford as well. Pete Alonso, obviously lots of power there as well. So I think I'm all right with I mean, it feels so weird compared to the hitter lineup that you normally have. But again, you gotta change to the format that you're playing in. On the pitching side, I've got Chris Sale, Dylan Cease, Yohan Duran, Emmett Sheehan, Mackenzie Gore, Ryan Helsley, and Kenley Jansen. So I did go with the 4 starters, 3 relievers strategy. Ariel, how do you think this turned out? Do you think it could work? Sale, Cease, Duran, Sheehan, Gore, Ryan Helsley, and Kenley Jansen as the pitchers.
Yeah, I mean, Sale is your anchor. I think that was important to get. And C says the strikeouts. I mean, we're talking 200 strikeouts in like 4 straight years or so. Sheehan, I think, is someone who's really going to progress, and I hope the Dodgers let him go. And then you got the closer strategy. So absolutely workable here. And, even your bottom picks, to have your bottom picks be full-time closers, again, a save is worth, there's no bad save or good save. You're getting 5 points. So there you go.
All right. And then on the bench, I got Connor Griffin, just hoping for some prospect upside there. Shane Bieber, throw him on the IL. And then Mike Burrows, someone I like as a breakout pitcher this season. All right. That was our head-to-head points mock draft over on ESPN. Ariel, shout out to you. Big thanks once again. He is the man behind the ATC projections. He is the host of the Beat the Shift podcast. You can follow him on X at ATCNY. Ariel, thank you so much. Why don't you remind everyone where they can find all your work and follow you?
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at ATCNY. I'm over at Fangraphs and Rotoballer. And I've got the Beat the Shift podcast. Check it out.
All right, and Chris just hopped back in. Welcome back, Chris. You two will be enemies on Sunday. How about that?
We are going to be drafting against each other. Ariel, I assume you will have the edge in that one.
Whoa. It's Ariel.
Ariel,
okay?
sorry.
I already cleared that up earlier. So
I will be at a big disadvantage because the draft is at 10 o'clock, and I am very much not a morning person, and it's going to take me about an hour to get up to the Upper West Side, so it's going to be real interesting to see what my team looks like in those circumstances.
Chris is already building in the excuses. I don't like that, Chris. Come on now.
Well, I look forward to battling against you once again. I think I've got the first throw out because I won it last year. So we'll see who I pick first.
Nice.
All right,
looking forward. I'll see you on Sunday, buddy.
I'll see you.
See you, Ariel. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so let's take a quick break, 1 minute commercial break here. And when we return, we will get ready for the nightcap, our RotoWire online championship over at the NFBC. We are sharing this team collectively. Me, Scott, Chris. Should be a lot of fun. We'll be back right after this.
When you need your sports news all the time,
we've got breaking news to bring to you.
CBS Sports HQ hits every highlight from all the sports that matter to you.
JJ, we appreciate your time breaking it down.
A lot of movement in the rankings this week.
With the plays you missed.
What a finish at the final round of play.
And analysis to give you an edge.
All we need is 20 points.
I was shaking in my boots.
Texas, Ohio State, who wins this game?
We're bringing you that breaking news right here on HQ.
CBS Sports HQ, streaming free 24/7.
You need a hug?
You need a fist?
Crutch, crutch, crutch.
Crutch, crutch.
Crutch, you need anything.
I do have one question.
We didn't mean right now.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
I now know why Mommy was so stressed.
What's the plan here?
Landman. New season now streaming. Only on Paramount Plus.
This is why we do this every March.
Major slam!
It is a basketball party.
It's March! Expect the unexpected!
Welcome back in Fantasy Baseball today. It is our mock draft mega stream, and we are up to the nightcap, the 4th draft of the night, the main event. Not actually the main event. It's the RotoWire Online Championship over at the NFBC. This is a real league that we are playing out. This is a $350 buy-in, 12-team Roto with the standard 5x5 categories, standard Roto lineups. There is an overall component. So, yes, we are competing with everyone else within the league. 12-team Roto League. First place in this league gets a payout, but also a huge overall component as well, which includes thousands of teams. So looking to build out that safe foundation, but obviously shoot for some upside here as well. And Chris, this is our revenge tour. Last year, we had a lot of fun doing the drafts, but wasn't our best showing. So now we've got a bounce back.
Yeah, we probably should have drafted Robert Suarez. I think we
did have Robert Suarez.
I thought that was the one we didn't.
With Robert Suarez, we finished like 10th out of 12.
Yeah, well, it happens, fantasy baseball is not a science, and we're going to try to do better this year.
We are going to do that exactly. We are drafting from the 6th spot in this draft.
That was weird.
Out of 12. What happened?
I don't know. When Scott showed up, maybe I'm losing my mind, but when Scott first showed up, it looked like he was wearing like a Braves jersey or something.
Yeah. Wardrobe change.
Right, but it flashed. Like, as you came up, it showed you in the Braves jersey for a second.
Whoa.
And then to this. And it was
Trippy.
like, what?
Trippy.
Yeah.
You want to know what else is trippy? I'm going to take you guys on a journey now. You ready for this?
Uh-oh.
It's like we're playing Pac-Man.
All right, I just looked at the video. It happened. I wasn't losing my mind.
Hang on. Here's the journey. All right, it's like we're playing Pac-Man. You guys are going to see the top of the bookshelf. The screen is scrolling up. Here we go. This is the part you've never seen before. I decorated up here, too. This is
Standing desk Scott. Here you go. You're going to stand for the whole draft?
No, probably not.
All right, I am going to hop out for a second so I could just go use the bathroom real quick. You guys keep this thing going. We'll be drafting in like 3 minutes from now.
It's not decorated as well. I got these old cups from Taco Bell in the 1990s. Jeff Blauser. You think we should draft him tonight?
Jeff Blauser.
Terry Pendleton.
Terry Pendleton. Worst MVP pick ever.
John Smoltz. He's always making people mad these days. Well, Tom Glavine. No?
Yeah, we like Tom Glavine.
Yeah, why not? Anyway, what are we going to do here, Chris? What pick do we have?
We have the 6th pick, so that's a pretty good spot to be in. I feel very good about anyone I take with the 6th pick, although I get the feeling Scott's going to try to pound the table for a player that we aren't going to pick. You have Kyle Tucker ranked ahead of Ronald Acuna, right? Is he your 6th player?
I may need to change that. I'm particularly for Roto. I'm fine. Look, NFBC drafts, and I presume a lot of people in this are they're NFBC sharks. Yeah. They really know what they're doing. They tend to follow ADP, particularly recent ADP, very, very closely. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to divert from it too much. I want to be the guy taking all the ones who are falling.
Sure.
Rather than reaching for my guy. So, yeah, I think 6th is a great spot to be in right now with Ronald Acuna joining the obvious top 6. I don't know that we're going to get Acuna. We may get Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, I mean, might be Jose Ramirez, might be Juan Soto, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm totally fine with that. We don't need to take Kyle Tucker there.
I'm happy with any of those 3. It presumably will be one of those 3. If it's not one of those 3, well, hey, that means Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, or Bobby Witt fell, and I'm thrilled about that either way. So I think 6 is a good spot to be in these days.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to hop in this draft room.
I am feeling good about it. I have the draft room up. I don't know if we need to decide who's actually selecting draft on the picks, or does it not matter? But
I've got it up. I can handle it.
Okay.
Okay.
Someone just dropped the link to the stream in the chat of our draft. So
that's not good.
We are not going to be showing our queue, but we will be talking it through so they will all know what we're going to be drafting if they want.
We have to be cryptic about who we are thinking about selecting.
I got logged out somehow.
I've got our consensus rankings up. So I can follow that and tell us who our top consensus player is so we can not pick that player. Because I'm sure we're going to argue.
All right, so you want the responsibility of being the one who clicks. Is that what you're saying, Chris?
I'm the one who clicks. I just saw that episode, finally.
Oh,
it's such a great episode.
So about over a decade late to the party, right? How long ago was that? 18 years?
Yeah, I think
is that episode all grown up, ready to vote?
We're about 4 episodes into the final season of Breaking Bad. It's a good show. Don't know if you guys have heard.
It's
all right, Shohei Ohtani.
The draft is up and running. Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. We've got the chalk so far. Big thanks to everyone being here, still watching. We've been live since 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. 560 people here watching live. We appreciate you being here. Hit that like button if you haven't already, and subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate you. Again, this is a 12-team Roto League over at the NFBC, the RotoWire Online Championship. There is an overall component as well. And we are 2 picks away. Ronald Acuna, come on down, number 4.
That's okay. I got him in my other NFBC league. Like to mix it up a little. I'd like to have. Well, you know what? I'd like to have a team that starts with Juan Soto or Jose Ramirez. Either one would be fine with me.
I don't think I have a team that I'm playing out that has Juan Soto yet.
I have a lot of Juan Soto already, so it could be even more.
It's out of our hands.
I'm picking 6th in TGFBI, and I think I started Juan Soto, Nick Kurtz. Ronald Acuna, Nick Kurtz. So
that's pretty
wouldn't mind a Soto.
You know, it'd be wild here.
Hey,
okay. If he took Tarek Skubal, I was going to say.
It's
all right. So Jose Ramirez, that's good. We don't have to worry
Ramirez,
about
the easy pick.
Base.
Nobody wants to make the case for Tarek Skubal.
Nope,
not me.
All right.
It does feel like, again, we spoke about this earlier, but it feels like there's a consensus top 6 now in a lot of drafts where this is the top 6. They don't always go in the same order, but that's typically the 6 that goes.
And in Roto leagues, yeah. You do see sometimes somebody jump up and take Tarek Skubal, and I think that's even more likely in an NFBC league where there tends to be a higher premium on the true aces.
Yep, as we mentioned earlier, Christopher Sanchez went in the first round in one of the main event leagues. Part of that is just, I think you do have to differentiate yourself a little bit in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think
to try to win the overall.
I think pitching usually goes even earlier in the 15-team leagues, like in the main event leagues. I'm not so sure we'll see pitching get pushed up too much in this, a 12-team league. It's possible. But in the 15-teamers, the main events, pitching typically gets pushed up quite a bit.
I like seeing Kyle Tucker go 8th here, right?
Yeah.
Because
that might be someone who actually listens to the podcast.
Right. What is his ADP over the last week? On NFBC, 13th overall.
Yeah, he's remained stubbornly cheap.
That's silly for the spot he's going to have. Given his track record and the spot he's going to have in the Dodgers lineup, I understand he's missed some time with injury the past 2 years, but it's freaky stuff. It's not like soft tissue injuries that you would normally make you think somebody's squishy. I don't see Kyle Tucker as squishy or injury prone.
No, it was a misdiagnosed fractured shin in 2024, and then a misdiagnosed fractured hand last year that he ended up just playing through for a couple of months. I just don't see any reason to think that's going to be an issue moving forward.
All right. We're getting close to picking it again. Ooh, look at Ellie De La Cruz sliding to round 2.
Yep, that's a pretty far for him. After we took J-Ram, there was Skubal, Kyle Tucker, Julio Rodriguez, Paul Skeens, Gunnar Henderson, Corbin Carroll back in round 1, even in a 12-team league. Garrett Crochet, Fernando Tatis, Ellie De La Cruz, Junior Caminero.
Caminero.
And then the big dumper, and we are up. Jackson Trio.
Oh, great.
Off the board.
All of the pitchers are gone, right?
Oh, man.
All of the big 3 pitchers are gone. All
right. This is bad. This is like...
Scott is tilting already.
Well, Nick Kurtz is my top guy available. I know neither of you want to take Nick Kurtz. I don't really want to either.
Jazz is our consensus top player.
I was going to say Jazz.
But we already filled third base. We haven't filled second.
We got to fill second. I don't think any of the outfielders
I
are
like
worth
the first
here.
baseman still to come well enough. What about Trey Turner? Batting average?
I'd rather wait if we were going to do
batting
that.
average, man.
Yeah, the batting average. It's nice.
Can I talk you into Trey Turner, Frank?
I would go Jazz.
We got 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3. We're
You've
going
been
Jazz.
Outvoted.
Jazz hands.
Yeah. Power and speed, baby. We'll still get some batting average, Scott. Don't you worry.
You don't get much from either of our first 2 picks.
Hey, J-Ram, 270 guy. He'll be all right.
All right. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. We could have gone Schwarber. I actually, I may have Schwarber ahead of Kurtz. Why didn't I recommend Schwarber? Could I talk you into Schwarber?
I don't think so.
Nah.
Man. I mean, if you're dumping batting average, you might as well get huge run and RBI totals.
But Scott, the power and speed.
Oh gosh.
We've got 60 homers and 60 steals to start the draft.
I'm not worried about speed in a 12-team roto. I'm worried about having too much speed relative to everything else.
The position scarcity guy is tilting because we got an elite third baseman and an elite second baseman to open our draft. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
It may just be that I don't like Jazz as much as you guys. You know what? He gets hurt a lot. He is bad for batting average.
That does happen occasionally.
I like him as a late second rounder. I don't like him as a mid second rounder.
Mm-hmm. What if Churio was there? Would you have been all right with Churio?
Yeah, I think that would have been. I mean, that's the other thing. 2 rounds into a 5 outfielder league, we don't have an outfielder. This is going to be.
Right. There's still some there.
Yeah, there was just none of the outfielders were worth taking.
I agree. It's not ideal.
It's not ideal, no.
For those listening, after we took Jazz, there was Vlad Jr., Kyle Schwarber, Nick Kurtz, Francisco Lindor, Trey Turner, Ketel Marte. Team 1, Ohtani, Turner, Marte. That's pretty nice.
That's a pretty fun start, yeah.
That's pretty nice right there.
So
they win.
Our pick, let's start talking about it. Some options are going to be based on our consensus rankings. Not Pete Alonso.
There's Petey.
Not Pete Alonso. All right, I'm going to be pushing for a first baseman pretty soon.
Yeah.
I don't know that it necessarily has to be round 3.
It might be now.
We need a good alternative.
I think that we can kind of play the NFBC ADP game because we know first baseman usually lasts longer in these drafts.
And I like Freeman especially for our builds more than Devers. But
makes some sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes some sense.
That's not terrible.
I'm not
terrible thought.
I'm not so much Freddie Freeman guy this year, but it does fit the build.
Yeah, I think I think the idea makes sense, but that I think would be a bad way to use a 3rd round pick.
Well, we need a better way to use it.
Yeah.
Everyone I'm seeing is bad for batting average.
There's one that is not bad for batting average.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. And this is one where we're going to play things a little closer to the vest or the chest, as Jonathan Nolan likes to write in the Batman movies.
Manny Machado, Zach Neto, the next 2 picks. We are on deck here.
Do you ever notice how in the Dark Knight trilogy they kept saying close to the chest instead of close to the vest? That always bothered me. Always heard close to the vest. Well, watch them again. Take notes.
I did not notice that.
Be amazed what I come up with. What?
Go ahead.
What about Mookie Betts?
Chris, I put a name in the queue.
I see who's in the queue.
Yeah,
who I thought was going to be in the queue.
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Like
you guys,
if we're trusting our rankings, then Mookie Betts. If we are going with our rankings, then Yordan Alvarez is the pick. If we are not, we could also address that outfield position with Pete Crow Armstrong or James Wood. Those are the top 3 players in our rankings. Mookie Betts is
it's more batting average though.
Mookie Betts is 39.
You guys put us in such a bad spot for batting average. Like I would like to address outfield.
Is our team.
Pete Crow Armstrong is a great value here, but we already have 2 Pete Crow Armstrongs kind of.
Alvarez and Jazz is a lot of injury risk too.
Yeah.
I think the skill sets make a lot of sense. If you want to make up batting average, Yordan Alvarez is a big and easy way to do it.
We'll take Yordan Alvarez, but I feel like I'm getting steamrolled this draft.
Man, this is basically just the beat Chris Towers draft. I love it.
We gave him the picking power. That was
whoa. This is
that
still
was our first problem.
This is still a cheerocracy. Okay, we are still making our decisions by voting. You just keep getting outvoted. Get better. You know,
at least one person in the chat said, "Vlad, I wanted Alvarez." So
that's all we want.
Yes, I think Alvarez made the most sense for our build, but I think that's because we messed up our build.
Wow.
All right.
You know, if we took Kyle Schwarber in round 2,
Schwarber would have been a terrible pick, and we wouldn't have been able to make up the batting average.
And we
with
wouldn't
Jordan
be able to
Alvarez.
take
Well, I was mostly pushing for Trey Turner, to be fair, but my 8-year-old's over there making suggestions. I like his more than yours. I'll just have you know, Pete Crow Armstrong with the 9th pick in round 2, 33rd overall. I mean, that is
round 3.
Yeah. I mean, the consensus for us is 28, so I don't think it's
33 versus 28.
Yeah, that's
a
a couple
big
spots.
difference.
It's about 5 spots.
I don't have to estimate how many spot it is. I can do that kind of math.
Yeah.
It's a good pairing with Caminero, who's not going to give you any speed.
Yeah.
So to get Julio, Caminero, PCA.
There you go. That's the NFBC vibe we're looking for. Mason Miller in the end of the 3rd round.
Yep, we are going to see closers go earlier than we typically see in the drafts that we do.
James Woods sliding down too.
But it does make sense. Again, there's an overall component, so you can't really punt any category. You want to try and be good across the board here.
So boy, oh boy. All right, I got to get in my head. We can't draft Bryce Terang because we already have a second baseman.
That's the whole reason why we took Jazz. So
you didn't want me to push for, and we can't draft Michael Garcia. I just ignore those 2 positions, Scott.
I do love Michael Garcia. But
okay.
I don't think we could do that.
James Wood could not keep falling, and he did not. That's good.
All right, so there's this whole situation here that I'm loading up in the queue. Let's put him there too. And there is this guy that you know, what else is already in the queue?
It's James Wood, Edwin Diaz, and Logan Webb, the last 3 picks. James Wood falls to 36th overall. We have him consensus number 29. And there weren't really a lot of pitchers that went ahead of him. So
all right, come here.
Seems
come
like
here
there
for
were
a
just
second.
a few.
Just come here for a second. All right, he's gesturing to me. I'm not going to put him on camera. Stay there.
We did.
Tell
we
me.
do have a
tell
comment.
me who it is you want me to take. Just tell me.
Freddie Freeman.
Say it loud.
Freddie Freeman.
That's who he thinks I should take. We should take.
I think that's too early.
It's a little early. It's a little early, but that is what they are. There's a strong Freddie Freeman campaign happening in this house, and I just want it to be known.
And company draft. I love it. Pitchers are starting to go, by the way. There was Logan Webb, Brent Rooker, Chris Sale,
that's the thing.
Logan Gilbert, and Hunter Brown.
Do we want to get in the pitcher run?
No.
Our consensus. Would you like to know our consensus top players?
Matt, sure. What are
Rafael Devers, Matt Olson, and Bryce Harper. All first basemen.
Yeah, and they're all 3 still there. And I think people behind us, there's 2 of them have a first baseman already.
So I think we can wait.
There's Mookie Betts. We could do the pitcher thing. Who's our top pitcher? Is it Cole Reagans? Is it Max Fried?
Top pitcher is actually Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown just went.
Okay, then it's not Hunter Brown.
Yeah, we got to decide quickly.
Yes, we do.
What's your vote, Chris? Who do you want here?
I'm okay with Mookie.
I'm good with it. Yeah.
All right, let's take Mookie.
We got a little batting average.
Hopefully, so it didn't last year.
Yeah, but I feel more confident in Mookie giving us a good batting average than giving us a bunch of power.
No green on that board yet for us. No outfielders.
No, that just hasn't shaken out that way. There hasn't been.
I just loaded up an outfielder that's my top choice by a lot.
I like it.
You like it?
Yep.
I mean, obviously, we got to see how first base shakes out.
Yeah. So all right. So look, here's the problem. He is not our consensus top player, which is fine. We don't have to go off the consensus. We can disagree with ourselves. But there are about 15 players between him and our top pick. And then there's also this. The ADP is about 40 spots lower than where we are right now, 30 spots lower. So that's what I'm struggling with. Bryce Terrain goes off the
I mean, we
board.
might just have to take a pitcher, dip our toe in the pitching waters, and hope they hold to ADP.
Mm-hmm.
Just because that's when I like to take pitchers. Once we're into round 4, I can start to think about it. I like to take them when I feel like there's no other obvious choice here.
The one thing that's going to be tough if we go by anything like our consensus ADP is the closers are all gonna be drafted way higher than we have them ranked. Just reality of the overall competition. So we have to have the conversation about, do we want to get in on Andres Munoz or Cade Smith? No? Okay.
I would hate to waste. It feels like a waste of early draft capital to do that. And I'm not saying we just go by our ADP. We're going to have to, there's going to come a point where they've thinned out so much. We just got to go for it. But I think it's still, I don't need the Cade Smiths and Edwin Diaz's of the world myself. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Oh, I agree. I generally, that's why we have it ranked that way. It's just knowing the reality of this draft.
Yeah, we got to pay attention to how quickly things are depleting. And
I like to get one of the top tier closers, but it doesn't have to be like the tippity top. I kind of like that. Tier guys
Jeff Hoffman, I'm telling you.
Look, if you have to be out on anything, if you have to zig where people are zagging, I would much rather do that at closer.
Yeah.
With other people.
I pretty much always do.
Spending more.
Unless it's just absurd value.
I just threw a picture in the chat. I don't know if in the queue. I don't know if you're interested in that.
That is, I believe, our top player, our top pitcher.
I am much more in favor of this guy, but I know Frank and I are going to butt heads over it. I think I can get Chris on board. I just moved it at the top.
So in our consensus rankings, they are both $20 players.
Frank looks.
It's just a lot. It's a lot of. It's just look. Both are risky, but it is with the team that we have built.
Okay, Jacob deGrom's gone, so your guy's gone, Frank. We can't get him.
It is a lot of risk, man. I'm just saying this team has a lot of risk.
Jacob deGrom's not risk. Come on, Jacob deGrom was the face of risky pitchers at this time a year ago.
They're both risky.
I am starting to think Jarren Duran just went. I'm starting to think I need to move Jarren Duran up in my rankings. Our consensus is 80. That's too low. That's too low for Jarren Duran.
Probably catch people up on picks here for those listening on the audio side. After we took bets, there was Bryce Terang. There was Yohan Duran.
All right.
There goes that.
Reagan's is gone. Not
Max
going to happen.
Reed, Cade Smith, Matt Olson. Now we're into round 5. Roman Anthony, Jarren Duran, Jackson Merrill.
Now any starting pitcher here feels like
I wouldn't want to go with the starting pitcher here. So
there's
our
still
consensus
a lot of
top
those.
players are Rafael Devers, Bryce Harper, William Contreras, and Freddie Freeman.
There's still so many. There's still so many of those first basemen. If we're not going to go pitcher,
nobody to the right of us has a first baseman, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I think there's a decent chance they're all gone next time. But if you go by ADP, even Devers, his ADP is like 58. So I would lean first base here. That's our.
Well, we don't want Devers.
We've got to decide right now.
I feel like Freeman's the best fit, but it's too much of a reach.
I would say Bellinger, outfield.
Yeah,
Bellinger's
that's kind of how I'm leaning.
Yep. All right.
I don't love it.
Just take care of outfield. I mean, it is.
We needed one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Now my other son's holding up baseball cards. They are as if there aren't enough voices contributing to this mess of a team we're putting together.
William Contreras is gone.
I've always found it harder to share teams.
Oh yeah,
with 3 people, it's a little.
Oh yeah.
Even just the mechanics of we got to talk it through in the same time that somebody else can just decide on their unilaterally,
Mm-hmm.
Well, Freddie Freeman's gone.
So, yeah, we might miss out on all the first basemen.
It's possible.
Even though they've been our highest ranked players for a couple rounds. Always flying too close to the sun, Icarus. That is what happens.
After Bellinger, there was William Contreras, Freddie Freeman, Andres Munoz. I'm pretty sure we started the draft the same way last year. We didn't take any pitchers, and our pitching was.
Yeah, it's always look. We came close last round. They went bam, bam right before us.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. There goes Bryce.
That's fine. You know what? There's another tier of first baseman after that. We'll be okay.
Sure. Freddie Peralta.
Wasn't looking at Freddie Peralta, I don't think. But we should try to discuss. And look, I know we're worried about losing the competitive advantage here, but this whole not saying any names until we're actually on the clock thing.
The people love it.
Is not really a good strategy.
We did it last year. The people loved it.
I do think we should probably mention some names and have some debates before. But what I will say is, of our remaining top players, 2 of the top 5 are still first basemen. So
I know
there's at least a chance that we could get there. One of them just went off the board. So now there's a much lower chance, roughly half.
It's okay. It's all right. There are other fish in the sea.
There are other fish in the sea. We've got a couple of shortstops at the top of our list of consensus rankings. We've got 1 first baseman.
I just threw two pitchers in the queue as well.
We maybe should have thought about catcher more.
The catcher run is starting to happen. There are some catchers up near the top of the queue as well.
It's 12-teamer though. Worst case scenario, your second catcher is like Austin Wells or maybe Kyle Teal. Now,
I usually like to get like one of those top 10 in a catcher league.
Well,
there's still some left though.
Yeah, and there's still a little bit of time for them. I will say I'd be open to a starting pitcher here. We've got a couple of picks.
But
Kirby is our top. Luzardo and Joe Ryan would be the top 3.
So Chris hates Luzardo.
I don't love any of those 3 personally.
It's George Kirby for me, but I'm.
My top ranked pitcher is Luzardo. Number 2 is Kirby. Actually, my top. No, that's only in head-to-head points. I had Framber Valdez up there too, but that's only in head-to-head points. Got to look at the.
Okay, so Byron Buxton goes. So our top players right now are Geraldo Perdomo, Josh Naylor, Shea Langoliers. We could use any of those 3.
No, Langoliers is gone.
Oh, Langoliers.
Let's nail it down. Naylor.
Yep.
Batting average.
I like Naylor too.
Okay.
But all right. I was gonna say starting pitcher before we do that. It's all good.
It's still
Vicky Henderson, baby.
At least the way I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Minus Ohtani. You have 9 starting pitchers left in the current tier. Maybe you wouldn't agree with all those choices, but it's a robust tier. Yeah. So it would feel a little reachy to me if we're only expected to get 1 from that tier. Maybe we could get 2.
Yeah, I would be open to trying to get 2 from that tier.
All right.
Given that we haven't taken a pitcher yet.
Now that we've gotten first base, now that we've addressed batting average a little bit.
Yeah, I'm down to like hammer pitching.
I will say, it is 10 games for eligibility at a position in NFBC, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll take longer, but roughly half as long or twice as long. Yordan Alvarez has played in the outfield 2 of his last 3 spring training games. They seem to be gearing up for Yordan Alvarez to actually play in the outfield. Just putting it out there.
I much prefer Geraldo Perdomo here at the end of round 6 than Mookie Betts in the middle of round 4, where we take
looking back on the Betts pick when it happened, I think maybe we should have taken like Max Fried or something at SP1.
Time was winding down, and
would have felt good with Fried as kind of.
I mean, part of the issue we're having is there hasn't been a point yet, except maybe this last pick with Naylor. But in the first 5 rounds, there wasn't like, oh, this is obviously the guy to take. We didn't get something gift wrapped for us.
At starting pitcher, you mean?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
None of our picks was an easy call. I mean, Jose Ramirez, okay.
We had Rafael Devers as our top pick 3 rounds in a row.
Right, but it would have been bad for our build, so we weren't.
I guess, yeah. I think we do have to take a pitcher here.
I'm happier with Naylor. Yeah, I do. I agree. Pitching is looking like the way to go now that Luzardo and George Kirby, Kyle Bradish.
We willed a pitching run into existence by talking about it.
Yeah.
Dylan Cease, but
who knows? We might not even get one.
No, there's still multiple guys. Let me see if I can.
Let's see. Yeah, I got a couple. I got a couple in the queue there that I think would be fine.
I think probably the top 2.
Yeah, my top 2. I also like this guy a lot. Maybe on the way back, let me stick him in there.
Yeah, it's doing the thing where it says Jacob deGrom's still in our queue. I don't think he's available. You guys.
Yeah, it's not in my queue. You might want to refresh your room there.
Yeah, he's not in mine either.
Baldwin off the board. Okay.
Mm.
Oh no. Oh no, it's already happened, you guys. Okay, now I figured it out. I've got a spreadsheet going, and I'm trying to keep track of all the picks. And I've got a little counter, and anytime the counter doesn't agree with the actual picks made, it drives me crazy.
We're guaranteed one of these starters, so that's
Yep.
I knew coming in that we were just gonna wait on pitching. It always happens.
Yeah,
I'm updating the queue for my preference, but I understand that the consensus rankings reflect the opposite of that.
Well, let me look here. We're coming up on pick 78. Which of these is a gimme? None of them are a gimme. I think I'm with you. Like, they're all going to go bam, bam, bam here if ADP holds. So we should presume we're only getting one of them. Now,
right.
Joe Ryan went, so that reduced the choices by 1. I think that makes the choice easier, though.
Yep.
And we go with Framber Valdez as our ace.
Valdez, excellent volume guy. Creates some whip concerns potentially. Last year was not a good whip for him, but before that he had been better. We all in agreement on Framber as our first starter?
Yep.
Sure.
We're on the board. Framber Valdez. There you go. Joe Ryan was just picked.
Who needs whip?
And Vinny P, baby. All right.
And I presume Michael Bush is going to go soon here. It is kind of nice not to have to think about third and second base.
Yep.
All right. It took him a while, but we got him, Chris.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a long way to go. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how the pitching.
We'll see if I get. So Yuri Perez was the other one we were talking about, hopefully getting on the way back, but it seemed unlikely looking at.
Yeah, I'm happy he went.
ADP over the last week. You don't like Yuri Perez? You would have liked Yuri Perez 2 years ago.
I've grown as an analyst.
Grown. You can't recognize talent that's right under your nose.
I think he's a little overvalued. I think he's a little overvalued.
No, please. Oh, please.
Oh no. I'm okay.
Until
I'm filling up the queue with some options to consider. They might all be gone by the time we come back around, though.
As per our usual arrangement. Oh, he was there still. Why? Oh no, I was thinking of Rooker. Rooker's gone for sure, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. He was a 3rd round pick, I think.
Yeah, it's outfield, it's starting pitcher, it's maybe catcher. We don't have any of those yet.
Could be reliever.
Let me see. Could be reliever. Sure. Got to think about that at some point.
Mine would be either the reliever or the catcher who are in our queue, but obviously that
I'm trying to organize
them making it.
Them by ADP over the last week.
Well, there's the
Devin
pitcher.
Williams. Devin Williams is 70 ADP over the last week, so that seemed unlikely. Let's see here.
And unfortunately, there is a DH-only player very close to the top of our consensus rankings that we have to take off our board. So to everybody watching who is drafting along, we will not be taking Christian Yelich.
Yeah, that's fine. Somebody was on autopilot?
Yeah, I think that's on purpose. Someone said in the chat that he's like at a hockey game or something.
All right.
But I think he set up his queue or whatever.
Well, I can think of better ways to spend $350. Wasn't that the buy-in?
That is.
Am I not supposed to say it?
No, it's
it's public information.
All right, yeah.
It's just uncouth, Scott.
It's barbaric. Well, Tyler Soderstrom was also in our queue, and he's been taken. I have them ordered by ADP over the last week. The bottom name there, we could probably wait another round.
Okay.
Probably by ADP. All it takes is one person to break with ADP.
I would be fine with our top pick. I think that would be a great fit for what we're doing.
I think the top 2 would be my top 2 choices.
Yeah. And they're both available because 2 relievers go. So that's Cam Schlittler, not a reliever. But getting pushed up boards now. We're starting to see a little helium for Cam Schlittler with the impressive spring.
I like the catchers here.
The catcher?
I like the old guy too, the old catcher. But if you guys prefer Agustin Ramirez,
I prefer Agustin Ramirez. Yeah,
that's fine.
Although my rankings show Will Smith ahead of him, I probably just need to change that.
Yeah, I think I got to change that. Yeah. Consensus has Agustin Ramirez about 10, 15 spots ahead. So we're good with Agustin Ramirez?
We're good with it. I think he's going to play a ton. Obviously, he's going to be the only catcher who will contribute in steals in any real way.
I will say, man, I think there's a really good chance we are talking about Agustin Ramirez, the DH only player this time next year, but that actually would not be bad for his fantasy value in 2026.
Yeah, in the current year. That would mean he played a lot. He was basically an everyday hitter last year because his off days from catching, he was DHing, and I don't see why that would change.
I just put 2 more pitchers in the.
Yeah, we've dropped the tier at starting pitcher now, which is why even though we only have the one Framber Valdez, I was not feeling a ton of urgency there. But Corey Seager, we already had a shortstop. I don't like the Mookie Betts pick.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with it.
That's the one where I if we had. Even though like Max Fried is not a huge volume strikeouts guy, but I would feel better if we had another SP there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
That was
to go
the clock. The clock forced us into a quick decision, and there were no great choices there. We probably just should have taken best pitcher available. It would have been Fried, right? Or I don't think we're in agreement who it was.
DeGrom.
Fried, DeGrom, or Reagans, one of those 3.
Yeah, I think DeGrom and Reagans were by the consensus rankings.
I wouldn't have wanted DeGrom. Would have said a hard no to that one.
All right, how about this? Do we want to add this wrinkle? Everybody gets 1 veto. Where no matter what the voting results are, you can say no 1 time.
I'm sure Scott would have wanted that to start the draft if that was the case.
Yeah, no,
well, it's too
time
late
to bring it up. No, I don't think we have to be quite so draconian. We could talk it through like men.
All right. There's Nolan McLean, Michael Harris off the board. Those were some of our top players, although not the very, very tippy-topist.
I like to break out that word draconian from time to time. I remember Al Melchior said it to me once, and I had to look it up.
It means of or relating to Draco Malfoy. Palencia, top 100 top 100 pick on Daniel Palencia.
He's moving up.
I can dig it. In a league where you're prioritizing saves, do we want to have that discussion?
RotoWire Online Championship ADP in March. He goes at pick 9.2. So actually,
Palencia? Just that he's moving up. Do we want to discuss that he's moving up? I guess it just suggests that people didn't think there was clarity there in the Cubs situation. I don't know why not. Palencia was the closer till he got hurt, and then Brad Keller replaced him, and he's gone. So why would it be anybody but Palencia?
And Craig Counsell explicitly said if the season started today, this was back in like late February, he said if the season started today, he'd get the first save.
I think that's what changed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Springer gone.
The guy we were considering with our last pick is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably need to do that.
So you mean this, Frank?
Oh, no.
No, you think we need this?
Yes.
I think so as well.
I think the cryptic nature of these discussions adds to the...
Be less cryptic, but still cryptic. Arm guy or bat guy?
Arm guy.
I mean,
never be able to figure
out.
out.
They made it
bat
easy
guy's
for
gone.
us.
There you go.
They made it easy. I like that.
Are we in agreement on Raisel Iglesias?
We are in agreement on on arm guy.
And I'm higher on him than you two are because I think he's still good. I think he showed it down the stretch last year after having struggles with his pitch selection early on. Had to ditch the slider, but he was dominant.
He is
the final 3 months.
He is the best player available based on positions where we have not already drafted. So
yeah, let's do Raisel Iglesias. Did I actually say the name, or was I still cryptic?
No, I think Frank said the name. Someone said the name.
Yeah, I said the name.
The chat is not a fan. We got a bad pick, a don't love that pick.
Oh, they were complaining about Robert Suarez last year, and now Robert Suarez can do no wrong. Oh, he's obviously better than Raisel Iglesias. Nobody would let me draft him last year on this very team.
We did draft him.
Idiots.
We drafted him on this team, Scott.
Oh, did we?
And we still came in 10th place.
It was our one good pick.
Strider, we were not going to take him.
We probably need some more pitching.
Yeah, I'm okay with getting a few more pitchers here. I would be okay with another.
I'm just going to throw a bunch of these guys in there.
Yeah, I'd be okay. I think that's the right thought because, as I said a couple times in our earlier drafts, you hit a point about 100 to 150 where it just feels like the best players are all pitchers. So we're not quite at that point yet. There's a lot of second basemen at the top of our rankings. There's a couple of shortstops and the consensus. We are probably not going to go down that path yet unless one of them becomes just an absolute screaming value. Unfortunately, by our consensus rankings, there is one guy who is 40 picks behind ADP or behind where we have him ranked. The problem is we absolutely cannot draft Christian Yelich.
No.
Yeah.
That's the downside of taking Yordan Alvarez, which was still a good pick.
Well, it was a good pick because we took Jazz Chisholm in round 2. Otherwise,
you know what, Scott?
Well, let's play it out. If we took Trey Turner in round 2 instead of
this is a great value on Michael Busch.
Yeah, that is good value. If we took Trey Turner in round 2, who would we have taken in round 3? Probably still would have just been Yordan Alvarez.
No, it would have been PCA.
Maybe.
I think Chris and I probably would have voted for Alvarez over PCA.
Yeah, that's what the rankings say. Would like some more of these shortstops and second basemen to be drafted.
Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe some third baseman. Yeah, that would be good.
If I don't have enough shares of PCA already, I believe I am up to 4.
Scott went from the biggest hater to the biggest fan.
He's just, sometimes it's like you're analyzing him in a vacuum and you don't like him, but then when boots on the ground, you have to make it work in a draft, and it's just like he's so often the right pick for whatever build I have going.
Can we please? I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let it play out. Last 2 picks: Alex Bregman, Tyler Glasnow.
Yep, was not really planning on either of those guys. So I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't mind missing out on the pitchers that have gone since our last pick. I do like the ones we have at the top of the queue.
Yeah, I'd focus on I'd focus on pitchers like that. Jeff Hoffman just went.
Pet Boys, here we go.
We will not be the Pet Boys. I think Scott would have used his
used his veto on that.
Would have used his veto on Pet Boy.
I mean, we're not doing the veto thing.
We are not going.
We
to
can
be
talk
the
it
Pet
out
Boys.
like men.
Because Scott doesn't want us to veto him later.
Yeah.
I don't like. Yeah.
I mean, if we want to keep it 100%, like, I've got the real veto.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I can just go rogue and draft whoever I want.
That's true.
I'm in the draft room too.
Yeah, but I'm going to be quicker. There goes Brandon Nimmo.
Oh, can we please do it? Can we please draft the pitcher I love, please?
I'm on board.
I'm fine with it, I guess.
Let me double check outfield. Hold it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Say is gone, right? Of course, Say is gone.
But Jose Altuve is there. I mean, he's kind of a board.
Altuve, Buxton, and Springer are gone, right? Of course they are.
At the top available are Altuve, Robert, Joe Adell, Stowers, Teoscar.
I keep taking Altuve as an outfielder in these 5 outfielders.
If we want to do an outfielder, Altuve would be fine. I'm also fine with the pitcher.
No, we need the pitcher. We've only got one so far. It's round 10.
We're doing Nick Lodolo?
We're doing Nick Lodolo. He's my top guy. Whip
he
help.
could help the whip for sure. So
we need that with Fromber as our number one.
Yes.
I think we need to hit pitching pretty hard.
I think we do too. We don't really. I mean, we probably got to mix in an outfielder somewhere in there, but it's got to be a lot of pitchers.
And I do think outfield's about to get pretty gross, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it already is a little gross.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not a big fan of what's about to happen at the outfield position. So.
Altuve is.
We need Yordan Alvarez to gain outfield. That would be very.
Altuve is the last in his tier for me in the outfield, but that's more because he's higher in the rankings because of the second base eligibility, which we don't need him for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I vastly prefer him to Luis Robert and Joe Adele personally. I know I'm lower on Luis Robert than you guys are, but
and Stowers is gone because
Stowers is there.
He is.
Yep.
Oh, I'm looking at second base. Yeah, I have Stowers ranked ahead of those other two guys.
Yeah, Stowers doesn't qualify at second base yet.
But I'm not the biggest Stowers stan either.
Stowers stan.
I just wrote, and that's where I plug my work. I just wrote a one-hit wonders article, their chances of repeating. I gave, on a scale of 1 baseball to 4 baseballs, I gave Kyle Stowers 2 baseballs.
Ooh, that's like half the baseballs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That means there's a half baseball chance
I have real
that
doubts.
He does not.
I'm throwing.
I like it on paper, but I don't like that it was basically 3.5 months.
Christian Yelich is 65 in our consensus rankings. He goes 118.
What is his ADP NFBC last 2 weeks? It's 128. So we are just way higher than, and I don't get that. Like he obviously
really
moving to DH helped him stay healthy, which had been his biggest problem. He's going to get a ton of runs in RBI if he's healthy and, decent contributions in home runs and steals also. Mm-hmm. Really, really good pick there, but we'd already filled our utility spot. Okay, so Emilio Pagana's gone. That was somebody we were looking at.
The closer situation has gotten pretty ugly as well.
Yeah,
we do have one already, Raisel Iglesias.
Yeah,
maybe
Frank. It sounds like you want to get a second one, but Scott
likes to wait. I just put my top choice. Well, no, I mean we've waited too long at this point. I would have.
We have one already.
We have one. I would like.
So do we want
we can live with one. We can live with one. There are some others.
This year's Robert Suarez?
No, I mean I put him in the queue.
No,
but not yet. Like he's got to fall for a while.
I would be okay with the other one if he's there.
I think this year's Robert Suarez will absolutely fall a lot.
Yeah. I mean, last year's did too. That's how we ended up with him here.
Yeah, I think you went like
I couldn't get you guys to take him unless it was an insane value.
It honestly might happen again. History repeats itself.
Yeah.
2026.
I think my kids went to bed, by the way, so they can't meddle in our plans anymore.
No.
Oh wait. They should be in bed. It's almost 9.
I thought one of your kids just showed up next to you like, "Hey, I'm here."
I heard a noise in the other room. It sounded like a kid.
All right, we're 3 picks away.
All right.
Got some options here.
Yeah, I would actually say the guy just moved to the top of the queue.
I like that.
Should probably be the pick.
And then I put the top 2. I'm good with those in order.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I was thinking about Luke Keeschel.
All right, let's just say this year's Robert Suarez because we don't think anyone's going to take him anyway.
Carlos Estevez.
Yeah.
In the chat, they said you guys are going to end up. Well, he said you guys are going to end up Carlos Estevez. I don't think he means we're going to turn into Carlos Estevez. I think he left a word out there.
I might
wind up drafting Carlos.
I mean, we're all going to end up Carlos Estevez at some point, right?
I mean, I wish I was
unable to
throwing
perform.
90 miles per hour. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Not as cool for him, but
yeah, when you go from 64 miles per hour to 90, that's pretty cool. When you go from 95 to 90, that's less cool.
We actually have almost 700 people watching, which is the most we've had all day long. Oh,
good.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have lasted as long as he did anyway. We have him 92nd. He goes 124th, but that's a very nice value for Team Flynn.
Yeah, his ADP in online championships the past 2 weeks is the middle of round 10. We almost got him in the middle of round 11. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
I
don't like anything in our queue, guys.
I'm fine with the top name just because we gotta attack it eventually.
These two are our top needs, I think.
What about this one? The guy just added at the bottom.
No.
No?
Get out of here.
He's my top pitcher.
No.
I'm not opposed to it. Next turn.
Chris is down.
Down
on him.
I just look, man.
Wait, based on
I know the next guy I put in the queue is you're gonna be down on him.
Dude misses like 2.5 years.
All right, we're on the clock. We got to talk about
missing
time.
All right, so Kenley Jansen or Kyle Stowers. What do we think we need more? We have a closer and we have one outfielder. Now, we do need 4 more outfielders and probably only 1 or 2 more closers. So,
there's a certain closer I like that lasts about 100 picks beyond this.
You like Kyle Stowers though?
No, but outfield is
Would you
gross
rather do
and we
Luis
have
Robert?
1. No, I'd rather have Stowers.
Okay. It's going to be Stowers.
Is everybody okay with it?
It's fine.
Okay. Rather than reach for Kenley Jansen, I would rather wait to see how far Carlos Estevez falls and fall back on one of the bad team closers that we like. Carlos Estevez didn't fall much at all. So
did not fall.
No temptation there.
Weird what happens when you say a player's name.
I mean,
many times.
It kind of did us a favor, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. No,
he hasn't been falling that much in NFBC leagues, to be fair.
We didn't talk about
relative to
118 is where he's gone in the last week.
I think he was like a 70 or 80 pick.
Should we have mentioned Teoscar Hernandez, or are you guys just out?
Yes,
kind of boring, but he's like, I think stable for like when we just need outfielders that give us numbers.
Yeah.
Who?
Teoscar Hernandez.
No, he's fine. Because he was dealing with an injury beginning in May, which is the point where his production cratered. He had a great April and then had a great October.
And there he goes.
There he goes. I mean, you bring him up. Like,
I was just wondering, like, if we should have taken him over Stowers. Like, we didn't even talk about Stowers.
I rank Stowers higher. But
I rank Stowers higher, especially since Stowers is returning to games this week.
Yeah.
Here, can one of you guys take over? Frank, can you take over drafting for just a second?
Yeah, I have it. All right, here we are, Scott, in round 11. We've got 3 pitchers.
3 pitchers, 2 outfielders, 1 catcher. I think while Chris is away, we should do this, Frank.
I would be down for the close.
He's clearly my top 1.
I'd be down for the closer if he makes it back.
No, I'm not down for the closer.
No,
I don't feel totally sanguine about Kenley Jansen.
I know you keep saying his name so that someone takes him. I know what you're doing, Scott.
Well, maybe it'll work to your benefit. Depends how much they respect my
authority.
I was debating whether to say opinion or authority.
You know what? There's still some boring outfielders left. We'll be fine.
There's still some exciting outfielders left.
Yeah. Outfield is not. There's still a good amount of.
I feel much better with 2 than just 1.
Yeah. I'm not really a Stowers guy. I'm not opposed to it. I guess I wish he was just healthy, but supposed to return this weekend. So
hopefully. I don't feel like we have to worry about steals really much at all anymore.
You know what?
Right?
We have 2 Marlins hitters. That doesn't feel very good.
I don't know, man. The Marlins might be sneaky good this year. I'm a little worried about them. Look, they finished ahead of the Braves last year. I think it could happen again, or it could not. I'm not. I think there are a lot of rebound candidates on the Braves, obviously. But things they already appear to be snake bitten again. All right, let's stop talking about them and talk about our team
on deck.
I mean, especially now that Gavin Williams is gone. I think
I don't know where Chris is.
I think we ask forgiveness and not permission here, and take our guy.
Well, what about? Hold on. What about this name that I just moved to the top of the queue? Don't you have him ranked higher? And we all kind of like him.
I don't have him ranked higher anymore. I used to.
Really?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have moved the other name down? Because.
Well, let's look at ADP over the last week. Yeah. ADP over the last week tells a clear story about who we should take. And we may get both.
It is possible.
If we do it in that order.
Oh, man. Chris is not going to be happy if we do this, man.
No, he's not.
I still like the closer, but you just don't want to do it, right?
I don't want to do it, man. I think... Let's see what his ADP is. I just think, you know how AJ Hinch is about his closers, and it's too early by ADP, and he's been on decline. Strikeout rate dropped below 1 per inning last year.
You're probably right.
I think we should do it, man.
All right. Chris is not going to be happy.
Chris put us in this mess.
You good with it?
Whoa.
Uh-oh. All right, Chris, we have 15 seconds. Scott,
we want Woodruff. Do it. Take Woodruff. Woodruff.
If you guys want to make a bad pick, that's fine.
Do it. Make a bad pick.
Who would your pick be, Chris?
No, we don't have time.
It's too late. It's too late. Make your bad picks.
Yes. Yes.
Unbelievable.
Now we're going to get the other guy on the way back. We're going to do it.
We're going to drop
turn this puppy around.
Half of this team is going to be dropped. They're all going to be hurt.
Look, here's the thing. All right. What Brandon Woodruff misses basically 2.5 years, right? And he has this really rocky recovery. His rehab gets derailed multiple times. He comes up and he's awesome. His velocity's 3 miles per hour down, but he's awesome.
He's awesome.
And then he gets hurt again.
Mm-hmm.
Has a lat injury that ends his season.
Yep.
Lats are close to shoulders. I don't know if you guys are aware.
Yeah.
And then he comes out this spring, and it's like, oh, I think I'm going to be ready for opening day. It's not clear.
He's pitched.
And we're just fine with it. His velocity's down again. We think Brandon Woodruff's
not down. He would look
he's
good.
fine. No, his velocity was absolutely down.
Slightly down. It wasn't even a full mile per hour, right? It was his first start of spring. Like,
wow.
I don't care until it's reaching a full mile per hour. That's just normal variance.
0.9 is fine.
And was it 0.9?
I think so.
I thought it was a full mile per hour. You looked at that 9 upside down.
Unbelievable.
Right, well, you know what? Don't leave next time.
I'm just going to leave for good. How about that?
You got your Alvarez. You should be happy.
You know what? We all got some players that we love, I got Lodolo. Chris got Jordan. I guess we didn't get any of the players Scott actually loves, but it
right.
seems like Scott loves Woodruff.
You owed me one.
Loves
I guess we kind of got Bellinger. I pushed for Bellinger.
Yeah, we took Bellinger 40 spots ahead of ADP. Didn't hear me complaining about it.
You complained a little.
Was it really?
I've never complained.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he goes in the 7th round.
It wasn't going to happen in this league. Wasn't going to happen.
I sit down, I put my headphones on, I hear,
look,
Chris put us in this mess. Unbelievable. The disrespect being shown is just
as soon as you walk away.
Unbelievable. Everybody plays nice.
The words uttered were ask forgiveness, not permission.
Unbelievable. Frank, close the window. I'm taking back control.
I have it open just in case things go awry and we
close the window. You're not even allowed to have the window open. No, we know who we want to take next round too. We planned it all out.
Oh, good.
Boy, we are creeping here. There've been 3 picks since we took Woodruff, haven't there?
Yep.
Yainer
Diaz, Lawrence Butler, Yainer Diaz, and Drew Rasmussen. We still have.
Feels like years ago.
Any outfielders that you guys are?
Yeah, there's one boring guy.
There's a few boring guys that feel kind of solid.
I think our pitching needs we need to address those first.
That's probably true.
Oh yeah, we just took Brandon Woodruff.
Well, that's all the more reason we need to address our pitching needs then. All the more reason.
No, I'd be down to take the
top guy.
Or even like the name I just moved to the top. We discussed him like 3 rounds.
Yeah, that would be my preference.
Scott is apprehensive.
He's
it's about.
He's drunk on power.
It would be about in line with ADP, but so would the other guy. And there are some closer options I like still. I don't think we have to settle for the desperation play.
That's a good comment. A camel is a horse built by committee. Feels like an apt saying for this yearly exercise. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Let's lock in. Sonny Gray just went. Bryson Stott just went.
We did Trevor Rogers. You're off the hook, Chris.
I tried to make a case for Rogers over Woodruff, but I thought Scott ranked it that way.
I mean, by ADP, we could have gotten both if we did Woodruff Rogers. By ADP, we would not have gotten both if we tried to do Rogers Woodruff.
Yeah.
So I was trying to game the system a little bit. And I dropped Rogers behind Woodruff in my rankings partly for that reason. I did not want to be 4 rounds ahead on Rogers every draft.
By the way, I'm seeing Blake Snell as the top pick by ADP. Obviously, we're not going to draft that guy. Taylor Ward just went. That was one of the boring outfielders I was talking about.
Threw a name in the queue.
Blake Snell, they've confirmed he needs at least 6 more weeks before he'll be ready to pitch in games. So,
well, that's a little bit of a timetable.
Yeah, you're gonna
before he pitches in like rehab games or games.
Games is
that's probably like when he starts his spring training.
Yeah.
So rehab games.
Maybe we see him in like.
I would think early May.
Mid-May.
Yeah, I would think May.
Matt McClain just went. The one of the big risers here in spring, 148 overall.
That's a couple of times now we've seen Matt McClain go way ahead of ADP. I think that's telling us what it's going to look like the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I guess unless he has 4 bad spring games, and then.
I'm a little open to outfield now that our favorite pitcher's gone.
Scott will do anything to not draft Kenley Jansen.
Telling you guys, bad pick.
Okay, so I
like some of the starters that are here. I think we still need to.
Okay, I'm glad Noel V. Marte went off the board because I was worried that's what we were going to start pushing for. I think I'd be okay waiting on outfield at this point.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm okay. Though. That guy should. Hang on. You want to go with the buzz pick?
Maybe.
I was thinking about it.
It's a little below his recent ADP. We can get him without reaching for him.
That's true. I just threw him in the queue.
No, it's a little ahead of his ADP.
Okay.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
He goes early round 12 in March so far. And it's middle of round 13.
I guess I'm looking at the last week. The hype's died down a little bit.
Or we could wait and get one of the other ones later.
Or we could do both.
I kind of feel like pitching is.
I got to decide.
All right.
Oh boy. Let's just do the hype guy.
Tags, let's do it.
No, that's not the guy I was thinking.
Oh no!
It's not the guy. We had to say names. I thought that's who we were talking about.
There was literally.
I would have been down for that guy too, though.
There was literally 1 second left on the clock when I hit draft. We had no other choice. It was either that or get auto drafted Kenley Jansen.
Well, that explains why we were seeing different ADP numbers.
Oh, that was a good bit. That was fun.
Gosh.
We took Connor Griffin.
I don't mind Griffin there. I wasn't even thinking about him.
He's our middle infield.
But I don't know that it was the best way to address our needs.
Yeah, we still
have.
I
hope he makes the team.
Well, yeah. Now we got some money riding on it. You should have added him to the queue, Scott.
Oh man. Well, you know what? These ideas occur to me, and the other guy's going to get taken for sure.
Yeah, we should have. It really should have set off some alarm bells when we went Oh, this is behind his ADP. No, it's not. It's ahead of his ADP. It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
well,
no.
that that was a discussion that was happening with 11 seconds on the clock.
What a disaster.
Do not
By the way,
draft.
we have Connor Griffin. His ADP, his average ranking is way too low. I think that might be my fault. I thought I had moved him up.
I have him a
lot
little
more.
bit lower still too,
Yeah.
but his ADP in March in this
Is
format
139.
is 135. So it's like the second pick of round 12. We got him in the middle of round 13. So.
You know, I think the value is pretty good. I'm not upset.
I mean,
that
it's
we took-
fun.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
And that's what we're all here for.
Right in the
It was never happening. It was never like once that first syllable came out of my mouth.
You know what? I gotta clip that out. That's gonna be good to rewatch. Take Jack.
It was Cags.
And then
All right,
I said,
Cags.
and then yeah, I was like, oh well, we got one.
Frank and I were on the same page, so I think that counts as winning the vote, even though we never put it to a vote. We did a little mind meld vote.
We needed the outfielder more.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was thinking.
No, you're not
probably
wrong.
would have settled on that, but
Hey, maybe he'll get outfield eligibility.
All right, let's start talking about the next pick.
It's got to be a throw guy.
Yes,
trying to keep it vague.
I think it's one of the top two. I mean,
I prefer this one to the one you had ahead, Frank.
I do. Well, our whip is probably okay
because we have no pitchers.
Well, yeah, but if Lodolo and Woodruff are healthy, I think they're going to be excellent whip guys.
But I would rather keep it down so that we could take more shots later. But
yeah,
well,
so that would be the
my
idea.
guy isn't necessarily a bad whip guy.
I think
not necessarily.
It's not like he's had control issues this spring, and he didn't last year.
I worry about it.
He does have a history of it.
Yes, he does have a
but
history.
the other guy is a reach by comparison, isn't he? Or
no, this is about where he goes.
Oh, you're right.
No, this is
it's,
right where
you're
he goes,
right.
yeah.
You're right. I have it backwards. Okay, we could take the one you want, and we'll try to get both. Unless you want to still take that one guy that I keep saying is a bad idea.
I mean, it's pretty far at this point.
It is.
Yeah. Pretty far past.
I gotta start thinking about it myself at this point.
I kind of feel like we need the starter more, but
Edward Cabrera just went.
Now I'm gonna start pushing for the guy you wanted the last 3 rounds.
You probably should take him.
It's just we're up. We could get him. Want to do Kenley?
Chris?
Yeah, let's do Kenley. Frank and I have been trying to get him drafted for 5 rounds, and Scott's finally on board. So it would be a bad thing.
So
if we were
what
just
I
like,
wanted
no,
to
we hate that
do
guy
was hold out for Sir Anthony Dominguez, who goes about 220th on average. But all it takes is one person.
Yeah.
Right.
And
yeah,
now that Dennis Santana's gone and Griffin Jackson's gone, we're losing all the fallback options. I'm more open to taking Kenley. And hopefully we got some useful players in the meantime.
It's still not a great pitching staff, but it is coming together.
I think it's fine.
We'll see how we round it out.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about this pitching staff at all, actually.
Flynn in the chat says this is his first ever NFBC draft. He took at least one player from us that we wanted. Oh, Jose Altuve earlier.
There you go.
So,
good pick, Flynn.
Did something right. We were looking at Salvador Perez at some point too. I think I wanted him more than you guys did, though.
Yeah,
did Flynn used to go by Walt Jr.? Just asking.
That's when we took Agustin Ramirez, and I'm sorry, Frank, we were never taking Salvador.
No, I like Agustin. I took him in TGFBI as well. I like both guys. I mean, polar opposites. One is young and fun and runs. One doesn't run at all. In fact, I don't think he can run, but he hits a lot of
no. Did you see his inning-ending double play on Wednesday during the World Baseball Classic? It's about the slowest a human being has ever run.
Yeah.
Or his game-ending double play.
He's pretty slow.
All right, you guys want to go on a journey again? Pac-Man's going for the bottom pellets. You ready?
Tired of standing, Scott?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Does Uplift still sponsor us?
Yeah.
Uplift desks. You could be sitting and standing too.
There you go. At the same time. Who was it? It was Blake Snell throwing to a standing catcher the other day. Pretty good joke you made that
I
night.
thought that felt good. Felt good coming off the bat.
That was pretty good.
What was I going to ask? Oh, Scott, since you're in keeping with the Pac-Man theme, if you lower it too much, does it come back all the way to the top? You have to start all the way over.
That would be awesome if it did.
All right, Ryan Walker, that someone in the chat was saying, the draft was saying, it's been funny listening to the CBS fellas argue about Kenley for 3 rounds while there's a full-time closer they were all on last year. I wonder if that's Ryan Walker.
I don't think you guys were on Walker. I was the dummy who was.
No, I don't think I was either. I drafted him in at least one league, but
I definitely wasn't.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of
our
on him
blind
now.
spots.
And there's no guarantee he's the closer this year either.
No.
He's kind of.
I mean, who else would it be?
No, it seems pretty certain that he's the closer.
What the heck, man?
He might not be any good, but I think he's definitely the closer.
Shota Imanaga went too.
All right. Yeah. So
debating.
Here's the thing, Frank. We're starting to get into territory where there's some other hitters we like. But what do you do when you've neglected pitching? I mean, I'm going to stick one in the queue right now.
I like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or how about this guy?
I mean, either one. We have first and third already covered, so we just need a corner infield.
Hey, no position drops.
I'm just.
They go pretty far past where.
I mean, what disappoints me most about the Connor Griffin debacle is JJ Weatherholt is, we got a bench. We got a bench. Chris, you're muted.
You're not going to call it the Connor Griffin debacle when he goes 2050.
No, you're right. I
as
won't.
a rookie.
I won't.
2050.
It'll be the happiest accident since penicillin.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
We lost out on Imanaga and Imai because we had to take Kenley. You got. I'm just kidding. I was with you finally.
Oh,
you talked us into it.
I did.
I learned it from you, Dad.
I did want Imanaga for the whip.
Oh, the pitchers stink now, dude. What happened? What happened?
Yeah, who's no, there's some pitchers.
Are there? Cue them up.
Yeah. There's one in there.
Well, I know, but
it's ahead of ADP.
It's ahead of ADP, but he never goes at ADP.
I mean, this guy's kind of boring that I just threw in there, but
what about this guy?
Maybe we should use some boring. I don't know.
What about the guy that just moved to the top? I haven't drafted him yet. I'm getting a little FOMO on that.
I'd rather take the other one.
All right, fine.
But there's also this guy.
Oh, there goes Okamoto.
Hey, we still need to fill corner infield.
We need pitching more.
We do need pitching more, and there are a few corner infield.
We need an outfielder too.
I could live with.
Yeah, we do need an outfielder too.
Well,
the outfielder at the top of the queue would be fine for me as well.
He's lasted far beyond ADP.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, he's right at ADP. Never mind.
Yeah, but he's about 30 picks past our ranking.
Yeah.
Yep.
You want to do Ian Happ or do you want to do a pitcher? How much time?
I'm down for Ian Happ.
Able to get the guy that we want.
I mean, we keep talking ourselves into hitters instead of pitchers. It's just the pitchers we like most are definitely ahead of ADP.
Yeah, and we only have 4 pitcher spots left, so it's not like we have 5 hitter spots and 4 pitcher spots. Yeah, but
all right, let's do Happ. Let's do Happ.
All right,
man, we're gonna stink at pitching again.
No, we're not.
We should have taken Scooble 6th overall.
Pitching's gonna be great. Brandon Lau was out there for a long time as our top player, by the way, but we couldn't take him.
Yeah,
we didn't have second or middle infield or utility open.
That would have been a bad use of the pick, I would say. I'm in a hole here. Hang on. There we go.
Yeah, I'd be down for our top pitcher, or if we want to go a little safer, there are some nice, boring types who we could certainly use.
Somebody just said in the comments,
it's also an even year. Just like
Happ, the most boring pick ever.
I mean, that's what we need.
Boring wins leagues sometimes.
boring in the best possible way.
Especially when our last hitter pick might not even be up on opening day. I think boring is probably the way to go.
We needed a little boring. We got 3 outfielders. That feels pretty good. 3 legit outfielders, unless Stowers is just a bust.
Shane Bach.
I don't know. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe we're gonna ham fist our way into a contender.
Scott's talking himself into it.
I actually think
you guys are being negative Nellies for no reason. We got plenty of pitching options remaining. Nothing is ruined.
I mean, I think I'm being.
I wish we got
some
Imanaga
reason.
though. I would have been happy with Imanaga just for the whip.
Yeah, no, I think Imanaga would have been a nice whip stabilizer for us.
I like getting that whip.
But now we don't have to worry about saves.
Well,
how much later could we have gotten Kenley?
I mean, someone took Ryan Walker after we picked Kenley, so my guess is Kenley would have went.
Sir Anthony Dominguez is still there.
We could have taken Dominguez, yeah.
I don't
Luis
know.
Castillo off the board.
I'm always the one taking Dominguez. I don't even know how you guys feel about him.
I've wound up with him a lot as like my second closer as well. But I don't feel great about it.
I feel good about it. That they came out that early and declared him the closer.
Kenley?
It's more like a skills thing, though. His walks were so bad last season.
Is that Kenley we're talking about?
No, Dominguez. Sir Anthony Dominguez. And yeah, the walks were bad.
Ooh, Brian is good. Nice.
But the strikeouts were so good. And I think they saw something. They said that new splitter for Sir Anthony Dominguez, we can mold that into an ace closer. And they will, because they're the White Sox, and that's what they do.
I mean, pitching factory.
I just moved the name to the top of the queue. I'm not saying we have to do that, but he's like...
It's an idea.
3 rounds past ADP right now.
It's because everybody saw that meltdown.
Did he have a meltdown?
Yeah.
I'm
not going to say where.
Nah, he's not the one.
Miami.
He's not the one, Frank.
He had a meltdown in Miami. That sounds like a Hold Steady song. You guys don't know what that means, but there are like 6 dudes in our audience who just fist pumped.
You do have a contingent out there, Chris, that understands these music references that you make.
They speak your language.
Yeah.
There are dozens of us, and we all live in Brooklyn.
You gotta curl the mustache, Chris.
Yeah.
It's getting too long, actually. It's becoming a problem.
It stopped.
2 picks away.
All right, we got to talk about this, don't we? Swanson's long gone. I just missed some names here.
Yeah, Swanson's gone.
Swanson's gone. Adames, I assume. Jacob Wilson just went.
I thought Jacob Wilson had gotten drafted rounds ago. Okay.
We're already taking Brian Abreu, huh?
Yep.
There's Sir Anthony. So he, in theory, wouldn't have made it to us. Well, certainly not at 220.
So Frank put Abner Uribe at the top of the queue. I'm fine with that.
I'm not.
No. I don't want to do that. I
think we take the starting pitcher who
which one
never goes at ADP, but is pretty close for once.
I'm down.
We can finally get our guy, Christopher.
He is.
Bubich.
Chris Bubich
is real, Scott. I told you.
He is the top pitcher on our consensus rankings, too. So I think we got to do it.
Yes.
So
it's the chance.
My kids who are in bed now.
You're not.
No, Chris Bubich. Take it.
We're good with it.
Right.
Time for anecdote time. My kids who are my Chris. You're my Chris. My kids who are in bed now, they were watching the 2 earlier drafts I was on, and my 8-year-old started talking about Chris Bubich.
Yep.
I decided not to correct him.
I mean, I kind of get it.
I don't know how much he goes to school and talks about baseball players nobody's ever heard of.
I will say, what grade's your kid in?
Second.
Okay, because I did career day for my friend, my college friend who teaches 4th and 5th grade.
Adley was a good pick there.
And I talked to 4 different classes, 4th and 5th graders, And there were maybe 2 or 3 kids in each class who, when I said I wrote about baseball, were like, "Oh, cool."
Yeah.
Everyone else is like there was one time I said I have a YouTube show, and one of the kids was like, "Oh," and I was like, "It's not that kind of YouTube show, guys. It's not something that children are watching. Not that way."
I mean, look, I've been a prominent baseball writer for a major media company for 18 years, and I've been recognized in public twice. Now, part of that's because I never go out in public. But part of it's because there are not that many baseball fans out there, relatively speaking. But there are enough.
It has happened to me. It never happened to me in South Florida. It has happened to me about a half dozen times in New York. Frank was there for one of them.
Yep.
Another one was actually at a Marlins-Mets game in Citi Field. And another one was right after I finished singing Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm at karaoke. And someone was like, "Are you Chris Towers?" And I was like, "Oh, no."
That is a great karaoke song.
It's a hard one.
There's a name I just
That would be fast, right? The Alien Ant Farm one?
Yeah, it's the "And are you okay?" at the end. That's hard. I don't know. Yeah. That's where it gets difficult, you know.
I put a few more pictures in the chat. I moved one in the queue. I moved one to the top that could make sense with our
opening day starter.
I know Scott kind of likes him.
Well, catcher's getting kicked kind of hard here. So I'm a little disappointed because Rushman lasted.
Oh, that's a good point because
50 picks.
I like this guy who I just threw in the chat too.
Yeah.
Rushman lasted 50 picks beyond ADP. I think we missed out though. You know, I do like that guy also, but I don't think we like with Samuel Basayo, Carter Jensen, Adley Rushman. I think you can dream on a top 5, top 6 outcome for many of them, but not necessarily the guy you put in the queue.
Sure, but I don't know.
He's kind of like the last before the end of a tier.
Yeah, I think there's a big drop off here, though. So if we're not getting him, we're settling for a pretty bad catcher here.
I don't know about a bad one. Real Muto, Austin Wells, Kyle Teal's going to go late.
Yeah.
There's another guy you like that I have in this tier. Oh, he's already gone. Never mind. I missed it.
Yeah, Francisco Alvarez went pretty early.
And I assume Yiner.
Someone in this draft knows ball.
Not you.
Not me. Never have.
Not any of us. Yeah, there's Yiner Diaz. I knew he had to have gone. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It is the last in a tier. It is the last in a tier. But I mean, there are a couple pitchers I like a lot. They're both a little reachy. They're both in our queue. This is the other one.
Yeah,
it's unlikely we get both unless we take one here because ADP they're 2 spots apart.
Right.
All right. So
we should be able to get one of them in the next round.
But do we want 2 of them?
What are we thinking?
I want the catcher.
I want the pitcher.
I want the catcher.
We need a pitcher, not a belly itcher.
Well, we're settling for a belly itcher. This is a democracy, Scott.
Democracy. This is where democracy dies.
This is democracy manifest.
To thunderous applause.
Yeah! Gabby!
I love democracy.
To thunderous applause. I swear the Rise of the Sith is the most quotable Star Wars movie. And it's the best Star Wars movie.
That's ridiculous.
It's the most quotable Star Wars movie. And just Ian McDermott alone makes it the best, most entertaining Star Wars movie.
Both the most quotable and best Star Wars movie are Empire Strikes Back. You got all the Yoda nonsense.
There's plenty of Yoda nonsense.
Yeah, but the Yoda stuff in the prequels is terrible. Not my Yoda.
Not if anything to say about it, I have.
Yeah, that stuff's terrible.
Yeah, come on.
But
when he walks in to confront the Emperor and he just goes like this, and the 2 guys cloaked in red go boom, and they get slammed against the wall. That is the best Yoda moment in the whole.
The best Yoda moment
thing.
Is small am I. Doubt me, do you, or whatever he says. For my force is my ally is the
fairy
force,
tale
and a
talk.
powerful or ally it is. Great
Straight
stuff,
out of
the
a
best.
fairy tale.
Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. Oh,
What do you think? You think this is
Cooking.
Shakespeare, Chris? Come on.
cooking on high, on high.
I am not entertained.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Luminous beings are
Well,
we.
we're losing a draft here because we are having too much fun. That's
Even year
what's
Nola.
happening.
Let's go.
Where did you Savage go? Curious to see.
A couple rounds ago.
Yeah, very late. He's sliding.
There goes JJ Weatherholt.
JJ
Yeah.
Weatherholt.
Good pick.
Who would you rather have, JJ Weatherholt in round 17 or Connor Griffin in round 13?
JJ Weatherholt in round 17.
No, only 4-round difference. Give me Connor Griffin. I like Weatherholt,
agree with that.
but Griffin's got the.
I like the
huge
100% opening day roster versus 55, 60%.
This guy's right. The most quotable line is the line that I forgot. Yes. I was flustered, okay?
Is that what you said? I didn't even catch that.
It's cold, okay?
That's incredible.
Outfield is getting a little thin.
Yeah, we got.
You guys know.
got a
We do
couple
have 3
outfielders.
of them, but yeah, two of those that I really like just went.
Okay, well.
What
there's
about?
one guy- Oh yeah, no. Oh, we're good. We're good on outfield.
Do we have enough power, by the way?
Scott, you keep missing out on this guy. It's time.
What? Who? I'm looking
Top
at the
of the
wrong
queue.
draft. Oh, hang on.
What other draft could you possibly be doing?
I got the NFBC draft up, top of the queue. Oh yeah.
Although it is okay, power.
But here's the thing: you guys talked me into the catcher instead of the pitcher, and now we're gonna end up missing out on all the pitchers again. Every point in the draft. Do we have enough power?
We probably should take a picture.
I think power should be fine.
Yeah, I think we do have enough power.
Yeah. Do we have enough speed?
We definitely have enough speed.
Okay.
I think Ramirez, Jazz, Naylor,
Yeah, that's like 75.
Ramirez,
Naylor, yeah.
Griffin
Yeah,
at
no,
some
no,
point.
that's a good point. No, I think we're good on speed. Otto Lopez still in a Blue Jays hat.
And so I like the guy you queued up.
Yeah, I'd be okay letting him
But we
go.
got to compete in more than just 5 categories, guys.
Yeah. I think the pitching's fine.
You think so? Well, it's going to turn out. We still have openings to fill, and we're going to run out of guys we want to fill them. I think.
Yes. Who do we prefer between those two pitchers?
I think the opening day starter is the one I'd go with.
Me too.
You know what? They both might be opening days.
Yeah, I guess I don't actually the confirmed opening day starter.
Right.
Which would be Matthew Boyd, right?
I think we have a better chance of getting the other one.
All right, let's do it. Matthew Boyd. All in?
I'm good with it.
All right, FBT on 3.
Break.
FBT.
Oh, we got
to. Right, Matthew Boyd is our.
You're supposed to do like a 1, 2, 3. we jacked
this
up.
This is emblematic. All right. The lack of cohesion.
Oh, this guy has not been drafted. Actually, no. Oh, we should have taken this guy. Not every day. Not the opening day pitcher, but
what does
top
that
of the
mean?
queue.
Oh.
I thought he had gotten drafted.
I'm not so.
I have this other guy ranked
He is
ahead of
past
him.
ADP pretty far.
Yeah. That's only.
But
about
none of
20
us
picks
actually
ahead.
like him.
Not really.
He's not that far past ADP. Less than 2 rounds.
About tip 20 picks, yeah.
What round are we in right now? 18?
18th round.
In the month of March, in this format, he goes in round 15, so he's 3 rounds past.
I mean, we don't have enough strikeouts, clearly.
No.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't have drafted Brandon Woodruff. Who said that?
Oh, he's
Where'd that
our
come
best
from?
strikeout pitcher. What are you talking about? It's the best we got.
Ivan Herrera at 215. I mean,
Yeah, that's nice.
It's pretty late.
It does.
Oh my
it is
gosh,
starting to
the
feel
line
pretty
now.
unlikely that he's not going to.
There he goes. There goes.
Joe Musgrove was the other pitcher that we were debating. And I think he's higher upside than Matthew Boyd. I just didn't think it was the time to go upside. given that we are already behind with pitchers. It's very. I know I'm taking like 2 second. It's getting worse.
I'm just gonna put like some late upsidey guys in here.
Herrera, that was.
It's like I'm talking like Malcolm's friend and Malcolm in the Middle. You know the one I'm talking about?
I definitely don't.
Okay.
Oh, the little kid?
I never watched that show.
Yeah, well.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Saved by the Bell over Malcolm in the Middle. I don't know if that was a debate or not. But.
Yeah, I don't think they were really competing.
No. They're about 10 years apart.
All right.
Oh, I was thinking of Boy Meets World. That's what
Yeah. No, that was a good one though.
I was Saved by the Bell over Boy Meets World.
I think Boy Meets World is the top of those rankings for me.
All right.
And
Well,
Saved
Kate
by
Horton
the Bell's
just went.
probably at the bottom. Okay. I'm just,
Now
hot
I hope
takes.
Matthew Boyd is good because we passed on a bunch of pitchers to take.
Saved by the Bell punches above its weight in cultural relevance.
It's a corny show.
But yeah, you wouldn't want to watch it.
And even as a child, when I partook, I'm like, this is a corny show.
Yeah, they're always trying to teach you something. Get out of here with your lessons. If I want to do,
are we gonna take the outfielder here, or what are we gonna do?
We still need 2 outfield spots.
I'm just adding like a bunch of late round upsidey pitcher types.
I would say the outfielder would be my pick.
Walt Jr. just took Rodon. I was hoping we could get our hands on him.
We've got to move Kyle Teal down a little bit.
And Wheeler's gone, right?
Yes.
We did get Bubic at least and Matthew Boyd. One guy who could help in strikeouts, and he's my highest pitcher left, unless I just forgot to cross him out, which is likely. Yeah, I think he's already gone. Edward Cabrera was who I was thinking.
Oh, he went actually pretty early, 130, I think.
Yeah.
I would say we gotta have this discussion. There's a really boring pitcher who's probably gonna get.
Oh, that was probably where we were working our way toward.
Yep.
Dalen Lyle.
Okay, so I'd be down for the pitcher at the top of the queue, who's Merrill Kelly. Not a great strikeout pitcher, but a decent bet to get there by the end of the season. Get to like 170.
Any outfielders that you guys like?
Dalen Lyle.
No, I'd be okay punting on outfield.
Cruz got taken, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's any.
The outfielder I just added to the queue at the top. It's ahead of ADP, but we're also at the point where.
What about this guy? What about this guy? He doesn't fit a need, but he's just there and he's interesting. And
that's a bench pick now, though.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we got 10 seconds. Pitcher or outfielder?
I guess we're taking Merrill Kelly. I think the outfielder's a reach. Man, but Merrill Kelly feels like a reach, too. Oh, he's definitely a reach. What are we doing, guys? I'm mad about that one.
Well, blame the person who took Dalen Lyle, Scott.
I know. We should stop talking about 90s sitcoms. Pay attention.
Yeah, but that's what people are here for.
Yeah. Are they?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Are they still here? Have they left us yet?
No, we have over 700 people watching.
Right, 700 people here.
Hit the like button if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the channel. Thank you for being here and watching.
40K by opening day. Do as we say, not as we do.
40K by opening day.
Yeah, Merrill Kelly was way too early.
All right.
We got it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I'm doing the best I can.
But let's buckle down here.
This is kind of a.
Let's see if we could get
top of the queue. He's kind of boring, but in case the other guy doesn't make the opening day roster.
Somebody just said our last 2 pitchers might be our best pitchers, which is damning with faint praise, if you ask me.
Matthew Boyd and Merrill Kelly.
What's
wrong with those guys?
They certainly were our best pitchers last year, I would guess.
Were they?
I would think
No,
they both
Nick
outperformed.
Lodolo would have.
No, Nick
Oh,
Lodolo.
Boyd would have been ahead of Lodolo.
Yeah, Lodolo missed a bunch of time. Or some time. Not a bunch.
You're right. They may have been our best two last year. Probably not Kelly, but definitely Boyd.
Framber
was solid. Not his best, but solid. All right, so we're coming up on pick 235 is our next one. ADP shows a bunch of middle infielders going.
I was going to say that earlier. If you hate our team, hit the like button. I'm sure we're going to get more likes than we've ever had before.
Oh, you know who's right to take here? And we've just neglected this spot. And let me stick him in the queue. Bam. I think we could use him. I'm going to stick him at the
infielder.
Yeah, baby.
Very boring. Lots of RBIs. Pretty good batting average.
Keep it boring. Keep it boring. You're giving it away, Chris.
Chris doesn't want him.
No, I'd be down for him. I think he's a fine.
So part of the reason, Ryan Nelson just went. And I think I prefer Ryan Nelson to Merrill Kelly. I keep going back and forth. They're like identical in ADP.
I like Kelly more.
Yeah.
Ryan Nelson feels like better for whip.
I have Merrill Kelly on an alarming amount of teams. It's kind of gross.
I have him a lot too.
Merrill Kelly's just really solid.
Yeah, I mean, as your SP6, like just solid ratios.
Like his 3 healthy seasons in a row have been 330, 350 ERA, 119 whip.
Here goes one of the hype guys.
Now we miss out on Mike Burrows.
I should have the same.
Yeah, really.
I think it's fine.
You know what really messed us up? Maybe we should have taken Robert Suarez. You know what really messed us up was that Connor Griffin pick.
Okay.
You know what really messed us up was that Jazz Chisholm pick.
It was the Brandon Woodruff pick. Unbelievable. This is what happens when I leave you alone.
There goes that idea.
We don't know what we're doing without you. I don't have a backup plan for this next pick. Okay, here I'll queue up a backup plan. You ready? As if I'm calling the shots here.
What round is it? 20?
Wait, this guy should already be gone, actually. Okay. Also not exciting, but should be gone already. Oh, we already have that filled. Never mind.
Yep.
That was JT Real Muto is who I was talking about, but we already got a second catcher. I'm not used to having 2 catchers this early.
We have our first player drafted who is not in our consensus top 300. Robert Suarez.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do any of you guys like? I just threw an outfielder in the queue, but I mean it's kind of boring. Any of you guys?
I don't.
I like the corner infielder more. At some point, we're gonna have to fill those.
I like the outfielder earlier more.
Outfielder. Yeah, I agree just from a pure ranking standpoint, but it's too early for him.
Do we have enough power?
No, it's not too early for him.
Yeah.
That's a little too early for him.
Do we have enough power to take him, though?
Yeah, we have enough power to take him. I think.
We are.
We don't like. Who's our worst power hitter? Probably Mookie Betts. I think we've got plenty of power.
Ian Happ.
Probably
but
fine.
he's not a bad source of power.
Yeah, they're like 20 to 25. All right, we're on the clock. Do we take the corner or?
Yeah.
I kind of like just like stacking a bunch of upside pitchers at this point, but
the corner is bad. Like if we don't take Alec Boehm here, it's like Spencer Steer we're probably looking at, or Caleb Durbin.
I like Andrew Vaughn later on. But I'm fine with Boehm if you guys.
I'm down with Boehm.
Caleb Durbin, I'll just throw the. All right.
Sorry.
I waited too long, but I like Durbin. I don't know. I mean, if we needed speed, we might need speed.
So somebody says, I feel like you were all at the throw out ADP stage here and just get your guys. I think I'm out of guys for the most part. I mean, there are some rookies I like, but you know, it's obviously a crapshoot. I think Alec Boehm, if you could still get players like that, full timers who excel in one or more categories, you're doing pretty well. And he excels in both batting average and RBI. And generally goes 100 picks earlier than this. I mean, in years past. This year he's been going about at this point, but it's kind of silly because
Bohm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's a fundamentally different player than he's been in the past. I don't really think there's much playing time risk. He's going to hit cleanup for the Phillies. I think it's going to be 20 homer, 90 RBI, 260 average, which is boring, but it's probably going to be a nice value. And you got to have some boring guys.
I thought when we took Merrill Kelly, I looked up Andrew Abbott and he was gone. But clearly not. Somebody
I
just took him.
I mentioned him.
Oh well. I would have preferred him.
I must have been muted.
Either that or I was just ignoring you.
No. This guy, that guy. Let's add some guys. There's plenty of guys. There's no shortage of guys.
I do like Friedel as a low-end outfielder in these 5 outfielder leagues.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I feel like I'm just overlooking him.
I feel like he's going earlier and earlier. Maybe I've talked about him too much.
Looking at some of the pitchers, Bailey Ober is not someone I have any interest in at this point.
Yeah, definitely not.
He's high, his ADP's higher than I'd want to take him anyway.
There's one of those upside pitchers. And Gary Carpenter. But you guys had no interest in Gary Carpenter, right?
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Not really. I think everybody's understanding now he's a part-timer. That's not going to change. So quit asking.
I mean, he says he wants it to change. But
even if he is just what he's been, like 25 homers at this point it's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
I have not done a good job of keeping up in my tiers here. Okay, so pitchers that I mean, Garrett Cole's there. No, he's not there. Okay.
No, he's there. He's there.
He is there. What? Oh, I'm in corner infielders. That's the problem. If you click on a position and you start typing in a name, it's only going to show him if he's at that position. I think that's probably how I messed up Andrew Abbott.
The only thing with Cole is like if Connor Griffin doesn't make the team, 2 of our bench spots are just stashes.
Right. That's why I'm not in love with that idea because it's going to be a while till Cole's back. Right?
I did see today he is
it might not be until June. But.
Oh, okay, because I saw today he's likely to pitch in a spring game, I thought. But maybe I misread. I think the comments are being a little too mean at this point. This team is not a disaster. It is fine. All right. It is not a train wreck.
Nobody.
But we do need to take an outfielder.
Really, what I'm upset about, the one category where I'm like, we just don't have a chance there is strikeouts. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, we probably want to take some high strikeout upside flyers. I think we'd probably take like Shane Smith off the queue. I know, Scott, you like him, but I don't think there's any strikeout upside there, really.
Yeah, we're on the clock. I put some like upsidey pitchers in there, but
I would go with the outfielder at the top of the queue. I know it's like a little bit of a reach, but I think
it's really not a reach over the last week. Yeah. It's Justin Crawford. Do we need him except to fill that positional need?
I just don't like. We could go Trent Grisham.
Is Elliot Ramos still there, or is he gone?
No, he's gone.
Okay.
It would be Crawford for me, but whatever you guys want.
Frelick and Dylan Cruz are both gone.
Those are both gone.
I like the pitchers that are there, but it's
all right. We got 8 seconds.
Yeah, let's. I'm with Chris. I'm with Chris and going Crawford if he's that high on him. Because I'm just not that motivated to take any the remaining pitchers. I would have made a push for Grayson Rodriguez probably, but he went right before our pick, so that was off the table.
Yeah, Grayson's gone. Manzardo's gone. I would have liked Manzardo as a cheap source of power if we thought we needed that.
So let me talk about Shane Smith a little bit. Let me see if I could sell you on him, and
sure.
Probably end up selling someone else on him before our next pick instead. So in the second half, it was 9.7 K per 9. And he started emphasizing a changeup more. The swinging strike rate went to like Freddie Peralta levels, 13% plus. The curveball, the whiff rate on it approached 50% in the second half. So I do think there's strikeout upside there for Shane Smith. Okay. Now, enough that it's going to make up for what we're missing there? No, but, you know, there's also a difference between finishing 8th in a category or 9th in a category and 7th in a category. You know, obviously, every little bit helps.
Someone already said Shane Smith's at the top of his queue.
No.
Yeah,
that's
Glaber.
Okay. I don't think I talked you into it anyway.
No, I'm interested in it. I hadn't realized that he had that second half.
You know, I did talk about it when we did our Sleepers podcast. Well, just saying, my guy.
Well,
that was one of them.
Yeah, Cody Ponce was interesting. How many pitcher spots have we filled?
We have one spot left.
One spot in our lineup, but you know, obviously we want some bench options too. And yeah, Cody Ponce. I probably need to move Mania down because I don't like what's happening there.
No.
Noah Cameron has had his velocity down this spring too, and he doesn't have much to spare. But I am pretty invested in him already. It's Noah Cameron. Edgar Caro just went.
Edgar Caro, I mean, nice, cheap catcher to target. Recent top prospect, top 50, 60 guy last year. Held his own at the major league level, didn't hit for much power, but he's going to play a lot, especially early on in the season with Kyle Teal out for 4 to 6 weeks. That should give Edgar Caro a lot of runway in April, at least.
Okay, yeah, Shane Smith is gone, of course.
He said he already had him at the top of his queue.
Sure he did. So here is, well, first of all, I added a guy at the bottom there. I mean, the problem is I think the two best players available are middle infielders.
The two guys in our queue?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think they're the two best available.
I mean, I don't think we could take another prospect.
I mean, Connor Griffin might not actually make the team.
I don't know that Kevin McGonagall's going to make the team either.
I think he has a better chance.
I think one of them should.
There's certainly a scenario where neither of them do. But then there's also the other guy who is on the team already.
Middle infielder?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
When you've warmed up to, Chris.
Yeah, no, I'm open to that. It's some really nice power. And he's pretty cheap at this cost, especially. That's 70 spots behind our consensus. So I'd be open to Colson Montgomery if we want to shoot for some more upside. Kevin McGonagall's there, or we could take one of those pitchers. The pitchers all feel pretty samey to me. We have a needed outfield as well. We do have one outfield spot left. I'm not sure. There's one guy in our queue who's coming off a 34-homer season, but I don't think anybody's excited about that. There are some interesting-ish outfielders available, so...
Yeah, some of the rookies.
Yeah, I'd be down for McGonagall.
Probably the middle infielder. No, yeah, I would go with the other one.
You'd rather have Colson Montgomery? I'm fine with that. Scott?
Okay. I think there's a chance Montgomery picks up third base, which...
Okay, I'm going to hit it because we got 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's played some third base this spring. He played some third base last year.
Mm-hmm.
We just need some coverage in case Griffin doesn't make the team.
Yeah.
Colson Montgomery, I think
McGonigal could, but I just rather not.
No, I get that.
Some guys that might not make the team. So.
Colson Montgomery, he came pretty close to qualifying at third, right? He had 12 games.
Yeah.
And I mean that was a little bit past his ADP. It's like round 21 in March in this format. That's a pretty good pick. That just went Max Meyer. He's looked good this spring.
Yeah, he has. I'm still
not as good as another guy that's in our queue.
I still don't have a lot of faith in Max Meyer's fastball.
Yeah, I think the rest of our bench should probably just be pitchers, but shoot for a bunch of upside. But
yeah, probably.
Oh, well, what upside remains? That is kind of the problem.
Garrett Cole just went. There was some upside there.
Yeah, there is some upside. And
Kevin McGonigal goes right after. That makes sense.
I'm being only half serious because some of our favorite upside targets are gone. I like this guy, especially given our needs. And
do you like any of these scrubby like closer 3 types?
Let's see. I do like. Is Riley O'Brien still there?
He is.
Trying to make sure he's not. That's probably my favorite. The others, I am not motivated to take them at this point. There goes JT Real Muto. So that was about...
Yeah, it's a real good value.
Yeah.
Not sure it's a good player anymore, but should be fine.
Yeah, he should. As a second catcher, I mean, even just a year ago, we would have killed for a second catcher like that, which is, we probably wouldn't have, but it's just an expression.
Don't do that, Scott.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a better expression, but it wasn't coming to me.
Been excited.
That's not colorful enough. So Matt Svanson will end up closing, somebody says in the chat, and maybe. I think I would have preferred them go that direction the Cardinals last year, and they didn't. They went Riley O'Brien, and he did fine. Okay, you guys don't have to worry about me trying to talk you into Noah Cameron.
I took him in TGFBI, actually.
I've got him in a couple leagues. 3,
So
maybe.
Would we have any interest in one of the injured pitcher stashes?
I mean,
Hunter Green is tougher because that's out until July.
No, that's too far.
There's no way.
But like,
not because there's no IL spots, to be clear.
I saw Bryce Miller he had a setback with his oblique on Wednesday. I'd still rather.
I want the top pitcher in the queue.
Top pitcher in the queue. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's fine. It sounds like
I like the name just below him more, but.
It sounds like the top name has a better chance to be in the rotation. We can just say.
Oh, he is in the rotation. I don't think there's any doubt.
What I saw today is he's the leading contender for the number 5 spot.
Yeah. But it's not a lock yet.
Yeah. And Parker Messick is very much competing. He's had a decent spring. The strikeouts haven't been there, but I'm fine with either of these guys. Yeah. And I'm okay prioritizing the top guy.
I like Jacob Lopez. I think I like the third guy in the queue more than the second, and I know you kind of like him too, Frank.
Yeah, I like him.
So Matthew Liberatore just got taken. Have you guys noticed the whiffs he's been getting this spring?
Yeah, with the
Nick,
slider, I think.
Pointed out that he was facing some really bad teams, but I mean, it's still impressive. He's getting
last 3 starts, double-digit whiffs, all 3 of them.
I like it. Yep.
Liberatore, and
we are on the clock, by the way.
So you said there's a new slider there. All right,
I think that's what it is.
So have we agreed on Jacob Lopez, or do we want to talk about the?
I'm okay with. Yeah, I'm okay with Jacob
any
Lopez.
of those top 3. Let me just quickly look at ADP to see.
It's actually Messick, Patrick, Lopez in that order.
Yeah, I mean Lopez usually goes around 30. I mean, we've been talking about him now, so I don't know.
You want to just do Lopez?
Let's just do Lopez.
I mean, he's strikeout upside, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
What about this
wait.
guy? I just moved this guy to the top again.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. That's a name I need to move way up. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, no, I knew he was there. I just
Maybe we
prefer
should have done
Lopez.
that. But
I prefer Lopez to him, but because I think he's almost certainly not going to be in the rotation.
No.
Russell Resource has him in now.
Yeah, they've got.
That doesn't mean like anything necessarily, but
well,
they've got a lot of same-ish guys. Is the thing.
Unless what's the guy who Jason Martinez, is that the roster resource guy?
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's read something I haven't read.
Justin, maybe? I don't know.
Justin Martinez, isn't that the Diamondbacks closer ish?
Well, no, not right now, but yes, eventually,
yes.
Maybe. You get like a big extension and then like got hurt 2 weeks later.
So who did he bump? I don't want to say. The name.
He bumped Zeb.
I don't want to say the name. La 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 la.
Oh.
We're in a desperate spot, Chris.
That's true.
The entire bench needs to be pitching. Just all the upside.
Who did he kick out?
Scott, I'm going to write it in the private chat here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scott, you have a request to say something nice about the Cubs?
Any interesting?
Oh, I have lots of nice things to say about the Cubs. My wife and I went to a Cubs game. Went to trip to Chicago, our anniversary, this past May, and it might have been. I'm not even gonna say might have been. It was the best time I've had at a baseball game where my own team wasn't playing. It was everything about it. I liked the atmosphere, the concessions, the song they sang at the end when they won. It was a lot of fun.
I haven't been to a Cubs game,
Chad Patrick,
which is crazy because I have been to Chicago 5 times during.
We wanted Chad Patrick, by the way.
Baseball season.
Team 12 is hammering the upside pitchers.
Yeah, they're getting all the guys we want, honestly.
Ollie, Patrick, Cody Pons, Mike.
And they got Cags.
Yeah.
Can we trade lives with him? I don't know. Who is that? Who is that person? Maybe it's not a him. Hinkle.
From
There
Taxi
is
Driver?
somebody in this league, I believe, that's using this as like their Champions League qualifier. Whoever that is probably a good player, I would imagine.
Let me see if I like Hinkle's team.
Correa's a decent pick.
So they went really weak at starting pitcher after taking Garrett Crochet. Is probably why they have to load up on up. So their number 2 starting pitcher is Blake Snell.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they are
loading up on the upside.
What?
Loading up on the upside.
Yeah, to make up for shortages. Yeah. I don't know that I'd trade positions with that team, but there's a method to the madness for sure.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any interest in the top-ranked outfielder that's left there? Just for old time's sake?
And I don't like doing many things for old time's sake.
I'm not opposed to it.
It's pretty late. So
I'm opposed to it.
It's Scott. It's a baseball competition, not a potato chip bag opening competition.
He's 3 rounds past ADP, so I'm just throwing it out there. We still need a 5th outfielder.
Is it too late in his career to talk about how stiff Giancarlo Stanton's swing is?
I mean, it's been that way for a while now.
Yeah.
It's just so stiff.
Still, you know what? Can't open the chips, but still hit 2 home runs the other night.
He doesn't use much elbow in his swing. How'd they get hurt?
I'm pretty sure it was from using the new bats. Because like
that's what he said. Yeah.
That's what he said. All right, but we're up, so we could take Stanton if we wanted to, or we could take the pitcher at the top.
I'd rather take that pitcher.
Yeah, I think we're lucky he's still there, McAble.
I think we overlooked him, and luckily everybody else overlooked him.
I didn't overlook him.
I moved him into my top 300, but even that feels.
And it's one of those
right now,
things where like
we're all good on McAble.
Yeah,
okay.
We're drafting a little bit earlier here, so if he doesn't make the team, we could just drop him. Like it's not.
Yeah,
it's around 24 picks.
There's nobody we want to pick up. But there will be. It's only a 12-teamer.
And
he's in my top 300, but I think I need to move him back, move him up even more.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. You're making all the decisions from here, Frank.
Are we? Oh, yeah.
You're the one actually managing this mess.
Yay! Can't wait to pick up pictures every week.
I mean, we joke, but I think
our pitching's fine.
I think the team is fine. It's not the team I'm going to be most excited about, but it's not truly a disaster. I think it's fine.
It would look a lot better if it had Max Fried at the top of the pitching staff.
Yeah.
Or anybody else. Like if it was like Cole Reagans or somebody like.
If only I knew you'd be so warm to Reagans then.
Y'all play scared.
Yeah.
By the way, just don't have to take him for our last outfield spot, but I would like to have this guy on our team. The guy just moved to the top of the queue.
I don't
Yeah,
mind.
me too.
I don't
Me too.
mind
I'm with you there.
as a bench pick.
If we want to get him as the 5th outfielder, I think that's fine. I think he's going to play every day. We're pretty close to it. But if
I'd be fine with him as the 5th outfielder, but I think we can wait longer.
Can we have 3 Marlins on the same team?
Hey.
I'm just asking.
Look, I was saying when you were gone, Chris, I think the Marlins might be sneaky good this year.
Oh yeah, Ramirez Stowers. Okay. I think they've reached competence. I think I'd be surprised if it was more than like 85 wins, but
last year they overachieved a lot, right? Like it was a lot of they won a lot of 1-run games.
I want to say they had a pretty good record in 1-run games, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure their like Pythagorean record was probably.
But their lineup,
they were still sub 500 overall. But yeah, they outperformed by 7 games.
Yeah,
that's just that clutch, baby. Clayton McCullough knows what he's doing.
I mean, outside of never having a closer ever again.
I don't know why I just started crossing off names randomly. I haven't looked at this in like
throw it out, Scott.
8 rounds.
All right, Vaughn and Messick, a couple of guys we had talked about drafting, finally go off the board.
I kind of think we should take the outfielder if he's there.
Yeah,
the one Chris wants.
No,
the one you want.
But
the one you want.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to taking both and having one on the bench, but
Kobe Mayo's a good pick. I should move him up in my rankings as well. Make sure
Clayton Beater
range.
Could be the Nationals closer.
Yeah,
it's one of those. Like I don't see who else it would be, but they didn't.
Cole Henry, maybe.
They didn't really. Beater got 0 saves last year, right?
He might have got like 1 or 2 down the stretch, but I think they were mostly using Jose Ferrer, but they traded him.
Yeah, it was almost.
That's right. Ferrer was still there.
Jose
that's right.
Ferrer.
Yeah, forgot about Ferrer.
By the way, I was looking this up. Frank, close your ears if you want. I was looking it up earlier because I was writing about O'Neal Cruz, and I was trying to see who the worst hitters against lefties were. And I think Josh Lowe over the past 5 seasons is one of the 3 players with a lower xWOBA against lefties than O'Neal Cruz.
That's not good.
Which is pretty rough.
So I just moved a couple guys to the top of the queue. How you feeling about those 2?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think one of the relievers or one of the outfielders.
Yeah, I'd rather go outfielder, but the relievers make sense for sure.
I mean, we said his name a few times already. I don't think we're missing much with Stanton because I think he's going to sit so often. The Yankees have basically said as much.
It's just a question of can he be as good as he was last year? Because he was.
Nah, he won't.
And he hadn't been that good in 5 years.
It was like a 900 OPS. He won't be that good.
Yeah, he was on 130 RBI pace last year. So even when he wasn't playing every day, we kept looking stupid because we were like, yeah, he's hitting really well, but he's not going to play every day. And it was just like, well, I guess if he gets an RBI every game.
I think he's probably going to sit out once or twice a week, but I think he's still going to be like a 30, 35 home run pace guy. Obviously not expecting that, but in, I don't know, over 100 games maybe.
So.
But he's one of these guys where, again, it's so late, if he gets hurt or he's not playing, we could just drop him. It's not a big deal. And
we
probably
that puts the pressure on.
We should probably take him
now that we don't have Owen Casey in the bag.
That's annoying.
Casey in the bag.
Rowe is
the
listening.
Outlook wasn't brilliant.
Stanton.
Yeah. Ugh.
Starting outfielder Giancarlo Solo Polo.
Wait.
Go jump to Stanton.
It's not good.
Giancarlo. Non si può stopparlo.
It's
It's a
so
thing.
bad.
It's a thing.
It's so bad.
It's just because he struggles to say it so much every time. You know? It's like,
Yeah, like shouldn't this
how
be
does it not
smoother at this
roll off
point?
the
It's-
tongue by now?
It's happened about 100 times.
Yeah.
Probably more at
Well,
this
more
point.
than that, yeah.
Nope, I am filling in. Oh, it's late, guys.
What's up?
I started filling in guys in my spreadsheet who are just in our queue but haven't been drafted.
It has been a long day, and shout out to everyone who's still here hanging out. Over 650 people here, so we appreciate you.
We have
the
chased
mock
some away.
draft mega stream.
We have chased some away.
This is a real draft.
It's, real draft. Okay, so now that outfield is, all our backup outfield plans have been dashed.
There's still one that's in the queue.
Yeah, I just put him there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him for the bench.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I have. Ooh.
I feel like this outfield is no better than the 15 team ones I put together.
But the infield, Scott. The infield.
Oh, well.
That's what you need to look at.
Let's just say.
Look at the pitching. It's
Yeah, let's look at the pitching.
Kyle Harrison's a nice pick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know. I don't know about anything. Tell us in the chat how you feel about our team.
No, they've been telling us.
Oh, they have been.
Please stop telling us what you think about the team. Do the opposite of what Scott said.
Zebby. So apparently
you're only allowed to say something mean about the team if you subscribe to the podcast or the YouTube channel.
So apparently Jason Martinez, the guy who runs Roster Resource, has decided that it's Mick Abel. It is Jason Martinez, by the way. Jason R.R. Martinez, like George R.R. Martin.
Who is never going to finish the Game of Thrones books.
Of course not.
Should have Jason Martinez writing them. That dude's working hard.
Well, anyway, he has decided Mick Abel over Zebby Matthews for the 5th spot. And by spring performance, it makes sense. Zebby Matthews still has 2 options left. Could happen.
Yep. No, he's been getting a lot of praise in camp too, even beyond the performance.
I'm going deep down the pitcher well right now, just adding some real scrubby names to the queue.
That's what we need.
All right, so I think the rest of the bench should probably be one more outfielder and the rest pitchers.
Yes.
Probably one of those a closer type.
Yeah.
Do we go? We should probably go for the outfielder first, right?
We are on the clock.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go for the outfielder first.
What round is this? 26.
We want to think Carson Bench?
Carson Bench. Yeah, I'm
there.
not sure there's another outfielder I like for a 12-teamer.
Cardinals reliever usually goes in round 20. We're in round 26. Just letting you know.
I would prefer the outfielder.
I would prefer the outfielder too.
Okay.
All right. Carson Bench it is. Come on down to the Carson Bench.
Yeah, you guys kept saying bench in a way that didn't emphasize the ch, and I was like, ooh.
This is a dynasty team, right? We've got Justin Crawford.
I've drafted more rookies than this.
We've got Connor Griffin. This is a great dynasty team.
We only have 3 rookies. This isn't bad at all.
Who has?
I mean, it's bad, but not in that way. Are you sure Binge will play? Somebody in the chat asks. No.
Absolutely not.
We don't even know if he could be on the opening day roster.
That is no longer the criteria in the pick 315 range. So Riley O'Brien was obviously the reliever we were talking about. Time will tell if he would have been the better pick. But All right, let's remind, because usually when I do the NFBC, it's 15 teamers, right? This is 12 teamer. The desperation for saves isn't quite the same.
Yeah.
I often
we got two
wind
guys
up,
who should have a lot of saves.
I never invest much in saves in a 12-team draft, and I often end up with too many saves because I keep winning the guys who emerge on the waiver wire.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to need you to run the waiver wire then, Scott.
No. You can do it. You can do it, Frank. I believe in you. Greg Lathrop invited me to join one of his main event team again. So maybe if he didn't, I'd be willing to run this team. He keeps bringing me back, even though I keep bringing him down.
Snelling, a good stash, but not likely to make the team, unfortunately.
Yeah, I like the pick, but just doesn't fit our team.
Robbie?
Yeah, Robbie.
We're on a first name basis.
Dr. Robbie?
Do you guys want to take the top player in the queue?
Who was Dr. Robbie?
Oh, you haven't watched The Pit yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, let me introduce you.
I've heard people talking good things about it.
The Pit. I think of Robbie from New Girl. That actor kept showing up in everything.
You fell in at the pit.
Yeah.
Is that Parks and Rec?
That's Parks and Rec, baby.
We all fell into the pit.
Are we going to go for the other reliever we had in our queue since we missed out on Riley O'Brien, or should we not since...
That would be the one I would go with. Yeah.
I mean, there's also this guy. Yeah, none of these starting pitchers look good enough to draft. But we have 4 spots to fill.
They are all.
I feel like I've been more enamored with the late round options in the 15 teamers.
I think part of it is there have been basically, for a league with no IL spots, there have pretty much been 5 draftable starting pitchers just off the board now, right? Like Hunter Green, Shane Bieber, Bryce Miller, Logan Henderson, Quinn Priester are just all.
Yeah, that's the top of the pitcher rankings right now.
Mm-hmm. Those guys are pretty much in a no IL spot league. I'm not saying you can't draft them. Like Bryce Miller, he's dealing with an oblique injury, but his arm should be okay. His velocity looked fine when he pitched earlier in the spring. So it's just, it might be 4 weeks, but he should be okay. So I think he should be drafted. But Priester, Henderson, Bieber, Green, it's pretty hard to draft any of those guys in a no IL spots league.
We are up.
What about Bieber? Like, he doesn't have a timetable, but he had a heavy flat ground throwing day.
Yeah.
I don't think
I would take the reliever we have at the top of the queue.
Yeah. I think
All right. It's hard to argue much against anything at this point. Unless I just think it's a total waste of a pick.
Kirby Yates, come on down.
Kirby Yates. Who else is going to close for the Angels? Not me. Let's see. What other boring starting pitchers could we take here? Think outside the box. Grant Holmes. Yeah, we had him queued up.
I had him in the queue.
Let's see. I think so. I was really high on this guy last year. He had a bad year, but not in a way I don't think he could bounce back from.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good supporting cast. Got decent strikeout numbers. Yeah, I'm okay with that. The other guy behind him is probably a worse strikeout pitcher, but probably a better pitcher overall. I'm not terribly excited about him. The third guy in the queue, no. No.
He's looked good this spring.
I don't think that guy's good at all.
He's looked good this spring.
That is, I am completely out on. I'm going to say the name so someone else takes him. No.
Taj Bradley.
Yeah.
You can say it. Taj Bradley.
I like Simeon Woods Richardson too. He just went.
I like Taj Bradley more than Simeon Woods Richardson. Though I did take Woods Richardson in a sim league.
There are plenty of things I can get excited about on the Minnesota Twins. You have named 2 pitchers who are not on that list for me.
Let's look back at what Taj Bradley has done this spring. Last start, 9 whiffs on 69 pitches, 82.1 average exit velocity. Start before that, 4 one-hit innings, 8 whiffs on 54 pitches. 5 whiffs on his fastball, which was up at 1.5 miles per hour. The start before that, 5 strikeouts, no walks in 3 innings at the Braves, 7 whiffs on 42 pitches. Like consistently very high whiff rates Taj Bradley is running here this spring. And I'm not saying it's a high probability play, but I'm saying we're in the 330 range.
They do need strikeout upside too.
Yeah.
It's not the worst idea.
Vote of confidence.
I think he is I think he's Taijuan Walker. And I think that's pretty uninspiring, but if you guys want to
draft Taijuan Walker,
that is fine. You can do that. But I won't be a party to it.
He's playing this game under protest. First, we conspired to draft Brandon Woodruff.
Unbelievable. Still,
and now
we haven't even gotten into your baseball classic takes.
My what?
Scott, we haven't even gotten into your World Baseball Classic takes.
It's funny. I feel like I articulate my point of view so much better when the camera isn't rolling than when it is. I'm not saying it to be mean or to kill anyone's buzz. That's just how I feel in my gut. It either makes me sad that so many Americans want to bring down America, that they want to bring shame upon America, even though in their heart of hearts they're Americans too. It just doesn't care. It just doesn't matter to them that they're willing to do that for their own glorification, it feels like.
These guys weren't mostly picked for the Team USA team.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So they're only playing for those other teams so that they get to play. And that to me, okay, it's not about national pride then, it's about personal accomplishment.
I don't know. I don't agree. I think it's cool.
I don't think many my age and younger agree, but I don't get it. I cannot see your point of view. You, the general you, the people who are like, oh yeah, World Baseball Classic, awesome. Play for whoever you want. It doesn't really matter. Just as long as you get in the game.
All right, we gotta make a pick here, Scott.
All right.
I'd be down for Bourne Chris Bassett. I'd be down for Bryce Miller, excuse me. I'd be down for the Rhett Lauder flyer. Rhett Lauder's probably the most interesting.
I think Reed Detmers, I don't know. He's probably not good, but he still has strikeout upside, and we need
Chris Poo and Reed Detmers.
No, I'd be fine with that.
He might just be bad.
He might just be terrible. But
I don't know if he could be a starter. He just might not be able to.
Who was
I'd be down
the
with
Rhett Lauder thing?
Lauder, Detmers. One of those.
I'm interested in Lauder.
We have 10
I know Nick Pollock is not.
Okay. Well, you gotta go quicker, but it's 5 seconds.
Yeah, let's do Lauder.
All right.
That's starting his 5-minute.
I know you're. It's like the clock's ticking. That the countdown went red, and you're like, so the thing about Rhett Lauder, Rhett Lauder. In conclusion, Rhett Lauder is a land of contrasts. It's like we got to make a decision.
I think we've been seeing. I never liked Lauder as a prospect. I thought he was overrated. All of that. Clearly not. I didn't really get the appeal of Lauder, but he has looked different this spring. He's throwing certain pitches harder. And, when we last saw him, he had a 1.17 ERA and 6 starts. I didn't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But he is a former top prospect, a former 7th overall pick. And he's missing bats this spring with an arsenal that looks different than when we last saw him. And it's getting a lot of positive buzz in Reds camp. I am not beating the drum here for Rhett Lauder. But when you're in the 330s, you just take a stab and hope for the best. I think he's a worthy stab. Chris Bassett would have been as well. That was the guy I was saying I liked last year. And he had a his worst season in a long time, and he's very old, so maybe that's just it for him. But I didn't see a lot of, as it was playing out, it wasn't like, oh, well, this is why he's so bad. Clearly, like there's not much left here. And then obviously he had a nice stint as a reliever for the Blue Jays on their World Series run.
And he was still very capable of like big performances last year. It was more about consistency, but I think, pretty good home park, good supporting cast, should be a good defense behind him. I think Chris Bassett in Baltimore is a pretty good fit as a very boring, cheap option.
I mean, boring, cheap option who...
This guy go?
Well...
I didn't see that.
He's not far removed from a 186 strikeout season and 16 wins. That was just 2023. Justin Sterner was someone we were considering. I think he makes the most sense as the Athletics closer, but it's sort of like with Clayton Beeter.
Yeah.
Why was he not getting a look last year when... I mean, surely he made the most sense then, too.
We are back up.
Luis Angel Acuna just went. He has a chance to be the starting center fielder for the White Sox, apparently.
Yeah, I saw that today.
We want to go Detmers here, take that stab?
I'm down with Detmers here.
I didn't know if there's anyone else you guys just wanted to discuss, like Landon
Zach
Roop with the Giants, or...
I really don't have a lot of faith in Landon Roop. I think he's a one-pitch pitcher, and that pitch is... Like, he's not literally a one-pitch pitcher, but he has one good pitch.
Yeah.
And the problem is that pitch is a 74-mile-an-hour curveball. It's really hard to do that.
Last two names. Any interest in these KBO guys? Foster Griffin, Ryan Weiss.
No, not over Reed Detmers.
Okay. Not over Detmers.
I'm good with Detmers. I'm good with that.
I'm interested in Weiss, but not. I'd rather have Detmers. Do we want to consider some of the injury guys for our last pick? We are down to the last pick.
I would have considered Bieber. Somebody beat us to it. I think Schwellenbach and who else would it be? Green's already gone, right?
He's still there.
He's still there?
I mean,
there he is. He was so high up.
It would be one of those things where like we draft him and then drop him, and then we can pick him up like a month before he comes back. Because if he doesn't go drafted, you basically have to wait until he pitches.
Until he debuts, yeah.
Up for the NFBC. So it just
what?
Basically, you can't pick up a guy that hasn't pitched in a game this season until they make their first start.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
So yeah, if we wanted to, like, we could draft Hunter Green just knowing we're going to drop him, and then we can re-pick him up like a month before he returns.
Yeah.
Well, that somebody else does.
Yeah. Just because like there's no way we're gonna hold him for.
Yeah.
There's a way
4 months,
if we have tremendous injury luck.
and
man, Kyle Teal hasn't been drafted yet.
And Connor Griffin makes the team basically.
Kyle Teal is in a 2-catcher league. He's absolutely worth stashing in a bench spot until late April when he returns.
With Moreno and Ramirez and a no.
I get it. It doesn't need to be us, but I just
I agree with you
though. Oh, what about this guy? Oh, what about? Yeah, the other guy could get outfield eligibility. What about this guy?
I don't think it makes sense for our roster construction.
I mean, if you were worried about power, the other guy could get outfield eligibility. And we're worried about outfield.
We got Giancarlo Stanton. I mean, he's got power.
This is my choice. This is firmly my choice.
I would still rather just take like an upside pitcher, but
who's left that has upside that you genuinely. I mean, we took Rhett Lauder two rounds ago. Who's left?
Zach Littell, baby.
That's not upside. That's he could be usable for the whip.
Boring upside, I guess.
Yeah.
Adrian Hauser, home starts.
There's also a good chance Zach Littell is just not usable because he's right on the fringe of usability. I think this is one of the best bargains in the draft pool, and I think even though we don't see a spot for him in our lineup right now, I think one could absolutely open up.
Life will find a way. We'll find a spot for him.
My real answer, though, is what about Kyle Leahy?
Hunter Green's off the board, so we can't do that.
Kyle Leahy with the Cardinals?
No, I don't see any strikeout upside there.
Yeah, I'm with Scott on that for the most part, I think.
All right, well,
had a good spring, but
you know what Scott's talking about, Chris? He wants.
Don't say it. Don't.
Only guy.
Chris knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know who he's talking
and
about.
Chris is with me.
I thought this guy.
All right. I mean,
Chris.
I manage the team. I'm just going to drop him in week 1. So.
No, you can't.
I mean, why would we have 2 util only guys? It makes no sense.
Because they're Jordan Alvarez is very often injured, and B, Jordan Alvarez is very likely to pick up outfield eligibility.
They're both likely to get eligible.
I mean, it's much more likely that the other one gains.
It's likely that they both will eventually.
I don't know that Jordan Alvarez will play 10 games in the outfield this year. It's not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed, but I think he will. The way they're talking, that's one way to get Paredes' bat in the lineup more often.
All right. I mean, this one's on you guys. If you want him, that's fine.
I do. I mean, like, who else are you going to get excited about at pick 355? I'm genuinely excited for this pick to the point I'm going to be mad if he's taken in the next 2.
We can take Bryce Miller.
That would be my other one. If we're going to pick like a player we're not planning on using right now, Bryce Miller would be my choice, but I'm fine with not taking him too. I think both.
I mean, I really don't care. If Scott feels that strongly about it, we could
do it. We got him. Bryce Eldridge, baby. Come on down.
I guess we have to take him now. There you go. 2 util only bats. But he should. I think it makes more sense because he could gain first base.
Yes, he can gain first base.
We can use him at corner.
Like, we don't know what's going to happen to our lineup.
Like, I don't know.
I think just as apart from anything else, just injury insurance for Jordan Alvarez.
Yeah. If Bryce Eldridge is what we think he can be, then you find a place for him in your lineup. Is the way I view it. Is like
our last pick is the most exciting of the whole draft.
Yeah,
we drafted Connor Griffin, so
we should have drafted Cags.
We probably should have drafted Cags.
That was.
Because our
you should have said it.
I did.
Not kind of bad.
I did with 2 seconds left.
Yeah, that is on 2 separate occasions. Scott tries to make the case for a player with 5 seconds left on the clock.
Because you guys assumed I was talking about Connor Griffin all along. Would you have taken Cags instead?
No, I have Griffin right to head.
I do too. But we needed the outfielder more.
It's less of a need, but we
ended up getting Colson Montgomery for our bench. We could have had Kevin McGonigal, either one of those cheaply for middle infield.
No, in hindsight, I would rather have Cags than Connor Griffin there. I wonder if we still would have taken Ian Happ 2 rounds later, but
fair point. Fair point.
I mean, because the back end of our outfield is shaky for sure. But the top 3 feel.
Hopefully, Jordan Alvarez is eligible there, and Bryce Eldridge is. Did I say Bryce Eldridge twice? Hopefully, Jordan Alvarez becomes eligible there.
Draft complete. We did it, y'all.
Waka wasn't a bad pick. We should have talked about him. I'd still prefer Eldridge. I wonder how many people thought I was talking about Moises Ballesteros. Because he did not get drafted, right?
He didn't get, but yeah, he's util only and seems really likely to remain util only is the problem.
Yeah.
Kyle Teal didn't get drafted, did he?
No.
That seems like a mistake.
Yeah.
Not our mistake.
Yeah,
we
somebody who didn't take 2 catchers relatively early should have fixed that. But we had 2 catchers by the 17th round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Do we need to recap the team, or do we just kind of...
Yeah, no, absolutely. We got to recap the team, baby.
Let's take it to 7 hours. How long did you say it was going to be? 6, right?
I said 7. Yeah. 7 on the nose.
Yeah, we got 8 minutes.
We were going to be here for like 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
Which I guess we could if you just want to record another podcast.
I mean, I got a lot to say about the World Baseball Classic, you know?
Oh man, you're gonna rake me over the coals.
I'm just saying.
Scott versus Chris.
If I were good at something in my life.
Yes.
And I had the choice to represent in the international competition, I would have a genuinely hard time deciding between Puerto Rico and the United States, personally. Like, I've grown up in the United States, but the Puerto Rican side of my family and my identity is really important to me. And it would mean something, I think, special to represent Puerto Rico. And so there's part of that for me where it's like, there is something about, like, a lot of people have been making fun of Austin Wells, right? Because he is what we call a no sabo. He's a Latino who doesn't speak Spanish. And I think it's really beautiful to watch him, like, connecting with his roots, and that means a lot to me. So I think it's beautiful to watch people who like. Look, some of it, does everyone have a close connection to the place that they're representing? Not necessarily. There are some things about the eligibility requirements for the World Baseball Classic that, yeah, I suppose you could argue they could be tightened up. But there is something as a person of a mixed background that the idea of representing Puerto Rico in international competition, or like my wife is from Venezuela. I get so excited watching the Venezuela games with her. The crowds are so fun. The players are so into it. I think the WBC is like, the business of baseball sucks so much sometimes, right? Like we are all terrified about the lockout that is coming at the end of this season. And that is just the ugly, necessary business of baseball. And the World Baseball Classic is just like, so pure and lovely and beautiful. And I love that. I love that, like, yes, they are technically playing for a prize pool, but I did the math. It comes out to like $60,000 per person, which that's not nothing, especially if you're making the minimum or playing professionally in Cuba or something. But like, that's not going to change Aaron Judge's life, whether they win the World Baseball Classic or not, the money. But like, he clearly wants to win, and it would be important to him. There have been multiple players. I think one of the Blue Jays guys said, I think Alejandro Kirk said something like, I played in the World Series last year. This means just as much. Like, I think there's something really beautiful about that. Like did you see Jose De Leon, the picture he posted of him talking about when he went to the World Baseball Classic when he was 13 and how like getting to pitch for Puerto Rico, this is his last chance probably, like getting to do that meant so much and like ignited a lifelong passion for baseball. And like, that's the thing, is that I have such a lifelong love of baseball, and there's so many things about that feel gross about loving baseball, like just the business of it and everything. And but like the World Baseball Classic is just like the most pure version of baseball for me. So I get very into it. I'm a big fan.
No, I mean, lots of people are into it. I still, I don't know. It actually, like, if you consider yourself American, like what, like if you are Team America, for the stakes on the international stage to mean anything, then that means you can't be team whatever. I mean, you could have sympathies for other ones, but do you consider yourself American or don't you? Because if you're competing against America, then you want to see America go down. And I just have a hard time, as somebody who has a love for America, even imagining putting myself in that position. Like it actually hurts me to think about that. And so I have a hard time relating to it. I mean, I'm not somebody who comes from a mixed background, so maybe I just can't relate to it. But like, it's not mean-spirited in any way. It's just, it makes my heart ache to know, but I thought you were on our side. Like, why do you want to go play for them? Like, they're
but I think, like, I don't know. I get the, that, like, I just like the amount of fun that Vinny Pasquantino is having playing for Team Italy. I don't know if it would mean the same playing for Team USA. And part of that is probably just the novelty of it, right? Like, he wouldn't be doing espresso shooters in the dugout if he was on Team USA. Team USA, I think part of it is like, it'd be nice if Team USA could have a little more fun, like they're talking about it like they're going to war, and it's like, calm down, brothers. Like, Aaron Judge, you don't have to talk about like the sacrifices we make for our brothers.
And they're all younger than me, obviously, but like that is how the Olympics used to feel. It used to feel like it was a precursor to what a war, like if America dominated the Olympics, that shows we would dominate in a war also, like that's what it felt like. Obviously it was a different time when I was a child.
Yeah, it's more fun now.
I don't know. I just can't get out of that mentality.
Yeah. I think it's been really like all the Team Chechia stuff with the dude becoming like a folk hero in Japan because he struck out Shohei Ohtani to the point where like he said he went to Japan last year and he was getting stopped on the street and like asked for autographs and pictures. I think that's so cool. Like he just happened to strike out Shohei Ohtani 3 years ago, but because that means so much that like the Japanese crowd has embraced
I love
the
that.
Chech team. I think that's
that.
so cool.
That's not the same. That is more in the spirit of what I think the World Baseball Classic is supposed to be, though. Somebody says, Scott, it's an exhibition. Relax. It's fun. That's how I treat it, but not everybody. Did you just see the scandal that befell Mark DeRosa because he didn't know this arcane rule? And like, people aren't treating it as relaxed and fun. They're treating it as
But that is like very much you had one job.
I
Mark
guess.
DeRosa. Like that's.
But also we can laugh it off if it's an exhibition and it's meant to be fun. Yes, he should have known, but we can laugh it off. It's not that big of a deal. Like
I think it's
people are arguing he should lose his job on MLB Network. I mean,
it's a pretty big screw up.
No, I mean, I didn't know the rule.
Well, yeah, but that's not your job.
But it's not his job on MLB Network to know arcane WBC rules either.
Yeah, kind of is.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so it is very serious then. It's not just a fun exhibition.
It's a little bit of both.
I
People
can't,
be saying
I can't
things
square that
so-
circle. I can't
People be
square that
saying
circle.
things so definitively. Sometimes it depends.
Yeah.
Guys, I think our team is just missing an ace. I've been looking at it this whole time. That's the only our pitching staff would be perfect if we
But
just
the
had
thing,
ace.
you keep saying Fried. Max Fried.
Yeah, I mean Fried isn't
Would
like
it look
perfect
that different if we had Max Fried?
Yeah, just because it would push everyone. Like Lodolo as your 3,
Yeah.
Woodruff as your 4, Bubic as your 5. Like that you could sell.
Yeah. I'd feel I would get that, but like I don't know. I look at other pitching staffs. Ours certainly isn't the worst.
The only option I think that could have changed it was like either Fried in the 4th or an SP in round 3, but we were never even discussing.
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm.
That wasn't even an option.
And you also have to consider like we have a really solid overall offensive team. I think like there are a couple picks that I think we could have reconsidered. I think Mookie Betts, there were certainly better ways to get that shortstop position filled, including just like the Connor Griffin. Like if it was when we take Mookie Betts 4th round.
Yeah.
If it was Logan Gilbert at the top of our pitching staff and Connor Griffin and Colson Montgomery as our shortstops, I think that probably works a little better overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if Mookie Betts bounces back to hit 290 with 25 homers and 10 steals and 110 runs or 110 RBI, whatever it is, like I think we're going to feel pretty good about it anyway. So yeah, I think the pitching staff is a little light on upside, but sorry to be a negative Nelly, but when 4 of the top 10 starting pitchers get hurt, other teams will be missing upside. Now,
yeah,
Framber could get hurt for us, which
Sure.
would put us in a bigger hole. Or Nick Lodolo has had trouble staying healthy.
Brandon Woodruff
Yes. has had a lot of trouble staying healthy. But
Chris Bubic is coming back from injury.
yes. So there are definitely ways for it to go wrong, but I don't think it's a disaster team. It's just drafting with 3 people is hard.
Yeah,
with a 60-second clock, especially.
No, I'm not thrilled about the team. I haven't compared it to all the other teams. I presume I wouldn't consider it the favorite because on paper it needs more pitching, but you don't know how the season's going to play out. And obviously this is a league shallow enough that you're going to find some pretty good pitching off the waiver wire. I think we'd all agree that if we had gone either Max Fried or Cole Reagans instead, where did Cole Reagans go? Before our next pick. If we had gone with either one of them instead of Betts, and I might have pushed for Reagans, even though I had Fried ranked higher, just in the name of strikeouts.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's easy to say that. And then if Frank's scenario comes to pass where Cole Reagans is hurt after 60 innings, then it's like, well, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter that we took him there.
I wonder if Reagans was there in the 5th, we probably would have taken him over.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about that.
So.
We were talking about we were prepared to have a DeGrom and Reagan's debate, and they went the last 2 picks before our 5th round pick. So we flew too close to the sun.
There was never an obvious like SP to take. I felt like in any of the round, like whatever you could say Skubal in round 1, but in round round 3 when we took Alvarez, there was still like all that same tier of pitchers were all there, so it didn't make sense. But like, if Sale or Gilbert or Hunter Brown falls one more pick, we probably take that pitcher in round 4, I would imagine.
Probably. Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, not to make excuses. It's a great offense. Like, it's a fun start.
That's what drafting is like.
Yeah.
You are limited by what everyone else does, and sometimes they just don't do what you need them to do. And obviously, you're trying to maximize the value of every pick, so you're anticipating what everyone else is going to do. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they just don't.
Yeah. And the fun of this is, I guess, like the fun is that we're trying to discuss who we want by not saying names so that that's take them. So it's like, obviously part of this is like an entertainment factor. Like I'm sure, people will comment like, oh, what a dumb team. But like, I think a lot of people had fun watching it, and that's half the battle. Obviously we want to win, but we'll see how
from a content standpoint, having to talk through what you're doing, I think will hopefully help people. And we can still compete. So yeah, I think it's okay. I wish the outfield was a little stronger for a team that's a little weak on pitching. Bellinger, Stowers, Happ, Crawford, bench with Giancarlo Stanton on the bench. And
if you have Cags in there and Happ as your 4, that also feels a lot better.
I do think Yordan Alvarez getting outfield eligibility makes the whole thing look a lot better. Because like if that happens and Bryce Eldridge is as good as we think he is, and he breaks out as let's call it a poor man's Nick Kurtz, 250, 30 homers, I think the team looks a lot better. If Yordan Alvarez is someone we can stick in the outfield spot and start alongside Bryce Eldridge.
And that's
the
what
whole thing feels a bit better.
Hoping for. That can come to pass sooner than later.
All righty.
When Carrie Strug landed that vault on the broken ankle, she did it for us, and it was incredibly moving. And that's, I wish international competition still felt like that.
I mean, I thought the Olympics felt like that a lot. Yeah. What's her name? Allison Liu? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Alyssa
Something
Liu?
like that. I know who you're talking about.
That was incredible. That was so moving. Yeah. Watching her just dominate the world after retiring, that was so cool. So I still think it's like that. WBC, not necessarily, but like, come on, that Ohtani Trout moment last time.
That was awesome.
That Adam Jones robbery of Manny Machado was that the final in like 2013?
That was the year America won.
Yeah, that's like one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a baseball game. That was so much fun.
It was so cool.
The Trey Turner grand slam against Puerto Rico last year?
No, I think that was against Venezuela.
Puerto Rico or Venezuela, one of them.
Yeah, I think that was the game that Jose Altuve got hit by the pitch. So I think he normally plays for Venezuela.
Yeah.
You're wrong about that.
Yeah. Altuve's Venezuela.
Somebody suggests take turns choosing next year. That would be
I mean, there was one year
madness. How do you get any cohesion?
There was 1 year for Pitcherless annual event. Or they've done it a couple times, I think. But 1 year I participated where you did a blind half draft. So you did not know who your teammate was. Yeah. And you took turns picking with them. Or no, I think you picked the first half and then someone else took over the second half of the team. Or no, it was
probably every other pick.
It was alternating rounds, and it was really fun because I had no idea who I was picking with. We did not talk about it, and I think we ended up not taking a pitcher for like 13 rounds because just neither one of us would blink. So that was fun.
So basically, the team we wound up with today.
Yeah.
No, we didn't wait that long.
All right, we'll see. I just, gosh,
we need.
I just knew. I knew, like the way the draft went last year. I just knew that we were gonna wait on pitch. Feels like it always winds up that way.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're about pooped out here. I think
so.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody for sticking around all day long. This was a lot. Our second annual mock draft mega stream. We are going to wrap there.
Woo.
For Vlad, Joe, Ariel, Scott, and Chris, I am Frank. Thanks as always for tuning in to Fantasy Baseball today. Please make sure to follow and leave a 5-star rating on Apple or Spotify. And we will be back again later tomorrow with a Kokomo Mailbag Friday. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.